Paul, can you hear them? I can only hear them when they come on.
Yeah, I don't hear anything at all.
Right now.
No.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
hear you fine.
we're just. Can you hear me now? We're just about to call to order.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens, Jay.
Yes, we will.
Okay, members, I am going to call to order because we have gone live. We're already on YouTube, and we have a couple of virtual members who are wondering what's going on. so I'm going to call to order. Good morning, everyone. My name is Shelley Carroll, Councillor Shelley Carroll, and I'm Chair of Economic Development Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we do have quorum. So I'm going to call meeting number 3 of our committee to order. Today's meeting is being held with members of council and city staff participating both by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. City Hall is open to the public and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting today. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference. This meeting is being live streamed online at YouTube. You can go there by going to youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live, all one word. There are a list of speakers that can be viewed online at toronto.ca by visiting the Economic and Community Development Committee's page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. We have a couple of items that have longer lists. I'll call speakers in the order that's on the list online, whether they are online or in person. I ask for everyone's patience if we experience any delays or technical problems during the meeting. Providing access means that continuing to be broadcasting consistently on YouTube is paramount. The city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and for members on the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff will be available to members if you need help with your devices. Members, I want to remind you that you must still submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at ecdc@toronto.ca to help with your motions. And that being said, I'm just going to read our acknowledgement. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations. They include the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 of the Mississaugas of the Credit. Having acknowledged our sacred land, are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for members? If you do have an interest, raise your hand now. See no declarations even from our members who are virtual. So seeing none, we will proceed. The first thing we'll do is I'm asking for a motion to confirm the minutes from our February 16th meeting. Councillor Moyes, you want to move the minutes for me? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that is carried. Thank you. So, councillors, I'm anxious to get to item number 1. So we're going to very quickly go through the items and set the order paper. Item number 1 is the appointment of our Poet Laureate, who is all ready to go. I'll hold that because we're going to do a little presentation. Item number 2 is the notification of donation of decommissioned equipment to Province of Ontario for humanitarian efforts in Türkiye. Any holds? Seeing none. Item number 3 is a dangerous, pardon? Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll move adoption as we go along. I can look for a motion to move adoption of item number 2. Councillor Mantis has moved that. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 3 is the Dangerous Dog Review Tribunal. We have a presentation on that, so I'm going to hold it. Or speaker, rather. Item number 4 is follow-up report on the UrbanHensTO Backyard Hens pilot program. I'm going to hold that. We have a number of speakers. Item number 5 is the Employment Services Transformation recommendations on the city's role. The city's role in employment services going forward. We have a number of speakers on that item, so I'm going to be holding that one. Item number 6 is Business Improvement Areas 2023 Operating Budgets, report number 3. Seeing no holds, looking for a mover on that. Councillor Moyes, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 7 is appointments to Business Improvement Areas Boards of Management. Any holds? Seeing none. Did you want to move that one as well? Councillor Moyes, moving that one. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay. Item number 8 is another BIA one, Junction Gardens and the shopthequeensway.com Business Improvement Area name changes. Councillor Mantis, did you want to move that one? All in favor? Seeing none opposed, that is carried. And item number 9, again, Mirvish Village Business Improvement Area, minor boundary expansion. Do you want to move that, Councillor Mantis? All in favor? Seeing no opposition, that one is carried. And now item number 10, review and renewal of the Green Market Acceleration Program, or GMAP as we know it. Are there any questions on that item? I don't have.
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh,
I have
okay.
questions.
Okay, I'm holding that for Councillor Robinson. Okay. Item number 11 is the 2023 Local Arts Service Organization, or LASOs, the grant allocation and renewal of annual contribution agreements. Are there any questions on that item? Any holds? Seeing none. Did you want to move that, Councillor Moyes? Councillor Moyes is moving. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Wonderful. Item number 12 is the new partnership and funding agreements for cultural organizations. Any holds or questions there? Seeing none? No questions? All right then. Councillor Mantis is moving. All in favor? Seeing no opposition, that is carried. Thanks, councillors. Item number 13, review of policies and procedures related to warming centres. We have some speakers on that item, and I believe some questions, so we're going to be holding that item. And then I have item number 14, which is the Night Economy Manifesto. I'm going to be holding this one, Councillor Ainsley, just because there's a quick question about it, and if we don't get to it before lunch, we should chat at lunch. Yeah, but we should be able to get to it. And then we have some items to be introduced. Oh, here we are. Yes. Councillor Ainsley, did you want to move the motion to add as new business? We're numbering at Economic Development 15, and this is Councillor Ainsley's request. City Council direct the General Manager, SSHA, to resume releasing on a monthly basis on the last day of each month data concerning the number of people who die homeless within the City of Toronto, commencing from January 2023. Did you want to move introduction of the item onto the agenda?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing no opposition, that is now added to the agenda. I'll hold it because I'm introducing a motion myself that is very similar, and so I think we can work out between the two of them. And it is EC 3.16. And the motion is very similar, but I think we should be able to consolidate them with a little time over lunch, which is that City Council authorizes the Deputy City Manager, Community and Social Services to enter into a memorandum of understanding with Unity Health and Inner City Health Associates for the Connecting Home Initiative feasibility assessment. I'm gonna consider the rest of it read, but once you have it in your hands, you'll see that they meet the same intent. So we're gonna work out over the lunch hour, pulling these together, and the consolidated motion will then probably be moved by Councillor Ainsley, but we want to work it out and didn't have a chance to do that. So if I can get a vote to introduce EC 3.16, and we'll make sure that those get circulated to the members. And last but not least, with a hold, last but not least is a motion. Councillor Cole has not joined us yet this morning. EC 3.17 is a motion that Councillor Cole has sent by correspondence. I'm going to move on his behalf, which is that ECDC recommends that. This is the motion he would like us to move. The council amend Toronto Municipal Code Chapter 510-5, tourist area exemptions for holiday shopping, to permit Yorkdale Shopping Centre to open on holidays under authority of the City of Toronto Act. So I'm gonna move introduction of that, and then I'm gonna hold it because I think he's coming after lunch to be here when it's considered. All in favor of the introduction? Opposed? Seeing no opposition. So those are the additional items as they stand. Okay. And I have no request to reorder the agenda. Seeing none, I think that's good because we do have some speakers, and this way they have some idea of when they'll be coming up on the agenda. So I'm going to return, councillors, to item number 1. We have a very weighty agenda. As a treat, we're going to do something very, very nice beforehand. Item number 1, councillors, if you go back to it, is the appointment of the City of Toronto Poet Laureate. It's time to do that again. And I can't tell you how lucky I feel that this appointment waited until I became chair of this committee. This is a real honor this morning, Ms. Allen. I'm just going to read a few notes because that probably will leave us disciplined. That way I won't go on and on forever, and I could. But I will say this: I'm so happy that this is the committee that makes this appointment, and this is the day that we're doing this. My experience of today's appointee, one of the most memorable pieces of work, and it goes some time ago, by Miss Allen, is a poem called Social Worker. And there couldn't be a better room, because that is a very tough assignment right now, and it is if anyone engaged in that work that's sitting in this room has never heard it, you should, because it is about the pain of being the social worker who has to implement policy that happens in this room and they have nothing to do with, and the powerlessness of that, but the even more powerlessness of the person receiving the service. So I remember it often because it's a sobering reminder of how important the work is that we do in this room, that it's going somewhere, and we all have to live by it. So I just want to read you a little bit of history. April is National Poetry Month, and so it's especially fitting, and that's why today is the day we meet Lillian Allen, who has been nominated by a panel of experts to be Toronto's next Poet Laureate. The Poet Laureate is an advocate for poetry, language, and the arts, and the position, which was inaugurated in 2001, it's fitting that Councillor Mihevik is here for this, honors a Toronto poet whose work displays excellence and who has written on themes relevant to Torontonians. The Poet Laureate's mandate also includes the creation of a legacy project that will be unique to that individual. Lillian Allen is a professor of creative writing at OCAD University. She's a 2-time Juno Award winner and trailblazer in the field of spoken word and dub poetry. Lillian artistically explores the aesthetics of old and new sounds with her powerful reggae dub poetry and spoken word recordings. Over the decades, Lillian has created opportunities for new generations of artists and initiated and led community-building youth-supporting programs. She has received numerous accolades and awards, including being the recipient of an honorary doctorate in recognition of outstanding contribution to Canadian literature from Wilfrid Laurier University. The Toronto Cultural Champions Award, the Margot Bindhart Award for significantly impacting the arts in Toronto through both creative work and her activism, and the William P. Hubbard Award for Race Relations. I also want to extend my deepest thanks to Toronto's 6th Poet Laureate, Albert Moritz, who is also here with us today. Is he here? Because when I didn't get, oh, there you are. Good morning. Good morning. We'll chat afterwards. Who is also here with us today. Al was highly engaged as Toronto's Poet Laureate, even though much of his tenure happened during COVID-19. There was a difficult time during the pandemic, but he was fully engaged. He delivered moving poems on the anniversaries of the North York van attack and the 2018 shooting on the Danforth. He also spearheaded the monthly Lost Launches series of poetry readings last spring at Clinton's, where more than 40 poets presented their work. Al, the city, and this committee, thank you very much for your generous contributions during a very difficult time. Lillian is here today, and we are blessed because she will read a selection of her work. So please join me in welcoming Lillian and thanking Al. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it's an honor and a joy to be the city's Poet Laureate for the next 3 years. I thank you for this honor. It is amazing to have lived so long, a few decades, to see the changes. Having been in this room and council a number of times over the decades and being among the youngest. So I first want to thank the council for their great support of the arts and to see the fusion that it has brought to this city, the pulse that flows a warming blood through the city is what arts are. We have art and poetry because we have culture. We have culture because we are community. We're community because we collaborate. And I don't think we think about that enough. And I just want to make that be my word for the next 3 years. Collaborate, collaboration. This is my love poem to Toronto. This diverse, alive, inverse city where trees grow around the cement, our new self in concrete, our feet against concrete, percussion play echoing, our art giving soul to the city, learning to love what we have made. We soften between brick and cement, a built-up world, steeples and steers, glass mirrors, sparring for social change. Can you spare a little social change, please? New voices roasted and wrapped in ice. My mother walked from the plane into a fridge that is Toronto in winter. The best of times, she says, and the coldest of times. Incubating a whirl of creativity and visionary relativities, ideas swirl, cultural voices unfurl, making us larger than we are becoming. Dub poetry, hip-hop, opera, visual, smart, community arts, Toronto in excelsis. And for those who have lived strident and have gone before, let their names not be forgotten, but be called who they truly are, lovers of justice, standing for peace, not war. And to all the battles fought, freedom sought on the grounds of Queen's Park and Nathan Phillips Square, City Hall, or the roar of communities at Yonge and Bloor, down with inequality, injustice, brutality. International Women's Day Parade, Caribana, Jump Up. You have made our city strong, a republic of possibilities, a home to belong. We're trees standing in the water, a gathering of tribes, an abundance of hope, a destiny and a destination from which a future must be forged. We were community before Simcoe. We're Hurons and visitors and traders, adventurers and underground railroaders. We are the Iroquois' promise of unity. And homelessness is us. Our little scar, that part split off, lost, hiding, frightened, too tired to fight, or resolved too soon, needing a way back to the promise, to the promise, to the promise. Oh yes, we are the Superman Joe Schuster pen to paper, an experiment splashed by the waves of Lake Ontario, prancing for a great makeover. The postmodern too slow a nation, it was no slam dunk from Hubbard to Zenana. We are our parklands, winding creeks, nature's preserves. We're free public spaces, ravines of lush graces, protected wetlands. We're the Humber and the Don, fishing where, fishing where, fishing where, fishing where. We're 1,000 miles from our longings, pinning dreams on over 20,000 street corners with so many bridges to cross over. We are the beat, a city and eat, alive, diverse, and strutting verse. We are our people's toil in this land, our dreams alive in this land. A 3 million-sided heart is this land. We are Toronto, Toronto, an experiment gone grand. I thank you for this honor, and I look forward to collaborating over the next 3 years.
Thank you so much. And there's an incentive for actually showing up to attend the meeting live. Those members who are here live will be part of the picture. Next time for you guys. Sorry, I missed that, Councillor Moyes. Go ahead.
Just want to say thank you and congratulations. Thank you for the words of inspiration. You know, it's a great way to open the meeting. So I look forward to working with you for the next 3 years and learning with you and from you. So thank you.
Oh, you bet. Thank you, Councillor Moyes. Oh, okay.
If we could get her submission, that would be great.
Okay. So councillors, the only thing left to do is we have to vote on the recommendation, but Councillor Moyes has made a request. Before you go, can we request something of Miss Allen? Councillor Moyes has just made a very important request. Because we are dealing with so much of the content of your poem, Councillor Moyes was asking if your poem today can be entered into the minutes, the agenda, so that it goes to Council of the Whole at the end of the month. Thank you. That's lovely. That's lovely. Okay, so with that, as clerks will undertake to make sure that that gets included. And with that, and Councillor Thompson is here. Now we can vote on the recommendation. Excellent. So we just need to vote on the recommendation that City Council appoint Lillian Allen to the position of City of Toronto Poet Laureate for a term beginning May 10th, 2023 until December 31st, 2026. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that is unanimous. Yeah. Okay. So, councillors, that brings us to item number 3. Item number 2 is adopted. Item number 3 is the Dangerous Dog Review Tribunal, the 2022 annual report. And Rick Ross is here, I think. Did I see him earlier? Oh, he's online. I knew I had seen him somehow. Is Mr. Ross available to be heard over the phone now? Well, I understand they have.
I'm online.
Here we are. Yeah, he is registered. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so Mr. Ross, you can go ahead. Oh, there you are. You're on video as well. Good to see you.
Yes.
Okay. Seen him somehow. Go ahead. Available to be heard over.
Okay. Can you hear me all right? I hear some background noise, that's all.
Yes, I heard it just, there was a bit, I think it was just maybe setting you up there. I think we're ready to roll now. Thank you.
Okay. So if everybody can hear me, that's great. I did submit the annual chair's report.
Mr. Ross, you can go ahead. Oh, Mr. Ross, I'm hearing it now too. We're somehow getting an extra voice on this call. Go ahead.
Okay. Are you getting 2 voices or not? Okay. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I heard it. Yeah, there it is again. There's a second voice coming over the same call.
It was actually your voice.
Okay. Is that better now? Is that better now?
Okay, I'll just check to make sure that we have 2 counselors joining us online. I'll just make sure that your microphones are off and in the chamber all microphones are off, and then I think we'll have 1 voice and it will be yours. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Okay. Does that solve the problem? You can hear okay? With just the 1 voice?
Yes, we're good.
Okay. So if everybody can hear, I did submit the chair's annual report, which I believe everybody has had a chance to look at. I won't go over the statistics unless you have any specific questions on them. However, there's one item for consideration that I've listed as a speaker to try and discuss, and that is with respect to the hearings. There seems to be some misunderstanding on the point of appellants as to what they have to present in terms of trying to get a dangerous dog tribunal overturned. And I guess it was in 2018, we made a presentation and the Animal Services put together basically a brochure to give to appellants. Are you hearing me okay?
We are.
Okay. And there still is a lot of misunderstanding in terms of people are taking time and dealing with items that are really don't constitute an acceptable defense based under the Act, and so that ends up wasting obviously the appellant's time, the appellant's funding, but maybe even equally important, the city's time in terms of hearing arguments that really aren't relevant. And so as a result of that, the recommendation we're making is that the following items should be included. We should update or have the brochure updated by Animal Services as to what constitutes an acceptable defense. And the following point should be included. The order has to be with the bylaw and identify the dog. And there have been a few cases where the dog hasn't been identified. The order applies, this one's very important, to a specific incident and not to previous or subsequent behavior. And a lot of times we'll find an appellant will present evidence from, quote, references or from a veterinarian or whatever that are current today, but that's not the way the Act is written. The Act is written, the dog order is issued, dangerous dog order is issued based on the specific act in question. And so the dog's behavior before and after the act are really not relevant. So that should be made clear to them, that they're not accomplishing anything by putting in the situation now that it's a good dog and nothing's happened since, and so on. Another one is that there's a misunderstanding of what a dangerous act actually is, and it should indicate that the dangerous act is not just biting, but can include any bite, attack, act of menacing behavior, or any combination of a bite, attack, or menacing behavior. Because a lot of times they'll say, well, there was no bite, but there was menacing behavior. So it's important that the appellant understand that so they can have an appropriate defense. Also, the determination of what is severe, because it makes a difference if it's a severe act or not, that determination is based on the judgment of the animal care and control officer who issues the order. And a lot of times the appellants don't understand that, and it affects their defense. Self-defense can be a defense, and I think most appellants understand that. But what they don't understand is the act cannot be out of proportion to the initial response. A lot of times the dog under the order has gone far beyond what is self-defense, and that's important for appellants to understand as well. So basically, we'd like Animal Services to update the brochure that they give to appellants when they are going to present and appear before the tribunal. And I think that'll smooth things out in terms of it's fairer for them. It'll save time for the city, dealing only with items that really the act itself, the order and the act, according to the legislation, can deal with. So I've stayed under my 5 minutes, I think.
Yes.
So if there are any questions, please answer them.
I'm going to ask questions of staff. We have the current brochure is attached to the agenda. The members couldn't look at that. I'm going to ask questions of staff, but I'll just ask members if there are any questions of you before that. Does anyone have any questions of the deputant and our tribunal chair? Seeing none, we did hear you loud and clear though, so we'll move to questions of staff before we figure out how to resolve your issue. Thank you, Mr. Ross. Okay. So are there any questions of staff? Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I do have two questions. How do you define menacing behavior? What is the criteria for that exactly? If a dog looks at you side-eye or something?
Mr. Grant?
Thank you. I'm going to defer the question to my colleague, Chief Veterinarian Dr. Attard.
Good morning. So menacing behavior is defined, it's not defined in the bylaw, but it is behavior that people consider that makes them fearful. And so it would be investigated if someone feels like a dog was menacing them or making them feel fearful. We would investigate and take into account all the situation and everything that happened, whether that would be documented as menacing behavior or not.
So to follow up to that, so let's say, I don't know, a pit bull or a large animal, because of their appearance, and someone may feel fearful, would that be considered menacing behavior based on someone's feeling?
If that's all that happened, then we would speak to the owner based on how they were controlling their dog. And if that was felt that the dog was under control and the person was just fearful, then that wouldn't be considered menacing.
And just one final question. Is there anything in the act that perhaps differentiate? Because I mean, there are 5 categories here. And it's animal to animal, animal to human, animal to animal, so on and so forth. But is there anything around human to animal, perhaps in the sense of abuse of any sort?
So that would be cruelty, and so that would be considered in a different, it wouldn't be part of this bylaw. That would be a cruelty investigation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Morris. Any other questions of staff? Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, how many dogs exist in the City of Toronto? What's the population of dogs in the City of Toronto? Does anybody know?
Thank you for the question. It is, we don't have the exact number, but it's a couple 100,000.
Couple 100,000. All right, thank you for that. And so the number of respondent that your office responded to is about 2653, a couple 100,000. So it's a small percentage. Would you agree?
I would agree it's a small percentage, but I would note that as our city grows and the conflict between humans and animals increases.
Right, they could have severe bites as a problem. And so in the report on page 1, it says that 32 dangerous dog orders were appealed of 139. So does that indicate that people understand sort of the magnitude or the gravity of what is a dangerous dog from your perspective? Because if, you know, that's a tremendous number of people who are actually appealing. Would you agree?
I'll start and then I will pass it to my colleague, Dr. Attard.
Sure.
People are very defensive of their pets, and as a result, the emotions get into play more than the, I guess, the impact to others. So people are, again, very defensive of their pets, and that's why they're passionate about this, and I'll let Dr. Attard add anything if she'd like.
Sure.
I mean, I think Carlton explained it pretty well, that people want to try their best for their dog, even though the incident is severe, and most of them will agree to that. But they want to see if they can not go forward with the dangerous dog order, because it means their dog must wear a muzzle for the rest of their life.
Right. And so, given that as the case, what are we doing from an educational perspective or standpoint to educate dog owners and or, I don't know, veterinarians, for example, who are providing care for animals, to help owners to be aware as to some of the conditions that creates a condition that would adversely require MLS to go out because of a complaint in terms of how the dog reacts or the element of danger associated with the animal?
We do a lot of education, and we do have parts of the act like menacing, where we try to educate so that it doesn't escalate to anything further. And we have many more investigations that are menacing or get a written warning than are severe. And so we're trying to impact there first and educate as much as possible so we don't have more dangerous dog orders.
And my final question through you, Madam Chair, do you have any information such as a bit of a dog primer, animal primer, for example, that could be provided to councillors? I put out a newsletter on a monthly basis. I'd love to be able to put something in because I've never done that. And given the fact that we tend to or seem to be having more complaints, either noise from dogs particularly, and or the situation where dogs are biting people and neighbors are obviously afraid of moving around their own properties in some cases, because I have at least one resident who's that afraid of the neighbor's dog. I'm just wondering if you had materials that could be provided to councillors.
Yes, we can provide materials to counselors, and we're also doing a lot of education in schools as much as we can as well, to try to educate people when they're young. As to
Super.
behavior.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thompson. I see no other requests for questions, so I'll ask a couple myself. So Mr. Ross, we have the brochure that we are using right now here. Mr. Ross is concerned that it doesn't drive the point home. It's very much focused, as I read it, on what the tribunal is and what you can do. But it sounded during his remarks that Mr. Ross is concerned that there's no short list of things that can't do, that are not applicable here. And I'm wondering if you've had a chance to discuss that with them in advance, or were the comments this morning news to you?
I can say that the comments are not new. We are aware of them, but we need to be very careful as the city and on process and providing information on how to appeal our order. So we cannot give people a playbook on how to appeal. We can give them items to bring forward, but we can't give them a strategy on how to appeal.
Right.
It is really important for both the chair and city clerks that support this group to object, to not allow something to be included, instead of allowing it to go on. There needs to be greater strength there, and I'll forward it to my colleague Corey Lynch in legal, who can just expand on, again, the role of the city, animal services, and the tribunal.
Yeah, and I agree with the executive director's comments completely. As a party to the proceedings, MLS and Animal Services wouldn't be best placed to sort of tell the appellants what to do in their case and what not to say. It would sort of undermine the whole adversarial process.
Right.
That being said, as Carlton indicated, there are some ways that perhaps the clerk and the chair could provide more information, perhaps even on a neutral website, to explain things that could be relevant to the tribunal's consideration or not relevant. But again, for MLS or Animal Services, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to sort of regulate the conduct of an appellant's hearing.
Right, so it's more a matter of briefing the tribunal on where they can shut down comments, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. Okay, I think I understand. So I'm not going to move a motion at this time. Then, having heard that, that's really helpful. Okay, so I'm not going to, I don't have a motion. Are there any speakers to the item? Seeing none, and neither virtually, then I'm just going to move the recommendation. We have a recommendation to receive. I may do some follow-up, but it doesn't need a motion. So the motion is to receive the annual review that's before you today. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried unanimously. Thanks, councillors. Okay. Now, councillors, that brings us to item number 4, which is the follow-up report on the UrbanHensTO Backyard Hens pilot program. It's 10:15. I would say that by 10:30 we want to cut off anybody who may want to add themselves to the list. We have some speakers that are calling in, some that are here in person, but the list is already at 20. So I'm going to ask if councillors want to move a motion that the speeches are 3 minutes. That would leave us time if we want to ask questions of deputants. We'd still have the time to do that.
Madam
Yes.
Speaker, it's Councillor Robinson.
Yes.
I'm just, I thought this item was going to be at the end of the agenda, and I think warming centers is a much more important issue in my mind. So I'm just surprised that we're dealing with this item off the top of the agenda.
Oh,
and
yeah.
These out because the warming centers is at the bottom of the agenda, and it's such an important issue to the city.
Well, I wonder if we could do a compromise rather than have it at the end. We did already adopt the order paper, but I'm remiss, councillors, because Councillor Robinson does have a hard out today for a medical appointment. So I'm wondering if we could do this. We have a much shorter list of people who want to speak to warming centres. I know that you have questions, but the list of speakers is a rather short one. So I know I see Hens people here, but I'm wondering if we could reorder the agenda to deal with the warming centre item right now and hear those speakers, and then move immediately after that back to the numerical order, which would mean Hens is not far off. I'm moving that motion now. Councillors are having to hurriedly type it up, but clerks are hurriedly typing it up. So we will pull forward the warming centre item now and then return to the order previously adopted. All in favor of that motion? Seeing no opposition. So we're going to do that. With apologies to those who are here to speak to Hens, we're going to move ahead to the item whose number I've forgotten now. It's 13, I believe. Yes, it is. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're going to move to 13. I hope, having done that speakers to this item are monitoring the agenda and are ready right now. We don't have a presentation on the item. It's pretty clear in the report, so I think we can go straight to speakers. Warming centers. Having reordered the agenda here, I currently have 9 speakers to this item. Do councillors want to proceed with 5 minutes? Yes. Okay. Seeing no objection to that, councillors, we're gonna allow 5 minutes. I'm going to name the first few speakers so that people can queue up and get ready for this. Item 13. We have speaker number 1 is Gru, someone you all know well. Linda Lang from the Faith Group. Alexa Gilmore, Stone Soup Network. Those are the first 3 speakers. Are any of those available to speak now? Yeah. Okay. Yes, and I don't see Gru. He's not, is he online? Okay, so he thought this was going to be later on then. So I'm going to move him to the bottom of the list. Hopefully word gets out there that we are entertaining this item right now. Okay, so Ms. Lang, would you like to proceed? Good morning, and you'll have 5 minutes.
To speak to this meeting. I am from an Anglican church on the eastern edge of Toronto. We are a suburban church, but that does not mean that we do not care about the homeless. Our church has done quite a lot over the last few years to support a drop-in centre for the homeless at All Saints Centre at Sherbourne and Dundas, with donations, volunteering, and fundraising. I go there personally and meet the people. This drop-in centre is also an Anglican place. It is notable that it had its city funding cut during the last few years, in spite of the fact that All Saints had among the most open hours during the worst period. However, that is not the main point I want to make today. My point is very simple, based on 3 facts. The first fact is that winter will come next fall. I say this because it is so easy for so many of us to forget about the plight of the homeless in the summer months. The second fact, everybody here understands the need for housing of different kinds: affordable housing, supportive housing, subsidized housing. But the second fact is that no significant amount of needed housing will be built before next winter, and most definitely not enough to meet the need. The third fact, everyone here also understands the need for more mental health programs and more addiction recovery programs. But the third fact is that we also know that these will very likely not be greatly increased before next fall, and definitely not enough to meet the need. When the snow falls and the cold wind blows, It is not good enough to say we have a study underway. We're applying for more money from the province and the federal government. The people are going to be out there. Since winter will come, and we know, every person here really does know that the important needs of the homeless for housing and care will not be met this coming winter. I therefore strongly urge you to accept that effective planning for 24/7 warming centers is the compassionate response to the actual reality of this coming winter, the actual reality of the present situation. In conclusion, I'd just like to say that this is not a partisan issue. This is an issue of basic compassion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much. Ms. Gilmore, Alexa Gilmore. Welcome back.
Good morning. Thank you very much, members of ECDC and Councillor Robinson, for bringing this point up. It is indeed really important. For the last decade, or most of the last decade, I've served a congregation in Bloor West, which is a highly privileged neighborhood by many of the city's standards. Nelson, whose family wants his story to be told, but has asked that I change his name. Nelson was a congregant of mine. He lived in Bloor West. He had a 2-bedroom apartment, a job, and a beautiful son who came every second weekend to live with him. In the spring of 2019, a workplace injury cost him his job, and social assistance was not enough to pay the bills. And by the fall, he was living in his car, paying for a storage locker for his housing effects and renting an Airbnb every second weekend so that he could have his son still with him. When the temperature dropped below freezing, repeatedly, Nelson was told by the central intake that they did not have room at the 24/7 drop-ins, they did not have room at the shelter, and the warming centers were not open. So Nelson moved in with my family. 2.5 weeks of calling every day, multiple times a day, including the middle of the night, before a shelter bed was finally opened up for Nelson. "This is it," Nelson said. "I've got help now. Mark my words, Reverend. You'll be doing a house blessing before long." When Nelson's car was repossessed a month later, his only means of traveling to the temporary workplaces that he had was gone, and with that went the funding that he had for the storage locker and the ability to have his son at the Airbnb every second weekend. By summertime 2020, the late-night phone calls from the shelter were getting desperate. "Rev, this place is so dark. This place is so dark. The people here aren't well. They need help. I need help." But we couldn't find him the housing. We couldn't find him the mental health support. In late August of 2020, I missed a phone call from Nelson while I was on vacation, and I called him as soon as I got back, but he didn't answer me. And 3 days later, the doorbell at the church rang, and his 11-year-old son was standing on the steps, letting me know that Nelson had died by suicide. Depression. The social safety net that had so many holes could not catch his fall from 2 bedrooms in Bloor West to dying on the streets alone. I never got to do Nelson's house blessing, but I did help his son put memorabilia into his coffin. I did his funeral. I'm not a frontline worker. I serve an affluent neighborhood, and yet I have done 3 memorials in the last 2 years for men who have died while homeless. 3. I've welcomed 4 people experiencing homelessness into my house to sleep. This is a city in crisis. And we sit here with pieces of paper, and we've turned human beings into numbers. And in the tradition that I serve, in the very first book of the Bible, God says, "Oh, what have you done? The voice of your brother's blood is crying to me from the ground. Oh, what have we done?" Can you hear it? Can you hear the voice of Nelson's blood and our other siblings crying from the streets? Can you hear it? And if you can, then you know 4 warming centers aren't enough. 5-degree threshold for opening is a good start, but the health providers have said 0 is the right threshold. We need 24/7 shelters that are open year-round with walk-in options. And yes, we can ask for $5 million from the province and from the federal government, but we cannot neglect the duty that the city has to find other revenue tools. If we can find $48 million for police budgets, $15 million for security on the TTC, then we can find the funds to pay for the warming centers. We need the advocates to increase the social housing, the assistance, the health supports. He simply couldn't afford to live in the city anymore. And he's not alone. Can you hear the blood crying? Can we make this a hospitable city for all?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this deputant? Okay, seeing none, I just want to say, Alexa, thank you. We hear these things, but what I never hear is someone saying that they are just taking them into their own homes, and that's extraordinary. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. Is Robert Brown here? Or online? Not online. So I'll leave that for now. Talvir Mandur? Not on the phone. Greg Cook from the Sanctuary? Andrew Leslie? Leslie Gash from the Toronto Shelter Network. I thought yeah, because do we have anybody queued up on WebEx? Oh, we have no one in the queue. Anne Marie Cummer. So are these deputants all outside? I'm going to vary the process to ask Miguel. Miguel, is it possible they're all out there? Because we have moved a motion. We are considering the item now. So having moved that motion, I'm in a dilemma. I have to consider the item now. If some of these speakers are just standing in Nathan Phillips Square, I'm going to ask the indulgence of the committee. We could begin to ask our questions of staff, and then I'll give one more opportunity for speakers 10 minutes from now. Thank you. Thanks, Miguel, you're a lifesaver. We may regret that later. So, councillors, I know that there are questions, and I'm just going to say, I understood there to be non-members of this committee that had questions of this item. So if their staff have YouTube on in their offices right now, we are currently considering item number 13, the review of the warming center operations, and that gives them all the chance we can. Seeing no non-members in the room right now, though, let's use these 10 minutes to best effect. Questions of staff on the report. Councillor Moyes.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to start off, can staff tell me between 2021 and now, how many shelter beds we've increased by?
Through the chair to yourself, Councillor Moyes, so You know, since the beginning of 2021, I'd have to check from January on. What I can tell you is over the course of the last year, we've added about 1,000 shelter beds to the system and 3,000 since the start of the pandemic.
Well, it says here we've increased our shelter beds by almost 50%, from 6,000 to 9,000 nightly. Also, can you remind us that prior to, I think, December 2022, we knew that when we had the hotel shelters, that many divisions sent staff to work in those shelters. Can you perhaps elaborate to us as to the mechanics of that?
Yeah, through the chair to yourself, Councillor. I mean, over the course of the pandemic, we had the redeployment of other city staff from other city divisions to shelter support and housing to assist with the direct delivery of services. At its height, it was over 500 different city staff that were deployed for that purpose. And it happened on 2 occasions, early in the pandemic and then to support, I guess, the Omicron wave that happened, you know, a little bit later.
Okay. And also, can you talk perhaps about the increase in funding the city has provided over the last couple of years to the shelter, to SSHA?
Yeah, through the chair to yourself, Councillor, you know, the most significant increase of funding, which we currently are struggling to maintain, is the over $300 million to support our COVID-19 response and the expansion of the shelter system into, you know, upwards of almost 30 hotels across the city. In addition to that, as we look at the 2023 budget, another close to $100 million to support asylum claimants and refugee claimants coming to the city.
And is the city set up to address issues of mental health and addiction?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, I mean, certainly we work closely with our partners at Toronto Public Health that might be, you know, more appropriate to answer that question. We partner with community mental health providers, but we as a division within the city, you know, are not mandated to deliver mental health services to people.
Has the province stepped up at all, or federal government stepped up at all to help us fill the void or the gap in funding to provide these services?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, within the recent provincial budget, we were happy to see $48 million included to you know, operate our supportive housing that their colleagues at the Housing Secretariat are and will open. That was a significant investment, but we still don't see comprehensive and coordinated investment in mental health services across the city of Toronto or the province.
Mm-hmm. And just one final question. You know, one of the deputies, or 2 of them, were ministers. What partnerships have do we have in the city when it comes to third-party agencies helping us to deal with some of the crises that we're now facing?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, I mean, you know, there is a broad you know, group of both faith-based communities, you know, volunteers, individuals, people with lived experience that are involved in supporting people experiencing homelessness in the city. This report indicates that, you know, we have more work to do in broadening our partnerships and collaboration with a whole range of different people in the sector, including faith-based organizations, and looking back to models that have been in place in the past, such as the Out of the Cold program, and thinking about ways that we can continue to partner with, you know, that broad public, you know, group of individuals that, you know, wants to work and see change in supporting people experiencing homelessness in the city.
Since I have 10 seconds left. So based on the recommendations here, how many warming centers are you proposing that we open over the course of 2023-24 winter months? How many beds?
To you, Councillor Moyes, through the chair, the report recommends at least 4 warming centers for next year. One would be a 24/7 warming center. Our work over the course of the spring and summer is really dedicated on finding those facilities again, working with a broad group of people in Toronto to find those facilities that are the most appropriate to deliver the service. I think the report also indicates that we have some serious financial challenges, as the city does at large, to support the ongoing investment in these services, which are badly needed.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, you had some questions?
I do, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Good morning again. Through you, Madam Chair, to staff. You indicated to a question to Councillor Moyes, at least 4 warming centres that is being planned to be open as a result of this report. Does that then give you, or are you suggesting you have the flexibility to open more as the need arises?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, certainly, the first step in this process is finding appropriate facilities that can house the service. And so that is our first focus of work over the spring and summer. If we find more than 4 centers that would be, appropriate for this kind of service, we would cost those out and have a conversation with council about what that impact might be.
So you're recommending 4 now, but you're suggesting you would have the flexibility to come forward, as you, in your words, if you found the space and that is corresponding to the needs?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, I think that's always part of the work that we're doing, is try to find appropriate services, if not for use tomorrow, for use in the future.
Fair enough.
For this purpose.
All right, let me then ask you, the 4 facilities that you're recommending, the 24/7 facility, where will that be located? Is that Metro Hall?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, so we used Metro Hall for the last 2 months of the winter season this year. We understand through our colleagues at corporate real estate that Metro Hall will not be available next year. And so that is part of our search, is to find a downtown location that would be activated on a 24/7 basis for this purpose.
So recommending that we have a 24/7, but Metro Hall that had been used in the prior periods will not be available.
That's right.
So at the moment, we don't know where that facility will be yet, but you're working on it.
Through the chair to you, Councillor, that's correct.
All right. So let me just turn our attention to the $5 million. You're asking the province to provide additional funding of $5 million. What will the funds be used for? Because it says here, service response for the activation of additional warming centers. That's clear, but if you get the $5 million and you don't have the space, how will you use the funds?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, I think, this will be a process through the summer to find as many locations as we possibly can. I believe we'll have the facilities, so I think that the funding is the major question here. Okay. We have a budget that will carry us through to the end of 2023. 2024 is next year, and the $5 million would assist us to operationalize those services for the duration of the next winter season, which would go to April 15th, 2024.
And may I then ask you, with respect to our model, which is to have 4 and perhaps to add more as needed, how do we compare to other jurisdiction? What does Montreal do? I don't know, what does Mississauga do? What does Brampton do? What does other areas do?
Yeah, through the chair to you, Councillor. So as part of the staff report, we did look at other jurisdictions. I think first and foremost, it's important to note that the City of Toronto offers 9,000 shelter beds, which is far and beyond any other municipality across the country. We looked at Hamilton, Ottawa, Edmonton, Calgary, Vancouver, New York, Chicago, Washington, Seattle. The New York and Chicago, for instance, use a temperature of 0. Vancouver activates warming centers at -5, and Hamilton and Ottawa, Edmonton, looking at only the wind chill of -15 and -10. So a range. I think that this report makes a recommendation of moving to -5, which incorporates a review of the health literature on this matter, and we feel is a move that is a positive mood that will open the services more readily during the wintertime.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thompson. So now we're gonna return to that unconventional thing we're doing, and I thank you for your indulgence. We now have the speakers in the room. With big thanks to Miguel Avila. Thank you so much, Miguel, because we knew you were here. So I'm going to return to the speakers list. And I'm also at this time going to entertain a motion to close the speakers list for the agenda at 10:45, which is just a few minutes away, but ordinarily we close the whole agenda at 10 o'clock. So 10:45 is the motion that I'm moving, that we, if you want to register to speak on any item, you should do so now. Councillors, if I could get a vote on that. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now I'm going to return to the speakers list on item 13. And Gru is now here. Yes. So my wrangler went out to get you all. Thank you. No problem. We did reorder the agenda kind of by surprise to accommodate a councillor who didn't want to miss. So, welcome back. I think you have 5 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you for having us today. There's a bunch of us speaking on this particular issue. I do want to just very quickly point out that at least according to the OpenTO data, there aren't actually 9,000 beds in the shelter system. In February, the last time that Mr. Tanner brought up that figure, there were 3,888 congregate beds and 3,175 non-congregate rooms. And I'll concede that some of those may be double or family occupancy, but that comes out to about 7,000 beds, not 9,000 beds. It is still an amazing accomplishment that SSHA is able to deal with all of those, but they're not winter capacity, and I think that bringing them up in the capacity, or in the context rather, of speaking about our winter plan is a little disingenuous, maybe. At the end of the day, whether we have 7,000 beds or 9,000 beds in the regular shelter system, I guess doesn't make all that much of a difference when we have 10,000 people moving through the shelter system in the last 3 months, and pushing up onto 11,000 now. I believe that the most recent numbers were 10,811 people in January, February, March moving through the shelter system. Whether we have 7,000 beds or 9,000 beds, we still had thousands of people who weren't able to find a space in that system because we continually under-resource our response to the affordable housing crisis, of which homelessness is only one small piece. And so we end up in this position where we're fighting, where we're arguing back and forth over, do we have this number of beds? It doesn't matter. We don't have enough housing to move those people into afterwards. We don't have enough housing workers in those shelters to facilitate moving people from the shelter into housing, which we already know is the only thing that will actually solve the crises that we are facing, is to provide affordable housing, accessible housing, safe housing for people so that they can live in dignity, so that we can live in dignity as a city. We don't have that right now, and we continue to fight over this over this nothing. There should be no individual person anywhere in this city who has to take advantage of a winter winter warming center, because they should have a home to go back to instead. The fact that we have failed over and over again, and I feel like a broken record in front of this committee, the fact that we have failed with 30 years of policy choices around housing that have said, this is not our problem. It is our problem, and it's become much more clear that this is a problem that faces every Torontonian across this city, that housing needs to be addressed on a larger scale than we can do as individuals or as small groups, as faith-based organizations. We can't handle this as these small groups. We need some sort of an institutional response, and we are not seeing that from the city at this time. Councillor Moyes mentioned the possibility of 4 warming centers next winter, and Councillor Thompson brought up the fact that there's going to be a funding crunch around continuing those into the new year, but 4 warming centers across the city is not nearly enough. That's 1 in each neighborhood, one in each quadrant, not even 1 in each borough.
I'll need you to wrap up.
I realized that I just ran out of time there.
Yeah. Okay. Are there any questions of this deputant? I see one online. Councillor Ainsley has a question. Councillor Ainsley, you want to go ahead?
Yep, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Gru. Gru, one of the recommendations in the report talks about the Canada-Ontario housing benefits. And I just wanted to get your perspective on that. I know you have some experience with shelters and working with residents that have lived in shelters. My understanding, this subsidy passes through housing workers. Could you explain, have you had any experience with that process? Is it working or not working? Do we have enough housing workers?
I don't believe that we have enough housing workers in the shelter system in order to properly deal with this. And I'll use one of the temporary shelter hotels as an example of this, because it is my personal experience. While I was at the Novotel, 45 the Esplanade, we had on a nightly basis 270 residents in that building. At the time that I was there, there were no more than 3 housing workers, each of whom was working with 25 to 30 clients, which leaves about 190 people without any access at all, 190 people each night without any access at all to a housing worker. And this has been the case in every shelter that I've been in. There are between 1 and 3 housing workers who take on a small percentage of the cases that are before them, but they can't possibly work with everyone in the shelter because there aren't enough hours in the day.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically each housing worker, 25 to 30 clients, so the other clients are just not dealt with at all?
The other clients are left to find housing on their own effectively, which anyone who has looked for housing in this city knows is a struggle at the best of times. And it's nearly impossible if you're dealing with Ontario Works or ODSP and the minuscule amounts of money that are provided there. Realistically, sorry, your original question was about the Canada-Ontario housing benefit, and
yes.
I think the program has some benefit as a Band-Aid solution as we put public housing options in place. But it funnels public dollars into private landlords' pockets as this rent subsidy, and it doesn't address the core need, which is for affordable housing. It allows people to afford market rate housing, but those end up being two very different things.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Gru. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Any other questions of this deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Is Robert Brown here now? Don't see Robert Brown. Talvir Mandur? Robert Brown, yes. There you go. Are you ready to go? Oh, okay. If I'll go through the list and come back. Okay. Okay. 2 minutes. Is Greg Cook here for the sanctuary?
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks. Welcome.
Welcome. My name is Greg Cook. I'm an outreach worker at Sanctuary. I'm also on the steering committee of Shelter and Housing Justice Network. I want to point out a few things in the report that SSHA did. The first is that I feel the report doesn't describe or illustrate the severity of homelessness. We know that last year, according to city stats, 187 people died without housing. When I started as an outreach worker in 2010, 2011, we're talking maybe 30 people a year were dying. This is a massive increase. We've asked repeatedly for the city to declare an emergency. Repeatedly, the city has asked the province and the feds for additional money, and they haven't got what's needed. Declaring an emergency would allow the city to do that. We know that other cities have taken leadership. Hamilton just did that over a week ago. Ottawa did that. Niagara region, why hasn't Toronto taken that approach, and to make sure that they get the other levels of government down at a table and compel them to give adequate funding? We know that in the report, it states that the city will run out of COB, that's the Canadian and Ontario housing benefit. That will run out at the end of May. So we know that the city is closing shelter hotels this year. Where will people go? They have been promised by the city a pathway to housing, but without that benefit, there's no way they'll get housing. We know that. TCHC is full. Without those additional benefits, people won't get housing. I'd love to hear from SSHA, will 2,000 that they asked for in the report, will 2,000 additional benefits for 2,000 additional people actually solve the crisis? Will it make sure that people, when they try to get a shelter bed, get a shelter bed? Will it make sure that the people who are in shelter hotels that are closing get housing by the end of the year? So I just wanted to point out those two things. And then I won't be able to speak to the other item on that. There's another item later that's related to this, but this is really concerning that SSHA has stopped reporting shelter deaths each month. And it feels like they describe a little bit the severity of the crisis and then are obscuring the consequences of a situation where you have hundreds of people that will be dying this year. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Ainsley?
Yep. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Cook, on the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefits, COB. So in the report, it says it's there a $20 million request for that'll cover 1,600 to 2,000 subsidies. But the shelter flow data, to me, the way I'm reading it, said there was 10,811 people spend at least one night in our shelters in the first quarter of 2023. So asking for $20 million, we still have a huge hurdle in front of us, I would think, by my numbers. Would you agree?
Yes, I'd agree. Yeah, that's the way I read it as well. Yeah, how is the city, I mean, already, I think the shelter flow data that you point to talks about that more people are entering the shelter system by far than SSHA is able to house each month. So the situation will just continue to get exponentially worse. We know, I think recently SSHA acknowledged that, or city stats acknowledged that this last year, an additional, I think it's 1,300, maybe 800, I forget, people are homeless. That's a huge increase. In the first 10 years of doing outreach, the number doubled, but at this rate that we're seeing this last year, we're going to see a situation like LA where they have 60,000 people without housing. We're definitely going in that direction, and so it's just really concerning to me.
Okay, and thank you. And while I have you, you did mention the change in homelessness reporting, that it was deeply concerning for you. Staff have been reporting it on a monthly basis for a long time and want to move to semi-annual. And what would your concern, you said you had concerns and worries about that. Could you elaborate on that a bit?
I think any policy person would tell you need up-to-date, accurate stats to be able to respond effectively, right? So if we have a big change in what's going on as far as shelter deaths, I would hope that both the city and the public would want to know that. We know that SSHA and shelters, frankly, they monitor everything people in the shelters do. They have, everybody has to register when they get into a shelter. They know exactly what's going on, like day by day, like why this delay in reporting. It just doesn't make any sense. They say that it's confusing and they don't want to confuse things with the Toronto Public Health's data on kind of overall homeless deaths each year. But I think it's fairly straightforward. There's a certain number of people that die while registered to stay at shelters, and there's certain people that die that aren't in shelters, that maybe are in a tent in a park or in a ravine. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. There's not a lot of confusing things about that.
Okay. And then you recently there was a book that came out called Displacement City, and you have a chapter in it that you co-wrote. The chapter is called Inconvenient Bodies in Toronto's History of Displacement. And the first section that you co-wrote, you entitled it Dissonance. Could you explain a bit about that?
It's a big question. I'll try to be short. I think over the years, as an outreach worker, I keep seeing press releases by the city where they talk about building this affordable housing or doing this thing for people that don't have housing, yet the situation continues to get exponentially worse. But if you were to watch the news, I think by and large, at least read city press reports, you wouldn't see that. I just stated how many people are dying now compared to, say, 10 years ago, or the cost of housing, what it is now compared to what it was 10 years ago. So I think the city is not acknowledging, I guess what I'm saying is there's a dissonance between the narrative that the city likes people to hear and what is actually happening on the ground. And that really concerns me when politicians and frankly city staff are out of touch with what's actually going on the ground. And I think that dissonance comes from that.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You talked about the declaration in Hamilton, for example. How does that impact the way that the city approaches this crisis?
So I know in Hamilton's situation, they're specifically asking, or they're specifically using that as a tool to compel the provincial government to do three things. Off the top of my head, I remember two of them. One of them is to open additional safe injection sites where the province has put a cap on that. The other one is to compel the province to give additional money for housing. And we know, I mean, the report points this out, the province has downloaded the responsibility of housing onto the city, and they need to take some of that back. And so I would say we saw when an emergency declaration was was declared at the beginning of COVID, that money did flow. Shelter hotels were open. Other levels of government gave massive amounts of money for various things. And so we're saying we want a declaration declared specifically around housing because it continues to get much, much worse every year because people are dying. And because people just can't afford housing in the city.
So on January 16, the Board of Health adopted a motion that included calling homelessness and the housing situation a crisis. Unfortunately, it was amended and not adopted at Council on February 7th. Do you recommend that this committee and that City Council in general reconsider that position, given the increase in rents we've seen to $3,000 for a small apartment, the rate at which people are becoming homeless, the fact that people are working full-time, sometimes multiple jobs, and still can't afford a place to live, in addition to all of the other people experiencing already homelessness, that this really is a crucial time in the city's history?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Just asking an offside question on that, sorry. No more questions? Okay. Are there any other questions of Mr. Cook? Seeing none, thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. Is Andrew Leslie here? Let's see. Leslie Gash. Is Leslie Gash here yet? Don't see Leslie. Anne-Marie Kummer. Claudia Ramos. Oh, okay. That's on another item, sorry. But she's, but is it item 13 she wanted to speak to? Oh, okay, sorry. That was a mistake. So I'm just gonna run through the rest of the names and then we'll go back to questions of staff. Robert, is Robert feeling ready to go now? Robert Brown. Is that Mr. Mandur? Okay, I'll come to you next. Thank you. Super. Good morning. There's just the microphone button is in front of you there. If it's lit up, that means you're mic'd, and you will have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Earlier, just kind of a little flustered, just walked in the door.
Information is flowing to me, but I'm going to start your clock over again so you can start. There you go.
I guess just want to bring up some information, or maybe not information, but concerns, I guess, about what's going on with the COB and what's going on with the whole housing thing in general. As unfortunately, I'm in that situation, actually, where I have to live with these shelters. And
Is your microphone on there? Is it lit up?
It's lit up, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you just need to speak up a little bit. We have a couple of people online, and if you don't speak up, they don't hear it. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so what I was trying to bring attention to is basically that there is clearly a massive problem with the housing issue that's going on now. To get back on your feet if you're in a situation where you're put into the shelters. It's a kind of the promissory thing has always been housing from the start. It's always been sort of certain mental health help from the start. And that it simply is not the case. It's just not the case at all. It's not coming together at all like that. From, I guess, all the funding all the way down to the organizations that run these things, it's almost impossible sometimes. People go without housing for the long time, or even housing worker half the time to get anything to happen. So even if you're trying to make something happen, you still end up being sort of waiting on the back burner.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Brown. If I can have quiet in the room. Mr. Brown, we really want to hear what he says, but he has a somewhat quiet voice. So I'm going to ask if we can have quiet in the room. And Mr. Brown, do your best to speak up. Thank you.
Maybe this is better if someone asks me questions. I guess that doesn't work that way.
Well, unfortunately, it's deputation time, which means you speak to us. Yeah.
I just,
this up. So we know that the city government plans to close at least 5 shelter hotels this year. They have already closed 2 of them. That is hundreds of non-congregate shelter beds that will be gone. Can you tell me what this means for you and others that are living in the shelter hotel with you?
Basically, it means back to the beginning. It means basically in many cases, you're going to be thrown back into open shelters around the streets. And that's a huge disappointment when you look at the fact that majority of people are actually trying to get their lives back in order. This is not a situation where they just want to sort of sit in the system forever. They want to get their lives to a good place. And when you promise certain things or certain things are sort of given to you that these are the pathways to take to housing, and it just does not work that way at all, that's obviously a major problem with the system in general. It needs to be addressed.
Thanks, Robert. The city has almost used up almost all of its allotment of the Canadian Ontario and housing benefit. In this report that staff are looking at, or councillors are looking at today, the report says that they will run out by the end of May. Given this reality, what do you think are the chances are that the city will find everyone staying at that Strathcona shelter hotel that is closing in August? What are the chances that everybody will get housing?
Very little, to be honest. I mean, the fact that we don't even know this information, it's not something that's been publicly, openly shared, other than maybe in this situation, but it's not from the organizations. They don't share any of this stuff. They don't really let you know what's going on. The fact that the money that will possibly be coming in for the next batch is going to be a lot less to go around. And then there's questions of also where all the money goes to, in the sense of, is it actually allocated all towards what it's meant to serve, or is it being split up into other different areas and venues that, of course, makes even less to go around? And that's just all comes down to housing and what's basically getting people off the streets for good.
So this report recommends that the city ask the province for an additional 1,600 to 2,000 housing benefits. Do you think that will be adequate, considering that there's the city states there's 10,800 people currently without housing?
Oh, I'd say probably not. Definitely need more than that. But again, it's also not just the funding, it's also about the system in general. It needs to be a little more streamlined, I think.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any questions of Mr. Brown? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, I realize you're here to speak about the report, and it seems to me that there is a story that you're not telling us about you. I wonder if you can tell us your story. How are you fully impacted by this matter?
What do you mean by my story? What do you want to know exactly? Like just kind
Okay.
of my personal story, or just kind of...
Well, no, I'm hearing your voice, and you're suggesting to us that what we have currently is not sufficient. Your situation now, are you in a shelter, or are you, okay, well, that's what I'm trying to understand, because it wasn't clear to me, because I heard in your voice, there's a deep hurt that I'm hearing. I'd like to hear it.
Hotel. Sorry,
You live at the Strathcona? And, sorry?
I should have made that clear, sorry.
Yeah, it wasn't clear to me. And what did you do before you were homeless?
Actually, I worked for Anderson Haulage. I moved all the big bridge beams and stuff like that, and all that.
Right.
That we moved downtown, and all the stuff, all the condos going on.
I'm just having a hard time hearing you, and I'm sorry, I'm not sure it's just, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, no, I did the specialized truck driving, I guess you could say.
Right. Now, I asked you the question because there was a speaker before, she talked a little bit about, the conditions that people found herself. I think there's a pastor who talked about a person who had been working and lived in their cars and so on, and then you're here, obviously, and I think it's really important for us to understand that deep impact and individuals who are having that experience.
Well, I mean, the biggest importance is to understand that really it does, for most people's situations when they've gone through, they have gone through a lot of personal trauma, a lot of things that have affected their lives greatly. They've lost everything. They're already in a situation where this isn't always about addiction or problems of this nature. It could be, really what it comes down to is just they've already been through a certain level of darkness, a certain level of trauma, that they're trying to rebuild their life and get back on their feet. Something as simple as the mental health problem, for instance, or something as simple as getting, just knowing what's going on with their housing makes a massive difference. Makes a massive difference.
Right.
My concern now, by closing the hotel shelters, which is going to happen to some extent, we understand, but to then put people right back to open shelters, right back to that beginning stage when, frankly, all the stuff that was supposed to happen didn't happen. It's really people's lives on the line, really. That's the truth behind it.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was very helpful. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Okay, seeing no more questions of Mr. Brown, thank you so much for your deputation.
Thank you very much.
So councillors, before I go to Mr. Manager, we have a couple of WebEx phone-ins where we don't see their name, we just see the phone number. So can we just check to see if they are any of our missing speakers? Leslie or Leslie Gash?
Hello, call-in user. Could you please identify who you are and what item you are registered on? It's 416989. Hello, caller, you're unmuted.
You had a second one?
Call-in user at 647965. Could you please identify yourself and advise what item you are registered to speak on?
Okay. Well, that's that mystery solved. Talvir Mandur is here in person. Good morning. Good morning. You have 5 minutes to speak, and if the light is on that button in front of you, then your mic is live.
Okay. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Talvir. I'm a resident doctor in Toronto for the past 3 years, and I'm the co-chair of Health Providers Against Poverty. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak to the committee today about the ongoing homelessness crisis in our city. As a healthcare provider and as somebody who works with people on the front line, the health and well-being of our homeless residents weighs heavily on my heart, especially knowing that 187 of them died last year due to homelessness. The health consequences of cold weather-related injuries like frostbite, hypothermia are devastating and stay with people for the rest of their lives. As recently as March, Central Intake was turning away 120 people seeking shelter beds every night. So we know that the crisis is ongoing and very real. Many shelter beds have already closed, with the shelter hotels, as spoken to before me by previous speakers, and more are scheduled to close this year. That means more people are going to end up on the streets, in encampments and crowded shelters. And even though there are no safe indoor options, we're continuing to harass and violently evict people who are forced to sleep in parks. Recent court ruling from the Waterloo case acknowledges that people should be allowed to shelter themselves when no other options exist, and that evictions threaten the right to life as people are left without shelter and are put at harm. Toronto's temperature fluctuations are not a surprise. I don't know why we're surprised every year that we have hot and cold waves. We need a robust and a comprehensive strategy. The revision of the threshold for warming centers from -15 to -5 is a welcome one, but I do want to speak briefly about one of the points in the reports, or why the advocates were asking for 0 degrees. So the report cites a paper that said that 72% of cold-related deaths and injuries occur above -15 degrees, but somehow managed to neglect that the same study shows a 64% higher risk of hypothermic injury or death at -5 degrees Celsius. So it's not like the risk starts at -5, the risk exists at -5. And I just wanted to point that out because I noticed that a few times in the report, the citations were missing or the data was being cherry-picked a little bit. Along with the warming centers, I think we have to acknowledge that climate change is real, and it's going to impact homeless people and people who are precariously housed more, more negatively because they lack shelter. This means not just warming centers, but also we need cooling centers, and we need to be accounting for other inclement weather changes. The reality is that the warming/cooling centers are emergency services, and what we really need is 24/7 respite spaces through the year. And the report acknowledges that these spaces used to exist, disappeared during the pandemic, and never reopened. The report highlighted from the Metro Hall pilot that continuous operations are easier from staffing perspectives and for engaging people who use these services. The city already has 24-hour respite standards that they can consult for this process. So this is not starting from point zero here. I must ask that we prioritize 24/7 respite spaces that can be used as warming and cooling centers, and for any other weather changes, as we know climate change is going to get worse. Another point I wanted to speak about is the involvement of Toronto Public Health. So they were responsible for issuing the emergency cold weather alerts, and this report removes them from this process, saying that it's confusing. I'm not sure why it's confusing, because that's not explained in the report. The importance of the health dimension of this issue, the homelessness, is reflected in the report itself when they say that they're going to integrate shelter data with ICES data. So these emergency weather conditions, its exposure, and the consequences of health should not just be the sole responsibility of SSHA, but Toronto Public Health, and by extension, Board of Health, should be consulted in this process. Ultimately, the solution is going to be more affordable housing, and it always comes back to the same thing. More people are entering the system than they're exiting, and that's a pretty easy math that things are going to get worse. The average wait time for affordable housing in Toronto is 15 years. That means when I landed in Canada, I would have had to put my name on affordable housing list then to get one now. This is unacceptable. There are significant financial barriers, and that report points out multiple times about the financial impacts, and I acknowledge that. But there's been a lack of funding from both federal and the provincial government. And the recommendations are just to ask them for more money. That's a circular logic. So what we need is additional funding solutions, and other advocates have said things like vacant home tax or increased property tax. What we need is, to show that this is an emergency, that we can't solve the issues that are right now that are presented in the report. So we need to declare that this is an emergency, prioritize the reopening of 24/7 respite spaces, establish a moratorium on encampment evictions, and find more creative solutions for funding so we can implement the housing solutions that we're all asking for.
Are you wrapping up now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Sorry, I went over.
No problem, just a little bit. Are there any questions, the Deputant? Councillor Ainsley is online with us. He has a question.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask about your earlier comment. You were concerned about public health being removed from the process of declaring a cold weather or warm weather alert. There's a number of comments about there's still going to be consulting shelter staff in the immediate future, but you think it would be more beneficial if public health just remained in the consultation process. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Ainsley. I think what having Toronto Public Health ensures that the health dimension is prioritized, and there's oversight, that there's two bodies talking to each other, and openly there's a acknowledgement that the Toronto Public Health input is important. If they are consulted by SSHA, the reality is we have no idea how that consultation happens. There's no accountability. As somebody who works in healthcare, where there's many different people controlling different aspects of healthcare, including hospitals, the government, different ministries, what we need is accountability. So having Toronto Public Health involved, I think, is important. And there's a reason that they were chosen in 2015 or 2014. I think that's when the report says, when the ECWAs were transferred over to Toronto Public Health. So there must have been a reason. I don't know the reports from then, but if they were doing it since then, why do we feel now that it needs to be transferred to SSHA? They said there's confusion. I'm not really sure if the report did a good job convincing me that there was any confusion, and I can acknowledge that maybe there was confusion, but this is not, it's not a solution to sort of cut out one of the agencies, and by extension the Board of Health, which provides additional oversight on this important issue.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you very much. That's my question, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Are there any other questions of the deputant? Sorry, I'm just having trouble resetting. There. Sorry about that. Okay, oh, Councillor Robinson's back. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
I'm just going to go through the list one more time because we don't have anybody on WebEx. We've gone through that exercise. So the folks that we are missing are Andrew Leslie, Leslie Gash, and Anne-Marie Comer. And not seeing them here, we're going to move back into going through the question list. Now, councillors, we had a few questions of staff, but we now have a non-member, so we're going to go back out and accommodate Councillor Bravo first. Councillor Bravo, do you have questions of staff on the report?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. I guess my first question is that we've heard expertise from the front lines about the need for a low barrier 24/7 respite spaces. We're talking here a lot about warming centers. Respite spaces are included in the report, but focus has been around warming centers. And we've also been talking a lot about the financial pressures that are faced by the city. So I guess I'm asking about the difference between warming centers and respite spaces in terms of cost. Does opening and closing of warming centers tend to increase the cost of planning for staffing and operation support for people who need to get inside?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, it can increase the cost by opening, closing, having a 24-hour service ongoing is an easier way to schedule staff, prepare for the work and whatnot, depending on how many times it opens and closes.
Right, so consistency is financially prudent and is also great. I think we've heard that it's predictable and people know that it's where to go, that it's open and it's not dependent necessarily on the season. Is it accurate to say that many health harms and deaths can be recorded in the summer months, not just in the winter months, because of exposure?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, I defer the question to the medical officer of health. Certainly, we understand that extreme weather of any kind can have an impact. And this report is focused on the winter months and our response during extreme cold weather.
Okay, Dr. DeVille is here. Did you want to come to the floor?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I would echo the comment made by my colleague from SSHA. There's no question that extreme weather does have impacts on health. But I think I would be remiss if I didn't mention that, in fact, our observation, and certainly all the reports that we've done on homelessness and health, points to the fact that the very state of being homeless is negative overall in respect of the health experience. Yes, at the individual level and certainly for our community, hence the need to focus some of our resources and some of our attentions on ensuring the availability of sustainable, affordable housing.
Thank you. So health, including, of course, the impact on mental health of experiencing homelessness. And so in terms of what works to serve this population, to the general manager of SSHA, can you explain the advantage of peer staff, which can be used in the delivery of respite spaces?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, so certainly we've seen over the course of the last several years, having people with lived experience who identify as peers and work either with respect to harm reduction programming or, in the case of the shelter system, the most recent activation of the 24-hour respite or warming center at Metro Hall. Fred Victor employed and used a number of peers to run that program. and the individuals that use the service identified that that was, very helpful in terms of them accessing the service and getting the supports that they needed.
So what would SSHA require to deliver 24/7 respite spaces? And is it any different than what would be needed for the delivery of warming centers?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I think if we are to open a 24-hour low barrier service, we would call it a respite service. And there's standards that guide the delivery of those services. A warming center, traditionally for us, is something that opens and closes depending on, the call of opening those services. This report recommends a threshold of -5 degrees. That would indicate the open and closure of warming centers in the winter season.
And are respite spaces an important part of offering predictable, low barrier, accessible service to people experiencing homelessness?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, yes. And part of the report talks about the need to review that model, which has changed over the course of the pandemic, to make sure that more of those low barrier services are available going forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to bring it back into committee for questions. I'm just going to, councillors, if you'll indulge me, Councillor Thompson and Councillor Moyes have asked questions on the item already. I'm going to take a list of who else has questions, because where I'm headed is I'm going to excuse myself for a second, so we'll figure that out. Councillor Robinson has questions, but is also my vice chair, which I am about to need. Councillor Ainsley has questions. Councillor Mantis, do you have any questions on this item? And so I will put myself last. Councillor Robinson, with your indulgence, I'm going to let Councillor Ainsley start his questions, and I'm going to ask you to take the chair, and I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ainsley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a lot of questions, so I'm going to pound through them as quickly as I can. The first one for staff. So there's been a lot of discussions around COB, or the Canadian Ontario Housing Benefits. So for somebody that gets COB, I'm trying to understand, so if they get COB, are they removed from the RGI wait list? And then what happens when COB expires? I believe it's supposed to expire in 6 years.
Through the chair to you, Councillor, so as part of being eligible for COB and taking up one of these housing benefits, if you're on the social housing waiting list, you would be removed from that waiting list. The benefit is, although the funding currently is in a package of a 3 or 4 year program, these housing benefits are ongoing, and we haven't seen over the course of whether the previous iterations of the program, as long as individuals continue to meet the criteria, which is usually an income-based criteria, they're eligible for that program going forward.
And it doesn't expire for them?
There may be a new iteration of a housing benefit program, and traditionally in the past we have moved people from one program into a future program going forward. So expiry has not been an issue with these housing benefits to date.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then I'm trying to understand, Mr. Tanner, maybe you can correct me. Back in 2018, the city bought 4 sprung shelters, I'll call them. And my understanding, so we have one of them in storage, is that correct?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, no, we exercised the contract to purchase 3. And we didn't purchase the 4th. I'd need to go back and familiarize myself with that contract, but we have 3 in operation currently.
Okay, so we don't have one sitting in shelter in a warehouse somewhere?
No.
Okay, all right. And then with regards to the recommendation in the report, so one of the recommendations is asking the province for more money for housing and shelters, and we've been doing this repeatedly. Why does SHA staff think that we're going to get a different response now?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, you know, we're always hopeful that, you know, the work and recommendations of city staff and of our community partners in raising the crisis of this issue gets the attention of our provincial partners, and so we'll continue to make those recommendations going forward.
Okay. And so the amount that we're asking for, is that the actual needed amount, or is that less than what you think we need? Like, so if the provincial government suddenly opened up its coffers and said, you know, here's what you need, is that going to resolve our housing crisis, shelter crisis?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor. So the recommendation in this report very focused on warming centres in our next winter season, with $5 million to support up to 4 warming centres in activation. You know, we have just in our previous council report identified a big hole in our budget to the tune of $317 million that currently is a hole in our budget and in the city's budget. In addition to that, of course, we have $97 million that's a hole from our federal partners in terms of supporting a response for asylum and refugee claimants. The $5 million in this report is just a fraction of what's needed to address this issue. And this is a very real issue going forward, and will be as we head into the 2024 budget process.
Okay. And then, so Mr. Tenner, I guess my next question, and one of the deputants alluded to it as well, Hamilton City Council recently declared a homelessness emergency, and they seem to be expecting more money from the provincial government. You know, during COVID, when we more or less had a homelessness emergency, which we didn't officially announce, we were getting more funding from the province. Is it not our benefit to declare a homelessness emergency as Hamilton did?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, you know, my understanding from this conversation, which has been before Council before, is that you know, the declaration of an emergency, which has been done in the past in the late 90s on this issue, is largely symbolic. That said, you know, the issue is urgent, and you know, I defer that answer in a more fulsome way to our city solicitor.
Yeah, and just following up on that, you know, declaring an emergency under the provincial legislation or our corresponding municipal bylaw does not compel the federal or provincial governments to provide any funding. So it would be, in the context of this question, a symbolic gesture and not require any funding or assistance from either level of government.
Okay, and then my last question.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Sorry, Councillor Ainsley, you're well over time. Those were some pretty technical questions. And Vice Chair, I have returned in time to now chair so that you can ask some questions.
Thank you very much. Perfect timing. Okay, so I want to ask, just to kind of expand on what we've heard. So this Canada Ontario housing benefit, why was that cut by the other levels of government? It's 23%.
Through the chair, it's Abby Bond from the Housing Secretariat. Thank you, Councillor Robinson. So the Canada-Ontario housing benefit has been a really successful way for us to move largely refugee households from the shelter system. We've seen over the last 3 years that Toronto has been able to increase our allocation kind of mid-year, as maybe other municipalities have not been able to take that up. So our funding has been increasing. In year 4, we're now in year 4, and we recently found out that our allocation is actually going down this year. So last year we received 12.25 million. This year it's just under 9.5 million. So estimating that with that we can help between 700 and 1,000 households. And really the reasons for that have been given to us is that the money through the Canada-Ontario housing benefit just isn't going as far, because each of the benefits are bridging someone into a market rental unit. And so it takes more subsidy to house people. And so this year, we've been told that we may receive additional allocation later in the year, but because it's been so successful and we've seen such a high take-up, we're actually going to be out of that money by the end of May. So we've started contingency planning for that, but we are in discussions or have brought this to attention of both our provincial and federal colleagues.
Okay, thank you for that comprehensive answer. Just on the shelter system supports. So my understanding is, and maybe I'm wrong, that it supports the entire region. So firstly, is that true? And secondly, does the provincial government recognize that it does do that in the case it does?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, I mean, the City of Toronto has the largest per capita shelter system in the country, and you know, it's in the City of Toronto, and we know that individuals in neighboring communities do not have the breadth of service that we have in Toronto, and some people do come here to access those services.
Okay, so, and do you believe that the province understands that? Is there a comprehension on that piece?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, I mean, it's something we talk about in our intergovernmental conversations with the province. Whether that's recognized from a financial standpoint, we would argue that more finances and funding are needed in the Toronto context.
Okay, thank you. And then just back to the 317 that we heard about earlier, the 317 million that we've requested from the other levels of government. What will we do if that doesn't happen, or what is our next steps? When we exhaust our, all our emergency funds?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, I think that's a question that we will all be talking about as we get closer to the end of this fiscal year. We have a 2023 budget that includes the $317 million to continue operating our services this year. As this staff report indicates, the backstop that is supporting the allocation of those funds will end at the end of this year. So Council will need to discuss as we approach the 2024 budget how to allocate resources if additional funding is not forthcoming.
Okay, my last question would be, clearly this is life-saving, winter respite, and do you think the other orders of government understand the urgency of this issue for the City of Toronto?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, no, I don't.
Okay, thank you for your honest answer. I'm finished, thank you.
Yes, we'll end on that very honest note. Thank you. I will reset and set the timer for my own questions to make sure we stay on track. But I have a number of questions leading out of all of the deputants. So if I could return to the Canada-Ontario housing benefit right out of the gate. I heard Ms. Bond say that it has been successful in this use. And I have a recent, just speaking to the ICM in the shelter in my ward recently, he was having a good day because he was using one of the last of the COBs to house someone out of the shelter and had found an apartment in Brampton near relatives. So he was moving to family support after a long time being separated from them using the COB. All sounded successful, but we do have a correspondence attached to the agenda from one of the community advocates saying it's not a successful benefit. Are there barriers there, or is it just simply a matter of the pot's not big enough?
To you, Councillor, as the Chair, I think the number of people that we've been able to move through and to help as a result of the Canada-Ontario housing benefit means that it's been successful for us. It's created flow that we wouldn't otherwise have had without it. It is an important benefit because it gives people choice. If they're eligible for the benefit, they take that benefit and they can move anywhere. So they can take advantage of a regional housing economy, or move elsewhere in Ontario for work or or some other reason. So it's a flexible benefit that and allows people to exercise choice. The challenge with it is that I think we've repeatedly identified, we've certainly taken up every dollar of every allocation that we've received, and we've indicated that we could do more. We could help more households through this type of benefit. And we also see that the system of rental housing, as the vacancy rate drops and rents rise, then that benefit would have to correspondingly increase in the per household amount if it's to keep pace with that. And at some point, it can never just be about housing benefits, because we're going to run out of rental housing. We have a vacancy rate of 1.7%, which means there's only a limited amount of rental available.
Right, so that's one of the challenges there. Then moving to the type of housing, this report is about warming centers, but you get into, if you want to go 24/7, as we did in Metro Hall to pilot, essentially that's now a respite center. So I'm wondering if you could explain why we've had a continuum of options. We have warming centers for emergencies. We have respite centers and drop-in centers as well, a slight offshoot. And then we get into our various shelters, the emergency hotel program, our permanent shelters. Why do we need that continuum? Why do we need all those types?
Through yourself, Chair. I think a continuum of options, you do a couple of things. One is they try to meet people where they're at with maybe some more low barrier programs being more accessible. And up to and including some more of the transitional programs where people can, access programs and stay for a longer period of time. So the continuum is really meant to provide some options. That are also responsive to weather conditions, as the warming centers are.
Right, which takes us to the weather conditions. Even if we how many respite centers do we have now? We have like 6 or 7 respite centers now.
Yeah, there's a total of 7 respite centers and 2 24-hour women's drop-in programs.
And they're 24 hours as well. Okay, so we have those. But with respect to weather, realistically, don't we always want to have the option of that emergency warming center? Because we're never going to convince everyone to come and take advantage of shelters. Don't we always want to have that emergency warming center as something we can simply opt to say, we're taking one of our own community centers out of commission because we've got to do this for a few weeks? Don't we always want to have at least that option?
Through you, Chair, the warming center model is to provide a surge of beds that are available during inclement weather, as the warming centers do. So it is helpful to have that surge capacity to meet people's needs who may traditionally not come into the shelter system.
Right, and one more question is, how did we arrive at 5 below? I think there's some concern about that. I believe in the report it says we're moving from 5 below, from 15 below to 5 below. But even then, that's still going to be somewhat discretionary. You'll look at, it's going to be 5 below tomorrow, so we might as well open, and so on and so forth. But how did we arrive at that temperature?
And through you, Chair, so, through consultation, through hearing from the thousands of folks that have communicated with this committee in the past, and also looking at the literature on this, I think using a -5 degree temperature still allows there to be some surge of service during the winter, and accommodates for many of the cold weather injuries that have been talked about in the literature that were not met at a -15 degree threshold.
Okay. Did the medical officer of health want to add to that? I sensed. Through you, Madam Chair, just to echo exactly what Mr. Tanner has said, that this represents, I think, a balance of all the considerations that they heard through the consultations, that my colleagues at SSHA heard through the consultations, and certainly involved consultation with us, recognizing that the colder the temperature, the higher the risk of cold injury. But fundamentally, as I've said before, it is the state of homelessness that overall has negative impact on health, and something that we must continue to pay our attention to, ensuring that we are working constantly towards supportive, sustainable, affordable housing for everyone.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you, councillors, because I went over my own time. So councillors, we might be able to do this. We do have a good 45 minutes. So hopefully we can complete this item. To take speakers, we'll start outside the membership. Councillor Bravo, did you wish to speak to the item? Oh, okay. Speakers, Councillor Moyes, if you want to kick it off for us.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, I do have a slight amendment. If staff can put it up on the screen and...
Oh, it's already submitted? Excellent.
Yes, yes, it really is just a minor amendment to there's 4 currently, and it's just one of, I guess it's now 5. And so it will be item number 3, City Council requests the General Manager of SSHA to prioritize the opening and operation of 24-hour respite sites. Many of the deputants spoke to this, and again, speaking to my colleague, Councillor Bravo, I decided to bring this forth. And Mr. Tanner also mentioned too that, you know, having a 24-hour respite site brings stability and reliability as well for staff and the clients that we serve. And so I think based on those feedbacks, I think that's the recommendation is, I think it, you know, I hope people will support that. Just to add as well, I think we've come a long way in the short time I've been here when it comes to the shelter system, the warming centers, the respite centers. You know, again, we went from 6,000 beds to 9,000 beds, nightly shelters. And really, the city has really, I think, has put all hands on deck when it comes to serving our most vulnerable members in our society. I just want to give a shout out to our staff. I know for us as councillors, you know, we sit here, you know, and we can be critical of, you know, what more can be done. But, you know, we actually have real heroes on the ground who do this work every day. And it's not easy work, it's hard work. I used to work in the healthcare system. You know, I've gone through Seton House and shadow staff. You know, I've walked recently through an encampment and following staff and seeing that the work that they do. And really, the amount of abuse they've received is never really talked about. And for me, you know, that in itself needs to be addressed in a way that supports staff better. But can we do more? Of course, we should do more. We try to do more with the resources that we do have. And, you know, again, like I've mentioned, we've gone from 6,000 beds to 9,000 beds. You know, if we have 12,000 beds, I'm sure we'll fill those as well. But I've also talked about as well at this table and other tables of public health, in that we need a regional strategy, because it's not really only a Toronto problem. You know, it's really a provincial problem and beyond. And I do believe the province needs to get involved in a way that, you know, supports all municipalities across the province, so that they can actually create respite centers in their communities, so that people who live, let's say, in the Mississaugas and the Windsors and elsewhere, can actually support people where their families and their friends live, right? So again, you know, I don't like talking about this issue in particular in isolation as a Toronto problem, because it's beyond our borders. So I will stop there for now, but I do hope my colleagues can support this amendment.
Okay. Other speakers to this item? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Ainsley, I'm putting you on the list. Oh, Councillor Robinson's face has dropped off my screen. Councillor Manson, will you be speaking to this item? Oh, there you are.
No, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. I would like to speak just for a minute, whenever.
Okay. I'm putting you on the list. Councillor Ainsley and then Councillor Robinson. Councillor Ainsley, you want to go ahead?
Yep, thank you, Madam Speaker. So I do have a motion to move. It's basically just asking City Council to declare homelessness City Council to declare a homelessness emergency in the City of Toronto. And I'm moving this motion, Madam Chair, more out of, and sorry, before I explain all that, I do want to thank staff for all of their continuous and ongoing work on homelessness, the homelessness issue in the City of Toronto. I want to thank the deputants that came in this morning for elaborating on some of the concerns that they have and the impact on what this report and the work that staff are doing in helping homelessness. I think, you know, as many of them said, it's an all hands on deck approach. We need the work of our staff. We need the perspective of people involved in the shelter system, that are living in the shelter system, so that everything gets dealt with. And I'm moving this motion, Madam Chair, not so much out of frustration with everybody that we've talked with this morning, but with the provincial and federal government, the lack of money. We heard about the Canadian Ontario housing benefit. It's going to be enough for 1,600 to 2,000 subsidies, but in correlation, in the first quarter of 2023, we had 10,811 people that spent at least one night in our shelter system. So COB is not going to go anywhere near covering the amount of money that we have. You know, continually asking having our staff go to the provincial government to ask for money that hasn't been forthcoming in the past, and it seems to continually, you know, dribble out of Queen's Park. I think that you know, declaring a homelessness emergency in the City of Toronto, as staff have said, it doesn't have any legal grounds to assist us, but I think it continues to draw attention to the homelessness issues here in the City of Toronto. Over the past year, we've continued to see an increase in the number of people dying on our streets, dying in our shelters. We just had our Earth Day cleanup this past weekend. I can say, as a city councillor in Eastern Scarborough, the majority of my cleanups were done in city parks and our ravine systems. And I can honestly say that at each event that I attended, somebody came up to me and described a person that was living in the park or the ravine in a tent or a lean-to. So, you know, it really speaks to the fact we do not have enough shelter space, that, you know, something needs to be done. People are going to keep coming to this city. I don't, you know, it doesn't matter, I think, how many warming centers or shelters we build, we may never have enough. So I'm asking for my colleagues to support my motion. And once again, I want to thank all of our staff for their continued work dealing with our homelessness in the City of Toronto. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. I do have a question of Councillor Ainsley as the mover, but I'll ask first if there are any other questions of the mover. Seeing none. I've looked at the motion, Councillor Ainsley. I just want to make sure that you understand. With the word homelessness in there, a homelessness emergency, this is largely a symbolic motion. I just checked with solicitor, and to declare an actual state of emergency, that's a regulatory piece. It has to be done by a head of state. That's why ordinarily these things happen in council. But the motion you're moving today is more of a symbolic state of emergency. You're clear on that as you're moving it?
Yep, it's Madam Chair, it's pretty similar, you know, short and sweetly worded, very similar to what Hamilton City Council did, trying to draw attention to their homelessness issues and concerns in their city, hoping that it will, you know, stimulate or prod the provincial and federal government into giving them more money. You know, as our staff continually ask for money, and they haven't been successful in the past, I think this is another tool that we need to use.
Super. Okay, I'll speak to that. Thank you. Okay, so I am going to move on then to Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. I think Councillor Moyes gave a great speech today, and basically what I would have said, but he probably said it better. So thank you, Councillor Moyes, for your words. And I want to thank the speakers who came forward and shared their stories today and their narratives. It's been an interesting process watching this unfold. I think very challenging for staff. And I think they're absolutely doing their best in a very difficult situation. So I'm not overly jazzed about Councillor Ainsley's motion because I think it's symbolic and political and probably, not going to take us any further ahead. I think what does take us further ahead is rolling up our sleeves and really focusing on this issue and bringing the other orders of government to the table and working this out. That's going to get traction, and that's going to get real, change on the streets of our city. So I'll vote for it, but I'm not a big fan of political motions and things that really aren't meaningful. But I am a big fan of trying to resolve this problem because we're all hearing about it throughout the city. And I think it's very important that we're able to support critical and life-saving respite, as I said throughout my questions, to people who need it throughout these winter months that are pretty tough. I mean, even the spring's been very unpleasant and rainy, lots of rain. So I think also I want to mention it is a regional issue. I think very much it's a regional issue. I think that's something we can all agree on, and the province needs to listen up and hear that. This is not just a Toronto-centric issue. It goes beyond our borders. And the province of Ontario and the federal government, every order of government need to play a role. So a thank you to staff and thank you to the speakers, and I'll wrap up.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Robinson. So if there are no more speakers, I'll go last. Okay. So we have two motions that go along with the report, and really I can support them as complementing the report, but I just wanted to speak to them briefly. I can support prioritizing respite centers. They're another form of low barrier access. That's why we have them. We're taking an approach with our shelters. Doing really strategic placement where we can, when we're not in a situation of overload. And so we don't want to lose sight of that. So we know we need a 24/7 type of low barrier access, such as respite centers provide. But you don't want to, I'm very happy that the motion is not respite centers instead of warming centers. Staff have thousands of muscles and they flex them all to get things done. You don't want to lose the set of muscles that can do a warming center in a hurry. Because if we could get the numbers to drop back down if we wanted, we will always need to be able to, in a panic, handle a surge. And sometimes it's not even homelessness. You could see the power go off for 8 days in a neighborhood and no one has any heat because of the way that neighborhood is heated. And then we need staff to know how to quickly say, oh my gosh, we're going to have to decommission a community center, cancel its programs, and use it to put people somewhere warm for the night. You always want them to have that ability to do that and to be able to do it quickly and then to manage it. So the range of things discussed in this report, having some that are 24/7, knowing that even in a circumstance like that, you might also find it leading to the more appropriate shelter for that person who prior to walking into the warming center hadn't begun to trust the shelter system and so wasn't placed. Or even all the way to housing, skipping right from warming center to housing because their circumstances just somehow met all the criteria for us to help them to that degree. The continuum really, to my mind, has to start with being able to do a warming center in a pinch, all the way up to the most important thing to me being getting them all the way to housing, or at the very least supportive housing. Our modular supportive housing program is growing as best it can, but it is growing. And so you want the continuum. You need to be able to offer all of those because needs vary. Needs of our system vary. The needs of the individuals we're trying so hard to help vary. I wish there was a more open dialogue. this is now so fraught with tension. I was very sad at the end of last council session because during that session, I adopted a motion to proceed with a settlement at OLT that created 250 new affordable housing units in my ward. And I couldn't so much as even tweet about it. Because I know I would just get a backlash of there's no use in that. And so we heard from the floor that we're doing nothing to create the housing itself. And it's because this dialogue has now become so fraught with tension that I can't shout out any accomplishment we're making because I know I'll get punched in the face for the next week in figurative terms. And so the dialogue's not happening. People don't know how hard we're fighting to make progress. And we seem like, because we sound quiet, we sound like we're not saying much, we seem like we're not aware of the struggle. And I think somehow, maybe because just an update on warming centers turned into coming back and having a review and a lot of dialogue over the last 4 months, can we find our way back to the fact where those of us who are creating the policy and providing the funds and making this happen can have conversation? We had it in this room. I hope we can have it in the other platforms as well going forward, because if we do get an additional benefit, if we do get some other program altogether, if one day the Premier wakes up to the fact that his own Auditor General is telling him he needs an Ontario homeless strategy, and right now he has none, if any of those things happen, I would love it if we can continue to converse over platforms and at rallies the same way we did in this room this morning. That to me would be the happiest ending. But in the meantime, we've already moved the motion, and we were actually followed by other municipalities in sending a motion to the Premier saying, do what your Auditor General asked you to do, and other municipalities took us up on that and moved that. Then I think that because it is more or less procedurally it's a symbolic thing, I think we can support Councillor Ainsley's motion, which is in a way supporting what Hamilton has already moved and I believe other municipalities. It still leads us back to the next piece, which is later this year, Mr. Tanner coming back to remind us about our overall homelessness service plan through our capital infrastructure plan. And that is yet to come. And another thing where we should not only focus together, but be able to dialogue together about it in a healthy way. And I hope that happens in Q3. Those are my comments, and so I think we can take it to a vote. And once again, thank you, Miguel, for helping us get an important group of people in to speak. Okay, so councillors, we can move the, I think we're good to go with the motions? Yes. Okay. Here we go. So these are the motions in the order moved, and then we'll move to the item. The first one is Councillor Moises, that City Council requests General Manager SSHA to prioritize the opening and operation of 24-hour respite centers. All in favor of that motion? Because I only have 3 in the room, so I need to oh, I can see Councillor Robinson's vote, so that carries.
Favor.
Thank you. So that
Sorry,
carries.
Councillor Ainsley, my video turned off for some reason.
Oh,
I
there
think
you
it's
are.
back on.
There you are. Okay, that carries unanimously. Yeah. And the next motion is Councillor Ainsley's motion that the City Council declare a homelessness emergency in the City of Toronto. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And that takes us to the recommendations in the item. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, councillors. And with time to spare, we can maybe get through some items or some speakers before the lunch hour. Now, we're moving back to the order of the agenda, which takes us to item 4, where we have a long list of speakers. Follow-up report on urban hens. I'm gonna name the first 5 speakers. Hopefully they're all here. But I'm also then gonna ask if there's anyone beyond that list of 5, which should take us to 12:30. Is there anyone who can't come back this afternoon? So the first 5 speakers are going to be Joe Mihevik, Liz Wheeler, who I think is video conferencing in. Oh, okay, excellent. Okay, Jessica Ramos. Okay, Lucas Nuzzo, Sarah, who is online, okay, and Sarah Allen. Now, I have, beyond that, I have 15 more speakers. Is there anyone who simply cannot come back this afternoon? We do have to give councillors, you've already indicated you're here, though. You're in that, yeah, you're in that first list. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, how about when I come to you on the list? Do you want to come forward together and we'll add a couple of minutes and hear from both of you? Okay. I think that will take us to where we then we do have to give the clerks. I don't care whether the councillors get a lunch break, but we do have to give the clerks a lunch break. They're working pretty hard. Okay. So. Oh, sorry, Councillor Robinson.
Yeah, I thought we moved 3 minutes on this. Did we not?
Oh, we did at the beginning. I think most of the people I've just spoken to were here. Did we not move it and vote on it? Oh, thank you, Vice Chair. We did not vote on it. I indicated that I'd be doing it, and then we got into the reordering. So, councillors, because it's such a long list, and we don't want to keep people all day on Urban Hens for this long list, I'm going to be moving that deputations be 3 minutes long, each individual. All in favor? And yes, I see those hands offline. So that has carried. Thank you, Vice Chair. I thought we had already voted on it, so that was a good save. Okay. That which gives you time to question deputants if need be. So Joe Mihevik, former Councillor Joe Mihevik first. Oops. Okay. Welcome. Thank you so much for waiting. I know you were here right from the get-go.
Yes, thank you very much. It's been a long morning. Yes, I continue to appreciate the good work that you folks do. You know, we all have our eccentricities. For some people it's dogs, for some people it's cats, for some people it's fish, goldfish. For some people, the dogs, it's 200,000 people in the city of Toronto have this thing about dogs. My family happens to be one of them as well. And for some people, it's about chickens. I won't speak this morning on the equity perspective, although I would note that if this goes forward, the staff recommendations, the only chickens that will be allowed in Toronto, they will not be allowed at Black Creek Community Farm. They will be not allowed at Riverdale Farm, at community gardens associated with co-ops, with senior centers. The only ones that will be allowed are dead ones that we see in our stores. I won't talk about popular support. The staff's own kind of informal poll had 74% support. The real nub of the issue seems to be this avian flu thing that is happening. Interestingly, there's no case in Toronto of avian flu among hens. None. Zero. Same as before when they wrote the report last year. There's none in the GTA. Avian flu is carried mostly by waterfowl. And you know what? Yes, it can jump to other species. It has jumped to a raccoon. It has jumped to a dog. Are we going to ban all dogs? Are we going to ban all other pigeons, for example? We allow pigeons in the city of Toronto. We allow rabbits in the city of Toronto. There's ample amount of scientists. Yes, there's lots of debates. Ample amount of scientists and professionals in animal husbandry that say that it can be done safely. There is no body in Ontario, in Canada, or North America that at least I'm aware of, and I've checked with a number of other sources, that say that the answer is to ban it, to kill the program. It is to find a way to do the program responsibly, in a community safe, and in a good animal husbandry fashion. So you know what's missing in the report? what are backyard hens about? It's about bringing young people and old people together. I'll tell you, I'm a hero on the street with the under 10 set. They come to the back and check out the hens, see how they're doing. It's about a new relationship between the urban and the rural. There are all kinds of folks, the term that my extended family, many of whom have deep farming backgrounds, sometimes they call us cityots, because we don't appreciate that where food comes from and the work that goes into food. It's a community builder around urban agriculture. People like their backyards. They like to garden. These are all very, very healthy activities. And it's about education around food. The question I hope you can struggle with is, can we find a safe way, and I think we can, other places have, where we can have where we can have backyard hens done safely. I think we can, and so my urging is that you defer this to allow staff to find a way to make it have it be done safely, taking the best advice from all kinds of sources to allow that to happen. I see my 3 minutes is up, and so I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Are there any questions of the deputy? I've lost the other folks on the screen. Okay. Oh, Councillor Moyes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mohevik, for coming in. It's always nice to see you. Just 2 questions. So avian flu originated from Asia, and it's now found its way to North America. And again, I watch the evening news and I see, the Canada geese being found dead, in parks and elsewhere. And as you mentioned, dogs and raccoons also being affected. Don't you think it's prudent maybe to be proactive in perhaps just trying to mitigate this a little bit?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. I think that's actually the nub of the issue. Methinks that the staff report is taking a sledgehammer to something that can be more adequately handled in a different kind of way. And that's not Joe Mohevik, crazy chicken guy, saying that. There are many professionals saying that, and indeed many professionals both on the public health side and on the animal husbandry side. The answer is not to say kill the program so that there's no hens allowed anywhere in the city of Toronto, but it is to put in place a system, and I think we've got a pretty good system. We don't have any cases. You can basically shelter them in a fully enclosed area where the risk is so minimal, it's practically negligible. I think, and it's not just me, many people think, professionals think, and organizations think that it is possible. And that's what I think this committee, I hope, urges staff to come back with those reports that allow that to happen.
Okay, those are your questions. Thanks. Are there any other questions of, I keep saying Councillor Mohevik, because it seems like a matter of weeks ago. Okay, seeing none, thanks very much, Joe. Okay. Is Liz Wheeler available on video conference? Oh, that's right. You turned out to be in, we have written on the speakers list that you're going to be video conferencing in, and it keeps throwing me. Let me just get your clock reset. And so that I can check it off on the list, your partner's name?
Craig.
Do I have you further down the list? Oh, there he is, yes. Okay, super. Okay, go ahead. So you'll each have 3 minutes.
Before I begin, I'd just like to voice my displeasure with having 3 minutes, as we've driven 5 hours to be here today. So incorporating that and the time that we've waited, we factor in that we will have 5.6 seconds each to speak for the hours that we've committed, which is very upsetting.
Sure.
We also bring a unique perspective, and I'm hoping that this isn't counted because I'm not actually talking about the backyard chickens right now. I'm voicing my displeasure with the council. We are the only voice here to talk about sanctuaries.
Okay.
So our voices should be heard, and to be limited is not getting all the information that you need.
Okay.
That being said, you can start the time.
Sure.
Good morning, council members. My name is Liz Wheeler, and I am a co-founder of Secondhand Stories Farmed Animal Micro Sanctuary based in Lombardy, Ontario. I've worked for 8 years in animal care and protection, first as a veterinary assistant and now at a nonprofit organization that conducts and shares research on topics such as farmed animal welfare. I also have certifications in both animal welfare and anthrozoology. I have spoken with city staff at length and represent one of the sanctuaries consulted in the report. I stand here today to advocate on behalf of the 13 rescue chickens we have saved who are discarded by backyard chicken owners. As the report has recommended from CFIA and Toronto Public Health, so there are agencies that have been consulted about this, I will not touch on avian flu in depth, except for to counter the argument from supporters that concerns are misplaced and that cases are linked to industrial operations. This is not true. Of 46 outbreaks over the past year in Ontario specifically, 15 came from non-commercial premises. There are 700,000 chickens in Ontario that have been affected. Not 700,000 dogs, 700,000 chickens. City of Toronto engagement sessions with participants revealed that the primary method of avoiding avian flu was only to keep food and water covered. I am shocked and quite frankly frightened, as this indicates that owners aren't even aware how transmission occurs, through fomites, which can travel from bird droppings and dust on the ground. From comments that will be made today, I have a feeling this is not something that they are taking seriously, which is evident by their uninformed arguments. Which brings me to my next point. I am extremely concerned about the lack of public education on proper and humane care of chickens. Without proper inspection and enforcement, the city is leaving animals vulnerable to neglect and cruelty. This is especially dire when there is a serious lack of veterinary care. The city's own interview of participants even revealed that they rely on online forums and homeopathic solutions when hens are ill or injured. After joining a group called Toronto Backyard Chickens, I was able to see awful posts about chickens who were exhibiting avian flu symptoms and died. There are no reports about this. There are no follow-up on people who have had raccoons and hawks eat the chickens because of improper housing. It is very important to note that the numbers of reports of avian flu are only reported cases are limited due to self-reported data. Why would a backyard chicken owner say that their flock is ill if they know the program will get shut down? There have been deaths in this program that are not reported why the chickens died, but have been exhibiting avian flu symptoms. From people who are registered to speak here today, I have screenshots that their birds were showing avian flu symptoms. It is a conservative estimate, as it depends on how many people voluntarily give this information. Systems that reply on a complaint basis are notoriously negligent, yet there still have been complaints made about shelter standards, unsanitary conditions, and hen care, not to mention that between 2018 and now there have been 118 stray chicken service requests. So you have birds all around the city, not just in their coops.
I'm sorry, I'll need you to wrap up, but I sense there will be questions.
You will hear arguments about shutting down the pilot on the basis that it is community building and it helps build food insecurity. The average cost of setting up a compliant chicken coop in the city is over $1,300, and 97% of households participating have an income higher than $100,000. 40% more than $150,000. So this is not about community building and food insecurity. And I fail to see the community aspect when elderly and okay, sorry about that. I will.
Yeah. If you want to, we'll maybe hear from your partner next, and then we could do questions.
I can cruise through this if that's okay, or you can ask me questions and I can respond.
Well, then I would have 20 more times I'd have to do that same indulgence. So I'm wondering, why don't we hear from your partner and then we can just have questions of both? Yeah.
Sure. So my name is Craig Wheeler, and I'm the other co-founder of Secondhand Stories, which is a farmed animal micro-sanctuary in Lombardy, Ontario, as my wife had mentioned. I want to talk to you a little bit differently just with my experience in accepting the surrendered hens and roosters from backyard owners who are ill-prepared and ill-equipped to manage the chicken care. As my wife said, we've rescued 13 chickens over the past 9 months. When we purchased our house, the former owners who had the backyard chickens at that time abandoned them and left them behind. This was the beginning of our rescue journey. Peggy, Betsy, Margaret, Maggie, Cora, and Sophie and Georgie became our first rescues. Shortly after, we adopted 2 roosters from the Montreal SPCA who had been surrendered by an owner with backyard chickens who could not tell the difference in chicks. He only wanted laying hens, and so they were dropped off at the shelter, worthless to him. We named them Roland and Hershey. Following that, we received a request from a breeder to rehome a blind hen. This owner was breeding her chickens and indicated the surrendered 4-month-old chicken was blind. Ellie's in fact a rooster. As per the UrbanHensTO pilot program, it is believed that an owner should know the sex of a chicken by this age. In our experience, that's not true. We've seen countless breeders now be unable to identify the sex of a chicken. Finally, we received a request from a backyard chicken owner who indicated the purchase of 3 hens from a hatchery. They could no longer care for them throughout the winter, and they were told if we did not accept them by the first frost, they would likely be killed. Sorry, they would be killed. We accepted these surrendered hens and named them June, Emily, and Alma. For each of these chickens, we've been able to save, and we have received countless of other surrender requests which we could not fulfill, including recently a request to take in 36 birds who were no longer wanted. In our 13 chickens, we've spent $30,000 alone on their care in 9 months. This can be expanded on in our, this is expanded on in our written submission. The level of commitment that is required of our 13 chickens, 4 of them are no longer with us. Peggy, Betsy, Emily, and June have all passed away from reproductive complications, a common cause of death in laying hens. The lack of emergency veterinary care in chickens in Toronto is a concern of mine. What will participants do when a hen is egg-bound? What if a hen is coughing and sneezing? There are only 2 veterinary practices in Toronto that are able to see backyard chickens, and in my experience, that's far too few. I also urge the community to consider what might be perceived as indirect suffering of this pilot program, which are the roosters. They're not allowed to be kept, so unless we are able to identify these chickens, which we have proven not possible, at least not very easily, these roosters will be killed. Yesterday, I submitted an article from the Montreal SPCA which highlights the brutality of killing unwanted roosters, and I urge you guys to read it. If the City of Toronto is going to encourage residents to own hens, you have an ethical obligation to ensure the protection of the roosters as well. Ask any sanctuary owner and they will tell you the pecking order is rough. When one senses illness or weakness in others, they will peck at each other, sometimes plucking feathers and even going as far to cannibalize each other. What will participants do when these behavioral issues arise and then the flock can no longer be sorted out? Where will these birds go? How will they be separated? As it stands, the only mention of any sort of contingency planning in Section 3 of the Terms and Conditions, which states that if at-large hens are not redeemed within 24 hours, that they may be euthanized. When someone moves, what contingency plan is in place? The Toronto Humane Society is abandoned the Toronto Humane Society does not accept chickens. Where will they go when they are surrendered? What will occur if a chicken is abandoned, disposed of in the wild? Will the city rehome this chicken? Where will the chicken be housed? How will it be taken care of? How will the city ensure proper disease control if various flocks are abandoned at the same time? And what happens if the backyard hens are no longer productive in laying eggs? Will the owners be required to keep them? What budget exists to manage to rehome these retirement what budget exists to manage the rehoming or retirement of no longer wanted birds?
Sorry, I know you're trying to hurry, but I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
That's okay, we can wrap it up.
You've done a very good job of hurrying, in fact. Are there questions of the deputants? Councillor Moyes.
I have a
Okay, I'll put you on the list, Councillor Robinson.
So I do have 2 questions. First of all, the recommendation states that we should end the program. So what is the issue here? Are you for or against the recommendations?
Ending the program.
As it stands now?
Yes.
Okay. And my second question is, my sister has a farm up in Hastings, and she has like 30 chickens. So what's the difference between her having her chickens on her farm and we having chickens in the backyard in Toronto?
People in the city are not, it's a densely populated area. And from what I've seen, the city has not been able to enforce education for people who live in the city to understand what they're doing. We lived in the city before, we moved out to the country, and that's when we started rescuing hens. It is extremely complex, and people who say that taking care of chickens is easy have no idea what they're doing, and they say it's easy because they're not giving adequate standards. One of the things that we submitted was our 35-page operations manual, which highlights everything from biosecurity measures, which I've seen on multiple pages again that I'm happy to produce evidence for, that is not being followed. It includes intake process. It includes what our emergency protocol is. It also includes feeding, cleaning, safety, veterinary care, isolation protocols, euthanasia policies, responsible visitor guidelines. I don't see this happening in the city, and the main difference is that because it's so densely populated, you have those 118 chickens that are roaming around, and then they're affecting people who are not willing participants in the program, people who are immunocompromised, the elderly. You'll also hear, I've seen people's presentations, that there are kids that are going to people's farms. Kids put their hands in their mouths. How is that proper biosecurity? You're having children visit a densely urban area. Where's the chicken waste going?
Okay. I have Councillor Robinson next. You have questions, Councillor Robinson?
Yes, thank you to the speakers. You sound extremely knowledgeable, so thank you for coming today and traveling so far. It's very fascinating to me because at the onset of the pilot, when City Council was debating this, I actually was saying these things, and I wasn't very popular, but about the mistreatment. So if you had to, in a nutshell, say what the issues are and why you want to see the pilot shut down, would you say it's these three things: avian flu, lack of vets, and mistreatment? Or is there other things you would add to that, those three boxes?
I think education is a huge, huge part to ensure that people who are participating are aware of all of the challenges of owning, and it's just the lack of contingency planning. There is so little information that is in this. There's no information about how chicken deaths are being tracked. There's no information about what inspections or regulation occurs for programs such as Rent a Chicken, where you're having chickens that are traveling to people's homes, then back into the same area as multiple chickens, and then going back out. Not to mention the stress that it causes on chickens' bodies, and then when chickens get ill, they're more susceptible to other illnesses such as avian flu. Also, there is a huge, huge gap in the funding that will be required as suggested by city staff. It will take at very minimum, $500,000 per year to run this program as is. But if it were to even be expanded, it would take more money. When you're taking that away from critical programs, we just heard about the homeless. Why are we trying to get people to have chickens? And it's not about food sovereignty, because as we showed, people have $150,000 incomes. So they don't, and I'm sorry, but if it costs about $1,300 to have a coop, which is a very, very conservative estimate, that's not saving money. You would have to buy 3 dozen eggs a week, and it probably won't even cover it. And that's if you're not getting your chicken vet care, which then, again, can lead to illness, to avian flu.
So do you think that some people, like, it sounds like a magical thing, right? Like having chickens in your backyard and eggs, it's also, you know, storybookish and magical. But then when people get involved, they find out it's more complex. You're saying you have a 30-page guide. Can you just expand on that?
Yes, I'll just jump in there. You mentioned that it had been submitted, and it is in our package on if you go down to the emails from deputants, your guide is here, and it's fascinating.
Yeah, there is
Awesome.
so much information that's required. Do you mind if I ask you to repeat the question, just because I think I was...
Sorry, I was just interjecting, because I wanted to make sure everybody knew the guide was there. Sorry. No, rephrase, Councillor Robinson, and I'll pause the time.
Yeah, it's kind of like the concept of a puppy at Christmas or a puppy during COVID, and now the puppies are all going back to the shelters. So is there some type of analogy with the chickens being a magical storybook, and then it's more complex than one thinks?
Yeah, absolutely. So as Craig said, we have spent $30,000 in 9 months. Yes, we are a sanctuary. Yes, we are a nonprofit, so we do get a lot of funding, which we are very, very lucky for. But these owners may not be able to cover that cost. And a major, major part of that is veterinary care. We have had 4 hens died. One of them had an egg bound. I had to be trained how to tube feed chickens. I had to be trained how to pull an egg out of a chicken's vent. I do not think that the proper budget exists to train people so that they will be able to take care of these chickens, and chickens will die of reproductive issues. There's just such a gap in education that is required. There are so many things that people just don't think twice about. If a chicken stops laying an egg over the winter, it cannot just be because they're not laying in the winter. It could be because of reproductive issues. They could have tumors. They could be egg bound. We've had chicken pass a double egg. There are so many health concerns with chickens, and I just think people think it's a great idea. They have this idea of having a chicken and having fresh eggs, but it is so much more complex than that, because they are individuals. They do have healthcare needs, and when they're not taken care of, they can cause other animals to be sick as well, such as the dog that died because it ate a Canada goose in Cambridge, which is not, or Oshawa,
Right.
one of the two, that's close.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's your time. Councillor Thompson, you had questions?
I did, Madam Chair, and thank you very much through you to the team. Where did you drive in from?
We drove from Lombardy, Ontario, which is about 4.5 hours away, and we have gotten surrender requests from the City of Toronto.
Right.
And we're like almost 5 hours away.
So in the past, people have said to me, because I've been opposed to this concept of the chickens in the backyard, they've said to me, what's the big deal? It's no problem, it's no harm. They're therapeutic and they're fun, and we're able to have young children come to visit. They lay eggs and so on. So why are you concerned, Mr. Councillor? And can you tell us, just reiterate, you had a 20-second piece that you wanted to make as part of your statement. Can you tell me what that 20-second piece of information is?
Can I just, sorry to interject, get ready to answer. Keep your thoughts. We've hit the 12:30 mark.
Sure.
Councillor Thompson, since you're on the floor, I'm wondering if you could help me out here. We need to extend. We're not going to finish that, and we have all these speakers, but we did hold out hope. I have Jessica Ramos, Lucas Nuzzo, Sarah Allen, and Sierra Harris. If they're still with us, can we move to extend just to hear those names, and then we'll take an hour for lunch.
As you wish, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Over to you.
Councillor Thompson is moving. All in favor? That is carried. So now, if you can answer that question, I know you were loaded for bear to answer that question.
So I actually did manage to get through most of it in answering the other questions.
Oh, okay.
But one of the things I think that was most concerning is our level of knowledge is because we have taken courses from Open Sanctuary, and I also do work for an organization that is incredible, Phonalytics. It does research on animal protection issues such as farmed animal welfare. So a lot of the information that I have is backed by science research and data.
Right.
So when we're looking at information on how you can properly keep chickens, we're looking at what is the best standard of care to avoid them getting sick, to avoid any kind of welfare issues. So for us, when we built our coop, we insulated it. I've noticed in the group, there's a lot of people who have commented about having these ego omelet setups. They don't have a bottom, so predators can get into them. Those are the type of things that we consider, that we have been educated on, but that people in the City of Toronto aren't seeming to really grasp, I suppose. I think I'm also very worried when I joined this backyard chickens group. I mean, I have pages upon pages. Somebody, and I don't believe it's my place to call them out by name, but I have 4 people here. Somebody who's speaking today had week-old chicks that were 7 weeks old and then was trying to look for a home for roosters. Somebody else who was speaking had chickens that had mycoplasmosis, but never brought them to the vet and can't prove it. And the symptoms are very similar to avian flu. Said that heating in a coop is not necessary. It absolutely is, because chickens can get frostbite and do get frostbite. And one of my sanctuary, another sanctuary, had to rescue a rooster Roy who had to amputate his foot, which cost over $7,000 because of frostbite. Our temperatures get very, very cold. Like, it's not rocket science. It is Canada. It gets cold. You need to insulate buildings if you're going to have animals in it. Another person said that there are, nobody's ever come to look at her coop, so she can get away with having it a smaller size, and nobody's been there for 2.5 years, so obviously regulation's not happening. And somebody said that you can have a smaller shelter because as long as nobody complains, you don't need to register. And those are 4 people who are speaking today.
And just one final question, because we had the vote and so on, interrupts there. So it's been stated here today that we should defer this item to come back at a later date, and I suppose that part of the request is to suggest that the avian flu issue is not something that we've seen, because I think it was stated here, within the population of hens in the City of Toronto. You have a different view with respect to that. So 2 aspects, your views on that, and then should we defer this program, or should we just simply dispense of it going forward?
That is a loaded question, and
it was intended to be. I think you're passionate enough to be able to help.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I do have concerns about what would happen to the chickens if it is closed. Obviously, industrial farming is a really, really big problem, and part of the reason why we rescue chickens is because we're trying to avoid getting them into these type of situations. My fear is if this is just delayed for a year, that more people will continue to get chickens in anticipation that it will eventually get passed, which is what I've seen on these online groups, is that people are already saying, well, it's not being enforced now, so just go ahead. There are many, like, if you look at this group, look up Toronto Backyard Chickens, I feel like I'm plugging them or something, but it's very obvious that people in the city of Toronto don't care about the regulations. And if it's not going to get enforced, then it's just going to run rampant. And if you can't have bylaw, I mean, Toronto Animal Services is already experiencing a strain on their resources. That's one of the things I read in the report. I read all of the reports. I printed off every single thing that somebody submitted. Everything that I have looked at indicates that this is not going away. There are only more cases that are occurring. I did submit something specifically on avian flu. Silly me, it's the one thing I didn't print, but it's a 2-page document that links every outbreak and how bad it is getting. It used to not transmit from mammal to mammal, and now it is. Now we have a dog that's caught it. There was an 11-year-old child. It is in another country, so I will recognize that it's not in Canada that it occurred, but it is the first time that a child has caught avian flu from a backyard flock. And I'm sorry, but wild birds don't, like, migratory birds don't just stick in one place because you don't believe in avian flu. You can't control the spread. And it's an epidemic right now, but it could become a pandemic if we're not careful, and that will be on the city council. If it becomes a pandemic, it will be on city council.
Okay, thank you. That's your time. Thank you. Councillor Mantis, you had some questions?
Yes, Madam Chair. To the deputy, the people that have a higher income level, do they see these chickens as urban farming or sustainable food, or is it more, are they pets of the family?
That wouldn't be up for me to say. You would have to ask some of the people that make $150,000 here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All the questions that I had have actually been asked, so I want to thank you and apologize for the wait, as I do to everyone on the speakers list today. As it is, I have a few more names, and some people are going to have to wait till after lunch, so really do apologize. So I have left Jessica Ramos, Lucas Nuzzo, Sarah Allen, and Sierra Harris. Is Jessica here? Thank you. Good morning. Okay, just make sure your light is on there. Yeah.
No.
Perfect, yes.
Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is Jessica Ramos. I'm a student at the University of Toronto, and I did a major research project on the UrbanHensTO program this year. So I'm just going to get straight into it because we don't have a lot of time. I want to stress that while I believe 100% that the concerns that were just brought up are completely valid, I don't believe that they're insurmountable. And I think it would be a disservice to completely cut down and sledgehammer this program. First, with addressing the issue of biosecurity, there is a risk of spreading avian flu with any bird. It's not specific only to chickens. However, the maximum amount of chickens that any family is allowed to own in this program is 4. So that is a very, very small number, and there are a lot of regulations around the kind of coop, the size of the coop, to make sure that they're safe and sanitary, which greatly reduces the risk of transmission. Also, there have been no avian flu cases linked back to birds that are backyard hens in Toronto. There have been cases linked back to flocks outside of industrial farming operations, but that doesn't mean that it was in the city of Toronto. It wasn't. That just encompasses any farmer that isn't considered a large-scale farmer. On my commute to City Hall today, I counted over 50 pigeons, and they are unregulated, and they fly around and they commune. And I believe that the wild birds are much more of a biosecurity risk than the very regulated chickens. Furthermore, the lack of knowledge and training among participants, in my belief, is not a reason to shut down this program. It is an opportunity to improve it. We can implement mandatory biosecurity training for all participants. Lastly, with the issue of veterinary care, as an animal activist and former vegan of nearly a decade, I agree strongly that animal welfare should always be a very strong concern to consider. And there are limitations to the availability of veterinary care for chickens right now. However, this is not unique to the program. Medical costs and medical issues are not unique to chickens. That happens with any pet that you have. And in small-scale farmers, backyard chicken owners outside of the city, it is actually very common. It is the practice to kind of do your own kind of medical care. I don't think that any farmer outside of the city would normally pay $7,000 to amputate a chicken leg, though I think that is super honorable. That just isn't how farmers, even really ethical farmers, treat their chickens. They typically do the most that they can. They use the resources that are provided to them to the maximum ability that they can. And then if the chicken has to die, chickens do die. That is a thing that they are put down. All of these cases, however, are better outcomes for the chicken, which in any other circumstance in any other farm would have been absolutely culled. They would have been killed, and backyard chickens have pretty good lives considering. In conclusion, I implore...
in conclusion, thank you,
I implore the committee to consider the real benefits of the UrbanHensTO program and not let the unsubstantiated fears drive their decisions. This program provides an opportunity for Torontonians to connect with their food, promote sustainability, and build community. And while the concerns voiced about the program are valid, I don't believe they're insurmountable. We don't have to shut down the program in order to address these concerns. Instead, we can take inventory of these issues and develop working solutions.
Okay, just have three more. Are there any questions of this deputant? Seeing none. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, is Lucas Nuzzo here? They're online. Okay.
Hello, hello.
Okay, hello. Go ahead, Mr. Nuzzo.
Hi, I'm going to make this really quick. There's been 0 avian flu cases in the Urban Hens Toronto program, which is kind of what the big fear is right now. These are pets that people are going to have in their backyards. They're not going to get rid of them. It's going to be inevitable. People are going to have them either if we have the program or not. So I'd say it's probably better to just have the program so they're registered, we can check up on them. If anything, I'm for expanding the program to include more information on the biosecurity and the risks of that. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nuzzo. Are there any questions of the deputy? Councillor Moyes has a question for you. You're still on the line with us?
Yep, I'm still here.
Perfect.
Your comments about ending the program, have you seen the recommendations in that it states that if you are actually enrolled in the program currently, you can actually continue until the chickens die?
Yeah, correct. I've seen that. I think that the program should still stick around for new people to join, but it should have more information on it. I don't want the program to end. I would like it to continue with adding information to prevent more biosecurity problems.
Okay, thank you. That's it for questions, Mr. Nuzzo. Thank you so much for your input. I have two more. Is Sarah Allen with us? Wonderful. Sarah Allen, and then I have Sierra Harris, and then we'll do a lunch recess. Good morning. Well, good afternoon now.
And I am a backyard chicken enthusiast. So I wanted to say thank you to the Economic and Community Development Committee for allowing me to speak today. I also want to say thank you to the UrbanHensTO program for allowing me the opportunity to raise chickens, not only for eggs, but also for companionship. I had no idea how personable a chicken could be until I lived with some. I have noted that there has been some concerns around urban chicken keeping and the spread of avian flu. However, to my knowledge, these concerns are mostly unfounded. As has been stated, 99% of avian flu outbreaks among domestic chickens has been as a result of industrial farming. So wouldn't it make sense to actually expand the program to allow more people to keep chickens so that we could reduce the pressures on industrial farming? When I first got my chickens, I was concerned about being able to take care of them. I had little to no knowledge about how to care for a chicken, and I was very nervous about any potential illnesses that may befall them, such as coccidosis or avian flu. I've since learned that taking care of chickens can be easy and fun as long as you tend to them properly, and I still believe that. My chickens are very healthy and I have no major concerns arise. I have had concerns and I have consulted with a vet. I attribute this to the fact that with a little care and the proper feeding, chickens can be a healthy way to acquire a stable and ethical means of protein through eggs. You aren't reliant upon a store to acquire healthy eggs from healthy chickens, and you know where your eggs are coming from. Another concern which has been raised is that chickens can attract vermin such as rats and mice, and I am pleased to report that we do not have such concerns. We're very careful about feeding our chickens in their run and cleaning up after them when the day is done. This keeps the rodent population manageable, and we do not consider it a concern. One of the reasons the UrbanHensTO project is valuable is that my chickens are educational. They have taught my children a lot about where their food comes from, and now they have a greater appreciation for the food that goes on our table. Not only have my children benefited from having chickens in their lives, but the children in my aftercare program have also had opportunities to discuss where their food comes from and why I choose to keep chickens. The local junior public school in my neighborhood brings their children to my coop so that they can see the chickens, not touch, and talk to me about their questions. Rather than ending the UrbanHensTO project, I believe that it should be expanded. 4 chickens is not enough to feed a family of 5 eggs, so during the warmer months, I can get upwards of 3 eggs per day from 4 chickens, and that's great, that's 21 eggs. But really, for my family, I would like to have something like anywhere between 6 to 10 chickens. So the only concerns that I have about raising chickens in my backyard is the droppings. That is to say that the chickens are very poopy. But I take precautions with outdoor shoes and the cleanup of my backyard as a serious issue. And considering that all other aspects of chicken keeping are a bonus and a blessing, I believe that it is a small concern to have. And finally, my chickens are part of my family. Each one of them have distinct personalities that I have come to love. They enjoy my company and I enjoy theirs. Sometimes they will come and sit in my lap, and I hear that after egg production tapers off that they become even more friendly. And as I have no intentions of dispatching my pets after they have stopped producing eggs, I look forward to their companionship into their old age. Thank you.
Thanks, thanks. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thanks, Sarah. Okay. And I have one more speaker, Sierra Harris is online? Yes. Okay.
Hi there.
Oh, there you are. Let me
Can you
just
hear me
set your
okay?
timer. Okay. Hi, Sierra. Go ahead.
Hello. Hi. My name is Sierra Harris, and I'm home sick with my toddler today, but I'm multitasking because this issue is really important to me. I have a master's degree in agricultural science from the University of Guelph, and I've also grown up in the country, but I currently live in the city, in Toronto, that is. One negative thing that I found about the city is that I had such a strong connection to where my food came from and the importance of that, especially through an organization, 4-H. And if anyone isn't familiar with 4-H, it is an organization where it's a youth leadership organization, it's community building, and youth learn how to care for particular agricultural animals. The very first animal they care for is a chicken at the earlier ages, the younger ages, which is something that I participated in my entire youth, and it made me the animal lover and the environmentalist that I am today. And I am sad that there is no 4-H program in Toronto for children to grow and learn about the importance of animals. Part of the way of being in a program is you would need to be able to have a backyard chicken, pet, family member, and potential food producer in order for you to learn about that animal and show that animal at 4-H and then progress from there on in the 4-H program. I personally am interested in starting a 4-H program. One of the limitations to that is the fact that this program had an end date. It's very difficult for me to start a program when there's a pending end date. So that is why I'm hoping the program is expanded, it is prolonged and expanded, so that subsidiary programs can branch off of it, such as 4-H and a number of other programs that currently exist. And one thing that I want to bring up is K2. So K2 is a vitamin that we basically only get it from eggs. It's very important for bone development and brain development, prevents osteoporosis and fractures. When you buy conventional farmed eggs, there's very little K2 in them. That's why the yolk is very yellow, not as orange and vibrant. It would require 12 eggs to get your daily K2. When you have backyard chickens, it requires only 3 to 4 eggs a day to maintain your proper K2 amounts. And that just goes to show that when you're removing chickens out, because people are going to eat eggs, where are the eggs coming from? They're going to be coming from conventional farms where the chickens live in misery and where avian flu, there are reported cases. An alternative to that is they can live in your backyard. They can be properly cared for, properly loved, and they produce eggs that are significantly healthier for you and your brain development and your bone development, especially for children.
Sierra, I'll need to get you to start to wrap up.
Okay. So in conclusion, I think that some of the challenges with the program is things that we can definitely resolve. And I think that I would push to extend the program and keep the program so that we can foster a better relationship for youth in the city, and they can have access to understanding more where their food comes from in a safe way. And 4-H is one great educational tool for that. And I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Just stay on the line for a second. Let me just ask the members, are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you, Sierra. Thanks very much. So we're gonna take a break. Councillors, I'm wondering. I should ask the secretary first. If we tried to be back at say 1:40, would that be enough time for you guys? Sure. Okay, so councillors, we're leaving a little late, but I'm trying to shave off another 10 so that we're not keeping people waiting too much into the afternoon. Would people be amenable to being back here at 1:40? Councillor Ainsley, that works for you at home?
Yep.
Do you have a long commute to your lunch?
I do. There's a number of obstacles, but I think I can make that work. Okay, so returning at 1:40, all in favor? That is carried. See you then. Thanks, councillors.
potty breaks or we would lose quorum. Yeah. I hope you made very good use of your lunch hours. Yeah. Okay, so councillors, we are, I'm going to call us to order again, and we'll go right back to where we were in item number 4. I'll go back to the speakers list in item number 4. I have for anyone watching the meeting, we have Councillor Ainsley online and 3 members here. That is quorum. There are some personal appointments going on such that we have bare quorum for the time being. That'll be rectified in a bit. But we are here listening 100%. So I don't see a lot of people in the gallery, but I'm assuming that we will have, some of these people will be online. So I'm just going to go through the next few names that we have to speak on item number 4, the follow-up report on UrbanHensTO. I have Nathaniel Gold, Therese Hart, Virginia Rankin. Okay, excellent. Jeanette Caswell and Scott Tinney, who I think is online. Is Nathaniel Gold online? Okay, super.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hello, Mr. Gold. Yes, this is Councillor Carroll. You have the floor, and I don't know if you were listening before the lunch hour. We have shortened speaking to 3 minutes, but that does allow after you speak for questions if need be from councillors. So go ahead,
Yes,
and I'll start your clock.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Nathaniel Gold. My wife and I are parents to 2 young children living in Midtown Toronto. My family has had to endure tremendous stress since this project began. My neighbor has chickens in his backyard. He feeds his chicken compost, and the smell from the coop is absolutely horrendous. The compost consists of fruits and vegetables which are left outside at all hours. After being left out, especially in the summer, the compost becomes moldy and smells like rotting garbage. In addition, we've noticed large amounts of horse flies around the compost and coop. If I left compost out in the middle of my backyard, I would not be surprised if it attracted pests, rodents, and other animals, and I'm confident my neighbors would complain. Our neighbor's coop attracts rats, and he is admitted to having a rat infestation. At one point, my dog was sniffing around the fence beside the coop. When I went to see what he was doing, he had a dead rat in his mouth. I had to rush him to the emergency vet. Rats are known carriers of infectious diseases. We pleaded with our neighbor to hire an exterminator, and every time he refused. After months of asking him to help, we decided it was time to call the city to file a complaint. The officer said our neighbor assured him he would stop using compost to lessen the smell and help alleviate the rat problem. A week after the inspection took place, we noticed the compost was back. The house we live in has been in our family since 1935, and we've never had a rat problem until now. In 2017, after Eugene, Oregon allowed residents to have backyard chickens, there's a documented explosion of the rat population, which was linked directly to the chickens and compost. The article states, quote, "Chicken coops, compost, and rotting fruits are a magnet for rodents. It's like a free buffet for rats." In a recent newspaper article, it's mentioned that my neighbor uses feces throughout his backyard as fertilizer. We are living in the city of Toronto, not on a farm. The fact that my neighbor's backyard is littered with chicken feces is extremely disturbing. According to the Mayo Clinic, chicken feces carries pathogens such as E. coli, salmonella, and many other extremely harmful parasites to humans. Airborne exposure of these toxins causes severe respiratory symptoms. My wife has severe asthma, and those with existing breathing problems are even more susceptible to serious outcomes. Our neighbor leaves his chickens unattended and running around in his backyard. On multiple occasions, we've witnessed the chickens jumping over the fence into our backyard. The chickens would then roam around our backyard. Our daughter has a life-threatening anaphylactic allergy to eggs. As you can imagine, having egg-laying hens running around our backyard is extremely concerning. Even from just touching one egg, she can have a serious life-threatening reaction. It is shocking to us that this program exists, which has such little benefit and such detrimental effect on innocent neighbors who were never consulted before the chicken arrived. The staff report says if the project is canceled, those who currently have chickens are allowed to keep them until they pass away. My question to the committee is twofold. Number one, does this mean my family will have to endure living beside these conditions for up to 10 more years, even if chickens will not be permitted in the city? And number two, what is preventing someone from replacing chickens after they passed away? Will there be accountability to ensure owners don't keep replacing chickens? We need to ensure there are no loopholes current owners can take advantage of. And lastly, there was a statement made earlier by a deputant stating 99% of avian flu outbreaks took place in commercial flocks. The actual number from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency's website is 68%, meaning 32% of cases are from non-commercial backyard chickens. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gold. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, we thank you for your time. Okay. Is Therese Hart here? Oh, yes, sorry. Good afternoon. Thanks for waiting. I know you were here this morning.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I live in the Garden District in Toronto Centre, Ward 13, which is not an area of the city that's currently part of the Backyard Hen pilot program. I dream about having my own hens, and I was hoping that the program would be expanded to include more regions, and I'm very disappointed to find out the Backyard Chicken program might be cancelled indefinitely. I have 3 young children and would love to have the opportunity to feed them healthy, fresh eggs and teach them responsibility and to appreciate where their food comes from. One of the main reasons for canceling the program is concern about the avian flu. There seems to be no evidence of transmission of avian flu from backyard chickens in Toronto. Most of the transmission seems to be from factory farms, where chickens are overcrowded and mistreated. And in the event of an egg shortage, backyard chickens would provide an additional local and sustainable food source. But chickens are also pets that can be loved, kept happy, and can be thought of as part of the family as much as any other animals. And it's arbitrary that some animals are allowed to be kept as pets and others not. One speaker said a lot of things about backyard hens being mistreated, but that's a small minority, just like there are dog owners that mistreat their dogs, which is very unfortunate, but we allow dogs as pets. They also said that people in Toronto do not care about regulations and don't know how to properly shelter or care for chickens. That's just not true. If I had hens, I would do all that I can to make sure that my ladies would be the happiest, best cared for little hens. People eat eggs, and hens in factory farms are obviously mistreated and miserable. Getting even 1 chicken's worth of eggs from a backyard farm removes 1 chicken from this misery. The report also cited that the cost of the program was a reason for canceling. So I recommend developing some organization, like an ad hoc organization comprised of chicken farmers and owners to help set up new backyard chicken owners in Toronto, setting them up for success. I also suggest increasing the registration fee to cover some of the costs. As I said, I'm disappointed that this program might be canceled indefinitely. There are so many benefits, and so I hope all city councillors, especially my councillor, Chris Moyes, vote to keep the program, and I strongly encourage you to consider expanding it. I'm a little disappointed that it seemed like you were one of the anti-program councillors, so I just want to say that. Whether the program is allowed to go forward or not, there are people that do keep hens in the city. Runaway hens were a thing before the program. The program introducing guidelines and regulations can only make things better for chickens. I've never spoken in front of city council or done anything like this before, but I'm passionate about this, so thank you for letting me say my piece. Oh, and one thing, the last caller complained quite a bit, but from what I understand, there are very few complaints, and so I just wanted to put that in there. All right, I fit in 3 minutes.
Okay, you did. Thank you very much for that. Are there questions to the deputy? Councillor Moyes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for coming in today. You did a great job. Just for the record, though, I was actually pro the program until the avian flu situation arose and the concerns that has been brought forth. Just to be clear. But I was just my question to you though, and I was gonna ask this of staff, but we have Riverdale Farm in our ward.
Sure.
Do you visit there with
all
your
the time.
kids?
On Mondays, I'm signed up for a program with my 18-month-old, and yeah, we visit the farm a lot.
It's an underutilized farm, which costs the city a great amount.
The chickens are also hidden away at the farm currently. They're in the barn locked away, so you can't actually even see the chickens.
Yeah, okay, that was my question, but But again, that's perhaps something, what are your thoughts about it? Would that be something that perhaps we should look at, perhaps, to maybe having those chickens available at Riverdale Farm so people can go and perhaps interact with them?
I mean, yes, but that's not what I'm looking for.
Fair enough.
That would be one bonus. Great, it'd be lovely for my kids to see chickens, but it's the whole experience. And
okay, thank you.
Oh, I can still keep talking.
Okay. I did have a question myself, if you're done, Councillor Moyes. Just one quick question. I noted at the beginning of your remarks, your disappointment included that the program is postponed indefinitely. And I know that you were here this morning, so you've heard the wide variance of opinions on this. Would it come as any consolation to you if we do, accept the recommendations that the avian flu is a concern, if we at least were revisiting it so that, we could resume the program when avian flu wasn't a danger, if we agreed to look at it periodically so that it was not an indefinite end to the program? Would that give you any comfort?
I mean, that would definitely be better than essentially canceling it entirely. But that's not what I'm looking for. Like, I really would like the program to be expanded.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Okay. Let me just reset here. Is Virginia Rankin in person or on the phone? Online. Oh, okay. Hello? Ms. Rankin?
Yes, hi.
Hi. Shelley Carroll here. So I don't know if you were listening this morning. We have, because we have a number of speakers on this one item, we've reduced the speaking time to 3 minutes, but you are all good to go ahead.
Thank you. I have been a participant in the Hens program since it started. I live in the Parkdale High Park ward. I have 4 hens. I have invested in a coop and run, an insulated coop and a walk-in run, so that they have plenty of room and are safe at night and can overwinter successfully. I happen to live beside a small park and playground. We have families, children, dog walkers of all kinds come by and observe our chickens. I will clarify that they do not touch the chickens in case that is something that is of concern, but people come and observe the chickens. They ask endless questions about chicken keeping. I explain how it is not easy and it's quite a commitment. But I tell them everything that I can about what it is like to have urban hens, explain to children why we don't have a rooster, explain to them where eggs come from. And it is an extremely positive experience for myself, for my mother-in-law who's sitting here beside me, Jeanette Caswell, and for everybody who lives in our house and passes by our house. I think that not only does my family benefit from knowing where our food comes from, but our hens have a very pleasant life filled with sunshine, fresh air, dust that they can bathe in, and dirt that they can scratch in. We also feed them fresh fruit and vegetables that we get from Feed It Forward, which gives away expired food. So we are contributing to the food waste problem. Well, we were helping the food waste problem in Toronto by feeding slightly expired food to our chickens, perfectly good food that is wasted every day in the city of Toronto. We hear a lot of, I'm sorry to hear all the negativity about the program. I do understand avian flu is a concern. I have family in England who keep hens, and there was a recent outbreak of avian flu. They were told to keep their hens in their runs, not to allow them to free range. They were told to use gloves to handle their hens, and that was what people did for approximately 6 months, and that has now been lifted. So there are ways to be safe in a situation where there is avian flu, but I really do not believe that backyard hens are the problem. I believe that there are wild birds all around us all the time, There are people feeding wild birds with feeders. There are people who keep pigeons in the city of Toronto as so-called pets. I'm not quite sure why chickens are so different and why this program is under attack. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I understand you said your mother-in-law Jeanette Caswell is with you. Is she going to use the same online hookup?
Yes, she's going to speak on the same line. She's right here.
Okay, I wonder if we should just proceed with that, and then I'll ask councillors if they have questions of either one of you. Okay. So I'll just start the clock over for Jeanette. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. My name is Jeanette Caswell, alias the Chicken Lady, courtesy of the Children in Heart. My age is 95, and that brings me to, I grew up in Toronto, and that brings me back to my childhood in Toronto, when chickens, pigeons, rabbits, all sorts of animals were legal and kept in backyards without any complaints. In those days, there weren't any vets in Toronto. Excuse me, my voice is going. We got our knowledge of how to care for chickens from pamphlets, books, and knowledgeable neighbors who shared their experiences with cats. There weren't any vets in Toronto, as I said, until the mid-30s when Dr. McGilvery opened a practice. I don't suppose he ever had a chicken for a patient. On a personal level, chickens, I don't actually call them support chickens, but they can be certainly very calming. When I go out to visit the chickens, they're very sociable. They make very calming noises, which can be very soothing. And am I against the program? Absolutely. We need to keep backyard chickens, probably to expand them, as many people have said already. Thank you.
Thank
to
you
clarify,
very
not against the program, against canceling the program.
Yes, yes. We got that in the very next sentence. Thank goodness, yes.
Big mistake.
Yes. So now we have the two of you on one line. Councillors, are there any questions of the deputants? Seeing none, I want to thank you both for your deputations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Is Scott Tinney with us? It says here he's going to be video. Okay, excellent. Mr. Tinney. Oh, there you are. Oh, Deputy, we can see. That's a treat. I don't know if you were with us this morning. We had to shorten the speaking time to 3 minutes because we have quite a long list, but that leaves time for questions if there should be any. So I've set your clock. You can start. Thanks.
Sounds good to me. So just to introduce myself, my name is Scott Tinney, and I'm a staff lawyer with Animal Justice, a national animal law advocacy organization focused on preventing cruelty to animals through, among other things, enforcing and strengthening existing municipal, provincial, and federal laws. Our organization is located in the heart of downtown Toronto, and many of our supporters are closely monitoring the city's decision on the UrbanHensTO program. So I just wanted to thank the committee for giving me the time to speak on such a significant issue. So turning to the MLS report, Animal Justice is strongly in favor of the recommendations set out by MLS to disband the UrbanHensTO program, and we encourage the committee to follow their lead and discontinue the program. I'll be using my time today to address 3 key points which are worth underscoring. Turning to my first point, backyard chicken keeping for egg production poses significant animal welfare risks. For one, the program exposes hens to predators and other wildlife. As we know, Toronto is home to a wide variety of wildlife, including foxes, coyotes, raccoons, skunks, birds of prey, mice, and rats. It's also home to many domesticated cats and dogs. Many of these animals prey on chickens, particularly if they're not kept in predator-proof structures. While the presence of chickens alone may not necessarily attract these animals, the sounds they make, their diet, and the waste that they produce do. While the program mandates that coops are regularly cleaned and meet specific size and security requirements, these measures alone, particularly without consistent and routine oversight and enforcement, as has been pointed out as an issue, cannot prevent potential conflict with undesired animals in or around backyard coops. Numerous factors such as natural deterioration of coops leading to predator access, inconsistent or inadequate cleaning, or simple happenstance of a predator being in the area prior to cleaning an enclosure or when food was recently served all may lead to conflict with chickens or companion animals kept outdoors. In Ajax, plans for a backyard chicken allowance was recently put to a halt due in part to a predicted increase in wildlife concerns arising from the attraction of skunks, raccoons, and predatory wildlife as well as foxes and coyotes. Compounding this issue, as has been pointed out, there is a lack of specialty veterinary care for chickens in urban centers like Toronto. As is pointed out in the MLS report, it is acknowledged that there is a limited number of veterinarians in the city able to provide appropriate care for hens. It's also worth noting that chickens kept in urban settings are frequently abandoned, surrendered to already overburdened shelters or sanctuaries, or simply sent to slaughter. While people may be well-intentioned when they decide to set up a backyard chicken coop, they often find themselves unwilling or unable to care for these animals, who can often live to be more than 10 years old. Turning to my second point, and I'll try to get through this quick, on the topic of human health and safety, the UrbanHensTO program also poses significant risks. Since last year, HPAI has been spreading worldwide and has had devastating consequences for wild and farm birds across Canada, including here in Ontario. It has already caused mass die-offs of wild birds this season, as well as infections of commercially farmed and backyard chickens. Nearly 7.2 million domestic birds alone have already been impacted across Canada as a result of outbreaks since December 2021. HPAI is now known to infect many mammal species as well, including dogs, cats, foxes, skunks, and mink. It has even been shown to spread from mammal to mammal in the case of a Spanish mink farm. This is a dangerous development that is cause for even greater concern. Absent strict biosecurity protocols, backyard hens can come into contact with wild birds and other wildlife, contributing to the spread of HPAI. We urge the City of Toronto to cancel plans to make the UrbanHensTO program permanent. For my last point, I'll try to quickly get it through because I know I'm over time here. I just wanted to acknowledge that the MLS report mentioned that the current structure of the pilot program is not sustainable. The program has already been operating within existing staff resources, and continuing to contribute to it would be irresponsible, particularly in light of the animal welfare and possible disease risk concerns. So thank you once again for taking the time to consider my submissions, and subject to any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much, Scott. Thank you. You really fit a lot into those 3 minutes. Okay, so next little section of the list, I have Dr. Pei Khan, Vicki Linden, Sarah Doucette. We did Craig earlier, and then Lorraine Johnson. Those, let's start there. Dr. Pei Khan, is that someone online? Okay.
Yes.
Dr. Khan?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. I'm Councillor Carroll. I have just reset. I've started your clock. We have speaking time in 3 minutes, but you know that leaves time for questions if need be. So you can go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Hi. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address my support this program, to extend this program, because the backyard chicken raising, as we know, right now is not a lot of problems because city do not have enough money to fund that program. But to keep this project, we need more medical personnel. So I suggest to establish a company that cooperate with government officials to educate the chicken keepers to learn how to manage the chicken, so they will be able to have knowledge to concern the biosafety. In China, for example, the COVID-19 outbreak in the Wuhan city, they finished clean the virus in only 2 months. However, at that time I was in China. I sent an email to our MP. He didn't even respond to me. When the first case in Canada, for the case in Canada, we can isolate those who affected the COVID-19 and isolate them. They may not. They may stop the transmission of the disease. In China, because China people, all people know how to raise the chickens. You know, the biosafety is important. So they follow the instruction for the government. So they stop the transmission. Just by the isolation, the individual, the infected individual. So therefore, I believe if we keep this program and teach all the citizens, all the residents to learn how important the biosafety and to raise the chicken, that will benefit for our city.
Okay.
That's my point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your attention.
I'll just stay in line for 1 second. I'll just ask if any of the councillors here have any questions. Seeing none. Okay, thank you for your time. Thank you, Doctor. Okay. The next one is Vicki Linden. Is she online? I thought so. Yeah. Miss Linden? Oh. Miss Linden?
Hello.
Oh, there you are. Hello.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Hello. I've just zeroed your clock. We had to shorten the speaking time to 3 minutes per person, but that will leave time for questions if anyone wants to question you afterwards. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Vicki Van Linden. I'm a board member of Animal Alliance of Canada, an animal protection organization working in Canada for more than 30 years. We strongly recommend that the UrbanHensTO program be phased out or paused indefinitely. We often hear that keeping backyard hens teaches children about where their food comes from. Well, so does growing a garden. We are often presented with a poetic pastoral view of urban chicken keeping. We are told that the hens are beloved family members, even pets. But we don't tend to kill our pets to make soup after a few years. And we don't routinely kill the male members of those species because they are not useful to us. Regarding teaching children about where their food comes from, if we are going to be genuinely honest with children, we would need to show children videos of what goes on inside factory farms and slaughterhouses, because that is where the animal-based foods that they eat truly comes from, not from the relatively few chickens who live in backyards and are no way representative of how farmed animals truly live. And we must inform children that the male chicks will be routinely killed if we are going to be truthful. We have been told that there are no cases of avian flu among backyard hens in Toronto. That is, there are no reported cases of avian flu. Every chicken who has been abandoned and became stray in the city demonstrates that there have already been irresponsible people keeping chickens in Toronto. Would those same people who abandoned their chickens or allowed them to become lost report if any of their hens were sick? Would they bother to even learn the symptoms of avian flu to be able to report? Avian flu is a serious disease, mutating and spreading across the globe, and should not be taken so lightly. Contaminated fecal waste and discarded bedding from hens can spread disease to wild mammals and birds. Even professional farmers have not always taken appropriate biosecurity measures. So we should not be confident that every untrained citizen will always follow biosecurity regulations when we know that professional farmers don't always do so. All communities already deal with the enormous problem of too many unwanted dogs and cats. So why would we introduce yet another species to the city environment, knowing, as we have already seen, that some will be abandoned or surrendered? We humans tend to ask so much of animals, but often give them very little loyalty in return. I'm not sure what this teaches our children, but I don't really think that it's responsibility. The greater public good must override the desires of a relatively small percentage of citizens who want to keep backyard hens. Food security in the urban setting can be better addressed by expanding urban gardening. Expanding the growing of fruits and vegetables will provide far more food for far more people than the relatively small number of eggs produced by backyard hens. Thank you for giving me your attention today.
That is absolutely no problem. And I apologize, my list has a typo in it. It's Vicky Van Linden, and I didn't have that on my list, so apologize for mispronouncing your name. Are there any questions of Ms. Van Linden? Seeing none, we thank you for your deputation. Yeah. Okay. And our next one is another former councillor, Sarah Doucette, who I'm assuming is online. I don't see her here. Oh. Okay, okay. Maybe she changed her mind and she's on her way here. Is Lorraine Johnson online? Okay, excellent. Is that Lorraine?
Hello. Yes, it is.
Oh, how do you do? This is Shelley Carroll. So we have reset the clock for you. We have set the time at 3 minutes for speaking, though. So that'll leave time for questions if there are any questions of your remarks. So you can go ahead. Thanks, Lorraine.
Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak. I'm deputed today as a longtime advocate for the legalization of urban hens and as an author who writes books about growing food in cities, who is the expert teams preparing urban agriculture strategies adopted by cities such as London, Mississauga, and Toronto. At the beginning of the hen pilot, I volunteered with Fiona Dirks to do workshops in all the pilot wards in order to help educate people and participants and those even considering joining the program on how to raise backyard hens in a safe way with animal welfare and public health concerns top of mind. I urge you not to end or terminate the UrbanHensTO Backyard Hens pilot program. Instead, I urge you to pause the program for 1 to 2 years. And what I mean by that is don't allow new registrants, don't expand or extend the program, but as the staff report recommends, allow current registrants to continue to keep their hens for the hens' natural lives, and then reassess the avian flu situation after 1 or 2 years. Because the staff report recommends allowing current registrants to keep their hens for the hens' natural lives, there is no difference in public health risk in the evolving avian flu situation between ending the program or pausing the program. There'll be the same number of hens in Toronto for the foreseeable future, whether the program is ended or paused. As well, there will be no difference in the cost to the city between pausing or ending the program. No additional resources required to pause it. The additional costs in the staff report relate to expanding, extending, or making the program permanent at this time, but pausing it requires no additional costs. Avian flu is an evolving and changing situation. Ending the pilot program, a program that the staff report last year pointed out has significant and wide-ranging benefits. So ending the pilot program in the early days of an evolving, changing avian flu outbreak would be similar to, for example, ending the community garden program or closing playgrounds indefinitely in the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic. Obviously, that was not the best path then with COVID-19, and it's not the best path now with avian flu. I hope you've read this submission from the highly respected veterinarian epidemiologist, Dr. Walter Taves. He's the author of more than 100 scholarly articles and textbooks, recipient of an award from the World Small Animal Veterinarian Association, and officer of the Order of Canada. He's written in his submission to the committee that managing risks associated with avian flu, rather than terminating a program with enormous benefits, is the best path forward. None of the major health organizations urge disallowing urban hens. They urge managing the risk. And I'm talking about the Ontario Ministry of Health, the CDC in the US, and the CFIA. My objective is not to minimize staff's public health concerns over avian flu. Pausing the pilot for 1 to 2 years and then reassessing the situation at that time rather than ending the program addresses precisely those concerns and does so at no additional cost to the city. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Johnson, for wrapping up. I'll just ask if there are any questions of the deputy. Seeing none, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'll just read out, and this is the last section of the list. I'm just skipping over Sarah Doucette because I understand she's going to reach out soon. I also have Joe Nasser, Fayez Patel, J.D. Baumeister, and Jenny McQueen. Oh, and Claudia Ramos, that's for this item? Okay, and I think that is it. Do I have Joe Nasser? Okay. Mr. Nasser? Or? Just bear with us. We're just taking a minute to connect here. Uh-oh. We're having tech difficulty? Oh, Mr. Nasser, if you can hear me, we're having trouble unmuting you from here. I wonder if you try unmuting from home, if that will help us make the connection. I don't think he can hear me. Okay. Oh, is she logged on now? Oh, okay. Okay, so we can jump back now. Miss Doucette is on the line, Sarah Doucette. Oh, there she is. Oh, good to see you.
Hello. Hello.
We're having a lot of phone-ins, so it's lovely to have a phone one. Hello. Yeah.
Technology for you. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if you were listening this morning, Sarah, but we had to shorten to 3 minutes, but that leaves us room for questions. Go ahead.
I was listening all morning. Yes, thank you. So, I actually have a motion I'd like to present. The motion is coming from Ruby and Stella, which are my chickens. Item 1, the Urban Hen Backyard pilot project continues in wards 4, 9, 10, 11, and 19, and parts of ward 2, 3, 8, 12, and 14. Second part of the motion, Ruby and Stella request that the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards reports back to this committee, Economic and Community Development Committee, in April of 2025, with recommendations of expanding the program once the avian flu has flown the coop. So by continuing this program, it allows the families with chickens to replace a chicken should one die. I have 2 chickens. If one is to die, I can't have 1 chicken. As everyone knows, they're very social animals and therefore need a companion. So I would like to be able to continue my program and, if necessary, replace with my 1 chicken, so I will have my 2 chickens. In 2022, staff did bring a report forward recommending a citywide expansion to create a safe and permanent hen program and to enhance the requirements. In April 2022, City Council directed this pilot project to be extended till the end of March of 23. In January of 23, thank you very much, Councillor Carroll, for putting a motion forward to extend till May 31st of this year. Staff reports have said that this pilot project has been a success. It has very few complaints. They've also commented that there is a limit of vets available. We agree. Vets will provide care to chickens when they know there's going to be enough chickens to make it worthwhile them getting the accreditation. So by making this pilot project, one, continue in the areas it is now, and saying that we will look to expand it, I hope that more vets will get their accreditations to allow us to have easier access. I do actually have a vet up the street from me who does look after chickens. So again, you've heard today, people are allowed to have rabbits, pigeons, dogs, cats, and they are based on complaint driven. So I am recommending that until municipal licensing and standard is able to bring on more staff according to city budget, that this pilot project, one, continues, and two, it should be based as the other animals on a complaint basis. I would like to also say that there are some amazing Facebook pages out there for backyard chickens, not just in Toronto, but in Ontario, which is a great source of knowledge for us. And if someone does want to rehouse their chickens, there's usually many a person, usually outside of the city, happy to take them. So finally, I would like to thank everyone, all the staff for all this. My family have enjoyed having chickens since 2019. You know, they provide eggs, they're delicious. They eat my kitchen waste. They provide me rich compost for my vegetable gardens. And we would like to continue to have our chickens. They are pets, the same as our 2 cats are. So I'm wrapping up on that.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you all councillors for listening. And I hope you can agree with the 2 motions from Ruby and Stella.
Or a slightly reformatted version, because it's
well, a councillor
parliamentary guidelines don't allow us to let Ruby and Stella direct staff.
I know.
Okay, I'll just check to see if there are any questions. Any questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you, and thank you for waiting. I know it's been a long wait today. Okay. Okay, so now, should I skip past Mr. Nasser? We haven't figured that piece out. Oh, okay. Is Fayez Patel available? Okay. Oh.
Yeah, hello?
Mr. Patel, hi, it's Councillor Carroll. I've just reset the clock. You have 3 minutes to speak, and then just stay on the line, and I'll ask if there are any questions after that. You can go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity for voicing my opinion about this whole program. So I'm not admitting or denying that I have any experience with raising backyard chickens, but the pilot program, I'm sure there are about probably 5 times more backyard chickens in Toronto outside of the pilot program, and it's inevitable that people will have chickens. So I think it's all about managing the risk, and you know, there's a lot of benefits as was mentioned: the food waste, the security, the education. So I am against pausing the pilot program indefinitely. I think it could be improved, not just, I think everyone's said something on both sides that were very useful, but I think what needs to be considered is the chicken coop itself. You know, it's a learning phase for everyone to go through that, and you know, there are, you know, going to be complaints, and there's going to be a lot of tragedy, you know, from raising these chickens. So I think if, you know, council can look at implementing some sort of program where, you know, we can have amazing chicken coops, you know, and, you know, you can make a profit out of this as well, so that can pay for the expenses that to manage all this, right? And, you know, when people are going to have these chickens, they're going to there's going to be expenses in terms of just managing them. It's from the police and all the, you know, all. So I just think looking into that, the chicken coop itself, not just the chickens, but the chicken coops is something to be considered. And that's my 2 cents. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions of the deputy? Seeing none, okay. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Nasser is connected now? Okay. I need a little drum roll.
Hello.
Mr.
Can you hear me?
Nasser, I'm so glad we connected. Okay. It's Councillor Carroll, and we have reset the clock for you. Have 3 minutes, and then stay on the line. I'll see if there are any questions for you after your speech. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm speaking. Can you hear me okay, or is there an echo?
Yes, we can. Nope, we can hear you well. I'm going to turn off my mic to make sure there's no echo even here.
Okay, thank you. I'm speaking to you today from the perspective of a Ward 13 resident who has been working on urban agriculture for over 3 decades. When I moved to Toronto 20 years ago, the city was known globally as a leader in the emerging urban food and agriculture movements already. This reputation grew even further in following years, with many new urban agriculture projects and a support climate from the city. This culminated in City Council's unanimous endorsement of the GrowTO Urban Agriculture Action Plan in 2012, which intended to guide the city's municipal departments to provide enabling actions for urban agriculture. Since then, urban agriculture grew further and became even more diverse, contributing to Toronto's economic and community development. Unfortunately, support by the city has not kept up with the rapid expansion in urban agriculture, with some exceptions. It is in this context that I place the problematic and sudden reversal in the gradual process followed by MLS towards enabling the keeping of urban hens in Toronto. So I wish to place this reversal by MLS as part of a broader pattern of the city moving backwards, in contrast to the increasing global recognition of urban agriculture's contribution to resilient, sustainable, and inclusive food systems, to quote the United Nations. Even within the GTA, Toronto is no longer a leader as a municipality. From Mississauga to Durham region, we're increasingly looking outside our municipal boundaries to learn from supportive local governments. Even local entrepreneurs who try to expand their growing businesses in Toronto have ended up settling outside its municipal limits. So I urge this committee and City Council beyond that to reclaim its leadership in urban agriculture policy, starting from today's meeting. 2 small steps can be taken in this direction. 1, rather than maintain a watchful eye on those residents who have chosen to participate legally through a controlled program, the recommendation of MLS might drive those committed to keeping hens into an underground process that would ensure neither the welfare of the birds nor the safety of the practices of those who keep them. Instead, the city should extend UrbanHensTO for 2 years under its current form while monitoring the risks and benefits associated with it. And second, the city should activate the planned initiation of a community hen keeping pilot in conjunction with established community organizations. This would serve as a limited, carefully monitored expansion of UrbanHensTO to provide the needed knowledge to guide the city's decision-making regarding hen keeping. And so thanks for your time and for your consideration of these suggestions.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Nasser. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, I want to thank you for speaking and persevering while we got that connection issue worked out. Thank you. So I just have a couple left. J.D. Baumeister? He's online? Okay.
Hello?
Hello, this is Councillor Carroll. I do not want to mispronounce your name another time, so I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself so that we'll always remember how to pronounce your name.
That's all right, it's Baumeister.
Baumeister, okay, excellent. I had it right the first time, then I second-guessed myself, as I often do in Trivial Pursuit. Okay, you can go ahead. We have 3 minutes to speak, and then stay online. I'll see if there are any questions of you afterwards. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. I don't know if you can see my video. I've got video on, but it doesn't seem to be rolling, but that's okay. It's amazing the roller coaster you actually go through listening to my fellow citizens kind of weigh their case on one side or the other. You kind of find yourself in this position cheering for one opinion and kind of frowning at others. So it's been interesting for the last, few hours kind of listening in. So I appreciate all of your time. I won't probably use all 3 of my minutes, but because I think a lot of what I have to say has already been said by some of my, like I said, my fellow citizens. I'm in Ward 4, Parkdale High Park. I've had the kind of, I'll say, displeasure of living next door to 3 chickens for the last 2 years. It was kind of a pandemic thing for my neighbors. They tried to get a dog. They weren't qualified to get a dog, so they decided to get chickens. And then we have chickens next door. And like Nathaniel Gold, who spoke earlier, he spoke about the problems and the feces that was everywhere, the rodents. We've got a dog in our family, and the number of times that our dog has almost captured a rat is kind of alarming. We're sitting outside enjoying, a nice spring a couple of weeks ago at dinner. Rats are going by because they just are really multiplying quite furiously, because not just the environment that chickens seem to bring with them, but there's constantly food on the ground. And I know that, recently the city passed a bylaw April 1st that you're only allowed to feed songbirds through feeders that are off the ground, and that feeding animals in any other way is prohibited. But with chickens, the food is actually on the ground all the time. And so the rodents and the raccoons and the skunks and the predators, and I'm only a couple hundred meters from Humber River. So we have a vast array of wildlife, predator birds, we have coyotes, we have all of these that are constantly kind of marching around. And to see this and have to constantly worry about that and have my spidey senses on all the time to look after my dog and my family because they're attracted to these chickens is kind of disappointing. Not to mention the noise and the smells, especially when it gets quite hot and humid in the summer. The smells can be quite bad in your own backyard. I heard a few people say that there hasn't been very many complaints, and I've spoken with my neighbor. Someone other than me recently called about some noise complaints. They've assumed it's me, so now we have found ourselves in a bit of an adversarial relationship. I would argue that you haven't heard too many complaints from other neighbors who have chickens nearby, not because they don't have complaints, but rather because they're afraid of fracturing relationships in their neighborhood and having uncomfortable conversations or creating some sort of animosity. I would say, just from speaking with neighbors in my area, walking the dog, that there's probably fivefold. So I think there's 81 houses from what I read in the report. There's 81 houses that have chickens. I would say there's 5 times that many neighbors who are unhappy that those chickens are there. And I kind of further what Mr. Nasser was saying earlier. I think that perhaps there's a solution that we can have community gardens or community hens or farms. Hyde Park Zoo is not too far from me. There's an opportunity for people to see chickens then. So I actually support the pausing for the long term of the program. And more importantly, I think it's important to phase out the program completely and think about an end game for the current chicken owners so that they have a way to kind of surrender their chickens in the next 6 months or something, and then actually just kind of move on from this program completely.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for your comments. Questions? Seeing none. I just have 2 speakers left. Jenny McQueen. Is Jenny McQueen available? Oh, in person. Oh, okay. You've been waiting all day. Go ahead. I'm Jenny McQueen, and then I just have one more speaker after this, Claudia Ramos. Thank you, Ms. McQueen, for coming early and putting up with us while we did that little reordering. Go ahead.
Farm animal sanctuaries. I've been vegan for 30 years, and yes, I get my K2 from sauerkraut and other delicious fermented foods. Kudos to the catering staff in your cafe here. My vegan lunch was amazing. I've chased down chickens in Toronto. Did they escape? Were they discarded? We'll never know. I do know they can run really fast. They can fly into trees. It's a real challenge catching them. One we never spotted and never found. Chickens are different from pigeons and wild birds. They aren't confined in backyards. They don't have that really close interaction with humans. I just spoke to the lady who presented about her backyard chickens earlier today. I'm heartened she won't be killing them when they stop laying eggs. She cares for her chickens, but she had no clue that all the male chicks, aka roosters, are macerated when they're still alive. That's the industry standard. What about the roosters that mistakenly end up in the city? They're currently banned. They for sure end up discarded on the streets. We talk about food security. How about allowing access to allotments for our disadvantaged residents so they have some green space of their own to grow vegetables? They're unlikely to afford the fees or the predator-proof housing. My friends run the Vegetarian Food Bank. Other friends run Compassion on the Streets and give nourishing vegan food and good clothing to those unfortunate enough to live on the streets. They're all animal rights people too, but they care deeply about our fellow humans, as do I. Avian flu is terrifying. You really want that responsibility in Toronto? One of the submissions to this committee I read is suggesting a mobile slaughterhouse in the city to kill the elder chickens and then to give them to a supermarket to sell. Really? Emoji, head blown, like seriously. Can I recommend that the council look into the plant-based treaty? That's all about doing the best for animals, for human health, and for the environment. Your own staff want the program to end, as do I. Finally, a little story about a chicken I rescued, Charlize. Toronto Chicken Safe had a call about her. She was running the streets of Toronto. We didn't know, but she had a massive injury under her wing. I personally tried to find a vet. It was really difficult to find a vet. I ended up paying $5,000 for her to get multiple operations. Thank God, Animal Save Movement helped me with the legal costs. But these are not easy to look after. There's very few vets in the city who will do that. If animal services pick up the animal, then they will just dispatch them very quickly. And chickens have
Thank you. I need you to wrap up. Yeah.
Chickens have personality. You know, they're individuals. They're not just egg-producing machines. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none? Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for waiting today.
Thank you.
And Claudia Ramos, is that a phone in?
She was on, but just disconnected right now.
Oh, okay. So Ms. Ramos has just disconnected? No? Oh, have you got her?
No, she was there.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, then. That is it for speakers. So I'm going to bring it in for questions of staff. Questions of staff? Seeing none? Oh, Councillor Moyes. Councillor Ainslie, will you have questions of staff on this item? Councillor Ainslie? I think he muted us. Just gave him away. Councillor Ainslie? Do you have questions of staff?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Moyes, and then I will add myself after that. Go ahead, Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, to staff, are there any other similar programs across other urban centers here in Ontario?
To the Chair, there are similar programs, not as large as the one we have here. In Mississauga, I believe, they have like 6 households, and so they're very limited. There are, Hamilton and Winnipeg recently opposed a program to have urban hens in their centers.
And those who do have the program in place, are they also reviewing, first of all, are they pilot programs, and are they reviewing their policies as we are today?
Yeah, I do believe the one in Mississauga is a pilot program, and it's very small.
Okay. And just one final question. So I think one of the deputants mentioned that farms, like the one in Hyde Park and also one in my ward, Riverdale Farm, this also applies to them as well. So is that correct? Is the program continuing? I mean, again, it's a farm, so are they exempt from this? Just so that we know the difference.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's an important question, and the Riverdale Farm and the Black Creek one that was mentioned earlier in a deputant, they are exempt from the program, as they're considered agricultural.
Okay, that's good to know. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, you did have some questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have exhausted many questions on this issue over the years, but a few new ones just came to my thoughts. Through you to staff, Madam Chair, the program was designated as a pilot. Is that correct?
That's correct, in 4 wards.
Right.
Back when we had 45 councillors, then it went down to 25, so it was slightly expanded as the geography of the wards expanded.
Right, and the definition of a pilot is to test, to assess, to make a determination, and to recommend whether or not such pilot become a permanent program or not. Is that correct?
That's correct. It was a chance to test this in our city, in our urban market, and that is what we have done. It did not come with additional revenue or staff to do it, but we thought it was important to test it in our market, so to speak.
And we have heard through this process from a variety of people, those in favor, those who are opposed. The report speaks to the challenge and concerns with respect to avian flu and a variety of other issues. You talk about veterinarian services not being available with an expanded program and or expanded addition of birds or animal or chickens that would create a major problem for the city. Is that correct?
So thank you for the question. That's correct. There are a number of considerations as to why we are not recommending it continue. Avian flu being one, as well as the access to veterinarians. I would also allude to the cost of this for a small portion of the city's population, and our priorities with wildlife, with dogs off leash, with sick and injured animals, cadavers, is significantly increasing, and that's where our focus needs to be.
And we're challenged with respect to resources as such. We heard, for example, and I realize this isn't your bailiwick, it's others, with respect to the cost of putting a warming center in, some $400,000 or $500,000, where we have to make some decisions as to what our priorities are. Would you agree?
Absolutely. It's our responsibility to provide you with the information that allows you to make decisions and to assist us with driving priorities.
And it's my understanding with respect to those folks having the urban hens, first of all, you're not allowed to eat the chickens, is that correct? You can eat the eggs, but not the chickens.
That's correct, and the eggs are for your own household. They're not to be shared over the fence or with your friends and family.
Right. So we had heard that it appears that this was sort of a program that was designed for certain types of residents in our city with respect to a sort of financial means, and others talked about food security and insecurity. Was this program designed to simply focus attention on food security or insecurity, or was it simply designed to create, for some people who spoke to me about it, there was therapy for them? What was this program intended on doing as part of the pilot? And that's my last question.
Yeah, thanks for the question. The program was really about testing or piloting urban agriculture, urban living with hens, providing education to the people who wanted to participate. It was really about allowing people to participate and test it and see if it worked for them.
Okay. And then the only other person I have listed to question is me. Let me just start my time. I'm just wondering, because, you know, even if we adopt the recommendations today, you'll still have a pilot in wind down phase. So I'm concerned, in some of the deputations, I heard about that there is some breeding going on, that there are some roosters. There are not supposed to be any roosters anywhere in the community, and yet I'm not even in the pilot, and we had a complaint about a noisy rooster. So we do still have some enforcement to do on this as we wind down a pilot, do we not? Yeah.
The chair, yes, we still would have work to do if this pilot continues, just to until the hens die that are currently in possession. So we would have to still work and educate and respond to any concerns.
Okay, and so during that time, would enforcement be complaint-based, or does it then become a matter of just sort of, we have a certain number of households and we're going to now begin to track them over the next couple of years? Because it seems to me to be worried about controlling avian flu, we'd have to become more proactive than what we have been.
Yes, to the chair, yes, we would have to continue to be proactive and continue to try to mitigate those issues, as we have been now in the pilot situation that we have.
Okay, and I'm just wondering if you could speak to, I mean, in this report, you let us know that the avian flu is a concern. You're concerned about it, but I'm just wondering if you want a chance to respond to. Throughout the day, we've heard deputations to talk about it's not a concern, or there are no cases in Toronto. It would never spread to humans even. We have those types of reasons why we should not be worried about avian flu. Should we take that at face value, or are there concerns that didn't get highlighted today? Yeah.
I'll start and then I'll pass it to Dr. Davila. Okay. So yes, we are concerned. It hasn't spread to humans, but there is still a concern. For the animals themselves, there's a concern. There are very few households involved, so it's a minimum number of hens. We didn't have an uptake when it got expanded to the other wards, but we still do see complaints, and we don't receive all the hens that may have died because of avian influenza. We still are having a lot of wild birds testing positive in Toronto for avian influenza, so it is here, and we do have some birds that are currently under testing. So we don't know the results of those, and we may soon have our first urban hen that has avian influenza. So it is still a concern.
Okay. And are there further concerns for humans, other animals?
So through you, Madam Chair, there are at this point no human cases of HPAI that are known of here. We do know that avian influenza does transmit to humans in general. When we've seen that happen, it's within poultry workers or those who clearly have close contact with infected birds. So right now, as you've just heard Dr. Attard say, the issue is really one of animal health and avian influenza, meaning influenza amongst birds themselves. The issue, of course, is that the more you get transmission amongst non-human animals, birds and otherwise, the higher the risk over time with ongoing transmission to humans. So that's why at this point you'll hear generally, many will say that within the context of an urban environment like Toronto, that you don't have a high risk to human health at this point in time. The more transmission of avian influenza there is amongst animals, of course, the higher the risk to humans becomes over time.
Okay, and one last question. If we wanted to track this, because there is that, it's mild, but there is a human concern, can we be comforted by the fact, if we adopt the staff recommendations today, because some people are concerned about the program disappearing indefinitely, if we adopt these concerns today, the fact that there are avian flu cases happening here in our community, can we rely on public health if this does become a human concern? It's going to show up in our deliberations of Board of Health.
So through you, Madam Chair, clearly we are always concerned about influenza amongst humans, and we know that there are communications that are being issued to our clinician partners who actually see hospitalized cases, severe cases of influenza, that they should be on the alert and aware of that which is happening. In fact, there was just communications that came out very recently from our provincial counterparts to clinicians. To be on the lookout, to be aware of that which is happening by way of influenza amongst humans, just given the concerns.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Those are my questions. Councillor Thompson?
Madam Chair, thank you. I was just seeking clarification because it's not clear to me as part of this report where it speaks to the fact that the program will, persons involved in the pilot program able to keep the hens until such time that they die. I'm just curious because it's not clear as to how do we know who monitors those hens? Do we have a system where we know as part of the agreement that it's Harriet, not Cindy, the names of the hens? How do we know that? So if someone were to replace them, how would we know if there would be a continuity so the program could continue for those who wish to pursue that sort of process of not being honest about it?
Mr. Grant or Dr. Attard, do you want to?
I mean, I think we both have the same answer. They are required to register with us. We may need to move towards tagging to ensure that they're not being replaced. Again, we would hope that people would, again, follow the rules, but we know that's not always the case in our world particularly. So we are going to have to dedicate resources to this. We're going to need to inspect, and we may need to move towards tagging as well to ensure that the animals are not replaced. And then we would need to start with the 256 hens that we have now and get that number down to 0.
Okay, those are the questions? Okay. Before we bring it into committee, I'm in your hands, councillors. Our last speaker, Claudia Ramos, was having technical difficulties and is now connected. Would we mind hearing from her? Okay. Seeing no opposition to that, is Claudia Ramos connected with us now? Ms. Ramos? Ms. Ramos?
Hello?
Hi, there you are. Hi, it's Councillor Carroll. We've done our questions of staff, but I gather they got you connected. So the members have unanimously agreed to hear one more. So I've started your clock for 3 minutes. Go ahead.
My name is Claudia Ramos, and I'm in City Councillor Alejandro Bravo's ward. I'm speaking in support of extending the Urban Hens program. My sister spoke earlier today. Her name was Jessica. I think a lot of valid points have been made by previous speakers, both for and against the program, and I just wanted to add my unique perspective as someone who's interested in potentially joining the program in the future. I'm in favor of extending the program. I first heard about it a couple of years ago, and I've been interested in joining ever since. I've been looking at a home or for homes in Toronto and searching in the zones where chickens are allowed to be kept. I would love to own chickens in the future as pets. It's always been an interest of mine, and I grew up in a farm in Portugal. I emigrated here when I was 7, and I find that connecting with farm animals is a way to connect with nature and my environment, even still in the city. Personally, I would be very happy to pay for biosecurity training in the future just to be able to enroll or apply to be in the program in future. Like any other pet, I would be happy to pay for their vet bills and medical expenses, just like I do for my dog. I think it's important to provide education and information to people interested in enrolling in the program. I am definitely pro creating some sort of curriculum for us, and I think that it would be important to have that in the future. As someone who's lived in the city for the majority of my life, I was very, very happy when I heard that this program was introduced, even though I wasn't able to take part in it, and I would be heartbroken to see it go. I'd be much happier if we were able to revisit this issue in future when there is more information about how to handle avian influenza. It would just be really sad to see it close off permanently. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and thank you so much for hearing me speak.
Okay, you bet. Are there any questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you so much. I'm glad you were able to connect. That's
Thank
excellent.
you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so councillors, that does now bring us into committee. Are there any speakers to the item? And I was looking to see if Councillor, if there are no speakers to the item, I'll just proceed as chair. Okay, councillors, we held for speakers, but I think we've all pretty much my read of this is we've all taken the recommendations very seriously. I'm going to move that we just move the item exactly as it was recommended by staff today. I know that we may get feedback from all of our fellow members on council in between now and council session, but I think it's important for us as members today to support staff, because that is our usual MO when a motion comes forward and it's this divisive. We do have to rely on what we're hearing from the professionals, and we have heard from a health perspective, from a funding perspective, and a management perspective, why at this juncture, despite the fact that the one thing that we were worried about was that there would be a chicken coop in every single backyard. That hasn't been the case. If we get this right, it seems like it could be manageable, but that now is not the time. We just have too much concern on the health front, and so I'm inclined to just say that we should support the staff recommendations exactly as they are and forward that to our colleagues in council. Okay, are there any speakers to that? Seeing none, I'm going to put it to a vote then. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, now, councillors, our next item, item number 5, has a couple of speakers, but I just want to do a quick look at holds, because I understand now that I don't think Councillor Robinson is going to be returning at so the GMAP item that was held, item number 10, review and renewal of the Green Market Acceleration Program. If there are no questions from the members still present, then I think we can adopt that, because we're holding some staff. No one else will be heard for the rest of the day. It's another thing my family says often. Pardon? Oh, okay. So I hate to do this late in the afternoon, folks, but we're going to recess for 5 minutes so they can figure out what was going on. And this mic remains hot, so. I need you all, I need you to fetch you all hither. Okay, councillors, if you can take your seats, I'm hoping to get rid of some held items, and then we can just dedicate ourselves to the employment services transformation. Okay. Councillor Ainsley, there he is. Okay. Thank you for bearing with us there, Councillor Ainsley. Our mic suddenly got all messed up in the council chamber. So, councillors, our next item is item number 5, but I'm wondering if we can quickly dispense with a few things. We were just about to take a vote on the GMAP item. I don't know if we got around to voting on it. Staff recommendations. Councillor Thompson was about to move it. All in favor of adopting the staff recommendation there? That is wonderful. That passes unanimously. And then we have, let me just go through that. We did warming centers. Councillor Ainsley and I had a conversation over the lunch hour. Councillor Ainsley has a motion about the reporting back on the night manifesto, and there is a massive amount of work going on. He's got a big report coming that staff are doing with consultants, and so Councillor Ainsley's item right now has reporting back May 31st, and what I've asked him to agree to amend is that it comes back with all the work that the consultants in EDC are doing on the item with their, so that it all comes back at once, and that would be in October 2023. Councillor Ainsley, shall I put that as, that's your amendment, a friendly amendment?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm fine with that, Madam Chair.
Okay. And everything else is as is? Yes. So it would read October 2023 instead of May 31st, 2023. Okay, I don't know if we need to post it on the screen. Oh, here it comes. Nice one. Okay, all in favor of that item as amended? I'm assuming Councillor Ainsley voted for it, so that passes unanimously. Thank you. And if we could just quickly on the additional items, I was going to move a motion. We have two items that are very, very similar. Councillor Ainsley brought us EC 315, which is about the reporting on homelessness deaths, and Councillor Ainsley asking to revert to the monthly data. What I have moved, I had a motion coming, EC 316. I don't know if staff have had a chance to review it, but I went over that with Councillor Ainsley over the lunch break, and with a slight amendment of the wording to beef up, we have in section number 2 of that item, City Council requests the General Manager SSHA work with the Medical Officer of Health to explore options for more frequent and aligned reporting on the deaths of people experiencing homelessness. Councillor Ainsley has indicated that he would be comfortable with this motion taking precedence if the wording was to implement with more frequent and aligned reporting, so that we will get the MOU done, and these parties will work together to make sure the data is always accurate, but they will report back more often than semi-annual. Having done that, so the wording changes is to implement more frequent and aligned reporting on the deaths. Yeah. Have I got that right, Councillor Ainsley? Was that the way you wanted it?
Yeah, and sorry, the second part we talked about was staff reporting back on what that process was going to be.
Oh, okay. I didn't prepare wording for that, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna, on this one, I'm gonna. Oh, right.
If we could have some wording that they report back, maybe to our September meeting.
Yeah. Oh, okay. The other thing on this, I'm going to stand this one down. I'm afraid I can't make this one quicker because Gru registered to speak on this, And we just want to get that wording, to add that extra clause to report back on the results of doing the alignment and what the frequency would be. For that, I'm just going to need to stand it down so that we can get it properly worded to be able to post. Okay, and there's one other one that we might be able to dispense with here that would release some staff, and that is the addition of Councillor Cole's motion, which is EC 3.17, tourist area exemptions for holiday shopping at Yorkdale Shopping Centre, with an amendment to the Municipal Code chapter, and consider that read. Councillor Moyes, we held it because you had something you wanted to add to that?
Yes, I do have an amendment to that. It's really just to add the St. Lawrence Market neighborhood to that area, to that.
And
yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Are you finished?
Yeah, so it would be simply to amend it so that it, for Yorkdale Shopping Centre and St. Lawrence Market.
That's right.
And the Scarborough Town Centre.
I have a third motion I was about to mention after Councillor Moise's, because there's study going on about that. So I'm wondering if I could show you the motion that staff suggests for the and. These two are pretty, if you could put up the draft motion that staff have helped us with. Yeah, and now I'll tell you the reason I asked staff to draft this motion, Councillor Thompson, to add to this. You'll remember, I'm so glad that it's you. You'll remember that ages back, the problem really arose when, for Yorkdale, we're allowing a tourist exemption for Vaughan Mills north of us, and so it was drawing people away from that shopping area because they're kind of close. And at the same time, this is how long ago this was, we were trying to treat St. Lawrence Market uniquely, but that conversation actually started, got a certain amount of the way, and then never continued. With respect to all other malls, staff have recommended that what we do is come back with the criteria, because if they did, Scarborough Town Centre and others may well qualify, but without creating a hole to do at council.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
but when you reflect on the fact that if you use a comparator with respect to Yorkdale and Vaughan Mills,
yeah,
we need to use the same comparator with respect to the Scarborough Town Centre and Pacific Mall. Right?
Yes, this is why this motion is actually the most important of the bunch. We do really need to re-examine the criteria.
Totally agree.
Well, if you want to add that amendment, that is your right as a councillor.
Yeah.
I would just caution that means this is going to be a much bigger debate when it gets to council.
I think it's going to be one anyways, because Yorkdale's there, irrespective of the analysis and the examples that you presented. But because I represent that area with that major mall and the challenge we have with Pacific Mall, which is similar to Vaughan Mills, I would actually have to move it because of that rationale.
Yeah.
If I didn't have Pacific Mall, I would absolutely agree with you that this would be in sync with respect to the holidays and so on. But because I have Pacific Mall, and it does draw a lot of business away from the STC, and they suffer similarly to Yorkdale.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I would say that.
So, Councillor Moyes?
Just a point of clarification, isn't Pacific Mall in Markham?
Well, so now we're getting, as is Vaughan Mills.
so what?
They're both in York Region. They're both in York Region. They're both causing us problems.
Yeah, but
that's why councillors, if Councillor Cole were here, I would say, let's put all of those on hold and just move the motion the staff have recommended, which is this one, to develop a criterion process. But as he's not here, we can't really say you can't move yours, but he gets to move his. So here's what I'm going to suggest, councillors. You'll move your amendments. We'll put them all forward, but we will also put this motion forward. Council may well decide none of them for now, let's do this, or they may just approve them, but at least it gives council some idea of committee's suggestions at how you might resolve this issue.
And I fully agree with you, Madam Chair, but as I gave you the example with respect to Pacific Mall and its impact on the Scarborough Town Center, that's the only reason, had Pacific Mall not being a challenge for us, I would actually acquiesce and move ahead with what you said. So I'm actually straddling both sides.
Yeah,
If I lose on that, then I have this.
And then council will decide how they want to approach it. So I'm going to suggest that we have the amendment from Councillor Moyes to Councillor Cole's motion, followed by the amendment to Councillor Thompson's amendment. Sorry, I'm trying to hurry and it's just causing me to go slower. Councillor Thompson's amendment, but also place the motion that I have. And I'm sorry, I did not hear. Councillor Thompson's amendment was Yorkdale Shopping Centre and St. Lawrence Market and Scarborough Town Centre.
Right.
Yeah. STC.
Sorry, point of order.
Clarification?
Yes. Clarification. May I make a slight amendment to my motion? I have BIA there. I'd rather put business improvement area, just so.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to suggest. This is not a quick item. It long ago stopped being a quick item, and we're holding staff up. I thought we could quickly dispense with it, but if that's where we're going, guys, I'm going to stand it down. It's getting far too complex to call it a quick item, because I don't actually know what you mean right now. So I'm going to suggest that you guys work it out amongst you, and I'm going to start with the presentation, followed by speakers on item number 5 and consideration of it, and then you'll tell me where you landed. And if we could make the staff motion about process and setting a new criteria available to the councillors, so they have that while they're deciding what to do on that item. Okay. Okay, so councillors, we're going to move to item number 5. And staff are going to present before the speakers, because this is a very complex item. So, Mr. Azouz, I'm passing it over to you.
Great, thank you so much, Councillor. And I want to thank the Chair for the opportunity to provide a brief overview on our staff report this afternoon. That's before you today. And I want to thank all members of the Economic and Community Development Committee for their ongoing interest in the work that we do to address the complex needs of our Ontario Works clients. My name is Tom Azouz, and I'm pleased to be here with my colleagues Anna Kane and James Lapierre to present on the recommendations we provided in our staff report. In commencing this presentation, I want to mention that the Ministry of Labour, Immigration, Training, and Skills Development, who are responsible for the employment services transformation, have stated that their goals for this new model are to address duplication, promote integration, and improve employment outcomes. To be clear, this is a common goal that we have as well. Firstly, we strive for effective services. In fact, our existing programs target client needs that the new ministry model doesn't address. Secondly, we seek greater integration across our systems, and that's allowed us to establish a cohesive network of 240 partner agencies that we collaborate with. And thirdly, we want better employment outcomes as well, and we recognize this as a fundamental goal for our clients that we support. So why do I mention this? Well, although we agree on these important goals, our staff report highlights the challenges with the ministry model, given our objective analysis and our extensive knowledge of our clients within the construct of our city. The needs of our clients are multifaceted. The journey to success is not linear, and sustained employment outcomes are not easily achieved without addressing gaps in literacy and essential skills, health issues, food security, and precarious housing, to name a few. I'll now turn it over to Anna Kane to continue, as I've had a bit of a lingering cough that I don't want to distract from the clarity in this presentation. Anna, over to you, please.
Thank you, Tom. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. In May 2021, Toronto Employment and Social Services was directed by City Council to collaborate with relevant city divisions, engage key external stakeholders, and report on recommendations to a critical question for the city and for those we serve, namely, what role should the city play as the province implements changes to the way in which social assistance recipients in Toronto are supported to moving to employment, including should the city pursue the role of the Employment Service System Manager in Toronto as an agent of the province under the Employment Ontario program. There are a number of factors that must be considered. The changes being imposed by the province involve multiple systems, highly invested and diverse stakeholders, varying degrees of understanding both of the current systems and the proposed changes, and the varying impacts the provincial integrated employment service system model will have across service areas. Over the past almost 2 years, TESS has collaborated with Social Development, Finance and Administration, Economic Development and Culture, and Toronto Public Library to undertake a comprehensive analysis of the current employment service systems, the pending changes, and carried out ongoing discussions with the province. We have also engaged with over 100 stakeholders across these systems. We have worked to challenge our assumptions and assess objectively the benefits and challenges of this model from the context of our clients, our partners, and the city.
Sorry, let's hang on a second. Someone participating remotely has their microphone on? If you're participating in this meeting remotely, you should have your microphone off because someone is speaking in the committee room. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank
Councillor Carroll, Councillor Ainsley, my microphone was off.
No, there are several staff members participating. I wasn't singling you out, Councillor Ainsley. Someone had their mic off, but by no means did I think it was you, because we just texted. I know your mic is off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through this process, multiple risks resulting from the implementation of the provincial model in Toronto have been identified. Risks to clients, service providers, and to the city. We have done our due diligence in raising these risks with the province and have offered suggestions on changes that would enhance success for our clients and for the selected employment service system manager. While some of these suggestions have been reflected in the province's requests for qualifications document released on April 19th, key suggestions have not. And as a result, our summary of the key impacts stand. These include appropriately focused training and skills development programs for individuals further from the labor market will no longer be available, and as a result, the needs of individuals experiencing multiple barriers to employment will not be met. The identified risks cannot be mitigated from within the employment service system, even by the city. And finally, the city can be a more effective contributor and change advocate outside the employment service system, where we will not be limited by the constraints that would be imposed as an agent of the province, including advocating to maintain our role in maintaining a network of appropriately focused training and skill development programs for social assistance recipients. The slides that follow provide key background information on the provincial changes and rationale for the recommendations we are bringing forward in our report today. In assessing the impact of these changes, it is important to understand who it is we serve. Toronto is the largest municipal social assistance delivery system in Canada. Last year, we served over 107,000 cases, comprising over 175,000 individuals. Toronto not only has the largest Ontario Works caseload in the province, but also, reflective of our city, the most diverse. The majority of our clients face multiple and often intersecting barriers to employment and often face a higher complexity of need, in particular given the higher costs of living in Toronto. It is important to note that the province establishes the Ontario Works monthly rates, and these rates have not increased since 2018. As a result of these intersecting challenges, individuals in Toronto remain on Ontario Works longer than in any other municipalities. More than half of our caseload has been in receipt of financial assistance for over 2 years, and on average, clients remain on social assistance for over 4 years. Our clients require access to stability supports to address key barriers like health, precarious housing, food insecurity, literacy, mental health, and substance use challenges. Over 30% of our clients have not graduated from high school. 30% of our clients report a lack of Canadian work experience as the most significant barrier to employment. Health and a lack of education and skills are the other most prevalent barriers to employment. Today, refugee claimants represent 22% of our caseload. Many of these newcomers to our city face additional barriers to employment, such as language and lengthy waits for accessing work permits. Employment services transformation will also see the transition of responsibility for supporting recipients of the Ontario Disability Support Program from the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services to the new Employment Service System Manager. There are currently over 78,000 individuals receiving ODSP income support residing in Toronto. TESS provides employment supports to non-disabled members of the ODSP recipients, as well as ODSP recipients who choose to access our services. It is also helpful to understand how we currently work to meet the employment needs of our clients. TESS provides a range of employment-related benefits and programming. We currently hold contracts with 240 community agencies to provide these services. Some of our employment programs are work-based learning opportunities that provide a wage subsidy, for example, through our Investing in Neighborhoods program. Agencies contracted through our Purchase of Employment Services program provide a variety of training and skill development programs. Last year, over 3,600 clients participated in these programs. In addition, we provide financial benefits to support costs associated with finding and maintaining employment, such as transportation, digital access, work clothes, etc. Last year, over 21,000 clients received employment-related financial benefits. Our projected expenditures this year for these programs is $54.2 million, all of which is 100% provincially funded. While the majority of those we serve are experiencing multiple barriers to employment, a small percentage, on average less than 10% of our caseload, are deemed ready for employment on the day they are granted assistance and are suitable for referral to Employment Ontario without further intervention. In the next few slides, I'll walk through the current Employment Ontario delivery structure and how it will change as a result of employment services transformation. The Ministry of Labour, Immigration, Training and Skills Development manages employment programming for all job seekers in Ontario. Under the umbrella brand of Employment Ontario, the ministry manages a number of programs delivered through 5 separate streams: apprenticeship, local employment projects, adult education, skills training, and employment supports and services. The ministry contracts out to third-party providers to deliver these services and programs. Employment Ontario programming across all streams is designed primarily for individuals who are employed, employment ready, and closer to the labor market. If we were to overlay TESS's current employment programming with the current Employment Ontario delivery structure, we would see that our programming encompasses 2 of the 5 streams: employment supports and services, which are primarily short-term and transactional, providing some financial pre-employment and job preparation supports with a focus on job matching, and skill training. The majority of TESS's current programming focuses on providing training and skills development programs that are designed specifically to meet the needs of individuals further from the labor market. Under Employment Services Transformation, management of the employment supports and services stream will be outsourced to a third-party provider selected through a competitive process. The remaining 4 streams of programming will continue to be managed by the province. The new Employment Service System Manager, or ESSM, will be responsible for providing services to all job seekers, including social assistant recipients. With this transition of responsibility, the province will withdraw an estimated $38.6 million from the city's Ontario Works program delivery allocation to be reinvested in the employment supports and services stream through the ESSM to a network of EO providers. This is the funding the city currently uses to fund our network of providers delivering pre-employment training and skills development programming to TESS clients. There is no additional investment being made by the province in the skill training stream of programming. The new Employment Service System Manager will not have jurisdiction over this programming. As a result, a gap in appropriately focused training and skills development programs to support social assistant recipients to employment will be created in Toronto. It is important to acknowledge that the impacts related to the implementation of employment services transformation will vary by service area, dependent on how the Ontario Work Service System Manager has historically invested its provincial funding to support clients to employment. The following key considerations reflect Toronto's uniqueness when considering whether the city should bid for the role of Employment Service System Manager. As identified, the withdrawal of provincial funding from the city will result in the termination of our current programming that was designed to meet the needs of individuals facing multiple barriers to employment. This gap cannot be bridged by the provincial training programs nor mitigated by the city without significant new investment. Without continued access to appropriately focused employment training programs that have been designed to address the complex needs of our clients, the outcomes for social assistant recipients will be negatively impacted. The transformed system will not achieve the intended improvement in these outcomes. I've spoken to the fact that the gap in programming cannot be mitigated without significant new investment, and it's important to also consider the costs related to developing the necessary infrastructure to manage an employment supports and service system for all residents, not just those in receipt of social assistance. This work could not be absorbed into existing city infrastructure or budgets. The Employment Service System Manager will be subject to a provincially established performance management framework with narrowly defined measures of success. Specifically, employment is the only eligible outcome. Client progression toward employment, including participation in training and skills development programming, does not contribute to the assessment of success. 20% of the Employment Service System Manager's overall budget will be tied directly to the achievement of provincially set employment outcome targets. Without additional provincial funding to address the limitations of the model within the Toronto context, the Employment Service System Manager may be required to make additional investments to ensure success. Our recommendations and intentions are to ensure that our clients are effectively served. We support the objective of employment outcomes and have worked strategically to establish agreements with our community agencies and partners to serve our clients' needs. Based on our assessment of the integrated employment services model within the Toronto context, it is recommended that the city not pursue the role of the employment service system manager for the Toronto service area. And although we are not recommending that the city apply to be the ESSM due to the risks the new model creates, we have outlined a number of recommendations where we think we can contribute and continue to add our experience and value to help achieve better outcomes for our clients. To this end, it is also recommended that the city continue to advocate to the province for the continuation of an appropriate level of employment services funding for Toronto Employment and Social Services. Staff have been engaged with the ministry for the past 6 months in this respect and have formally requested that the city maintain its current level of funding to deliver the right programs to achieve the successful outcomes for our clients. Further, it is recommended that the city establish a collaborative partnership with the ESSM once selected by the province, and to report back to Council with an update on the system transition timeline and partnership activities. In our engagement with key stakeholders, we also heard that there is a need for the city to play an enhanced role in the workforce development ecosystem in Toronto as a means of contributing to the improved employment outcomes for individuals further from the labour market. Staff are currently exploring options for the Council to consider and will be recommending a future report back. The recommendations that have been presented today would allow the city to advocate and influence changes by leveraging our expertise, partnerships, and existing investments in order to ensure the needs of clients continue to be met. The city would be best positioned to influence change outside of the employment service system and the constraints that would be imposed as an agent of the province. Bidding for the role of the ESSM based on the parameters that are laid out in the recently released RFQ would signal an endorsement of the model by the city and set an expectation that the city is prepared to mitigate the system limitations. Through these recommendations, the city would work closely with the selected ESSM on the design of the system in order to ensure the true integration of services and case management, leading to enhanced employment outcomes. Should the province agree with the request to continue a level of funding for Toronto Employment and Social Services to deliver the appropriate supports for our clients, combined with integrated case management, improved employment outcomes for social assistance clients can be achieved. These recommendations mitigate to the fullest extent possible the assessed financial risks to the city, regardless of who assumes the role of the employment service system manager. The city will still be faced with provincial funding reduction under the Ontario Works program. Even if the province agrees to continued funding to support the delivery of training programs, it is not expected that it would fully offset the planned withdrawal amount. In closing, post-employment services transformation, Toronto Employment and Social Services will continue to be the largest provider of social services in the country, and therefore will continue to play a vital role in advocating for and ensuring our clients have access to the financial supports to which they are entitled, that they continue to benefit from active case management and service planning, including referrals to community and other city programming, in order to enhance stability in their lives, and that they are supported to employment either through direct delivery or in partnership with the ESSM. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have some speakers to this item. So I'm going to go, we're going to go out to deputations now. Most are by phone. Ms. Atala, do you need some assistance to get to that? Because I can start with I'm going to start with another speaker. If I could get someone to just make sure that you make it to the right chair. Okay. Super. And then in the meantime, I have actually, I have a couple of phone conferences we could speakers. Sorry, Councillor Thompson?
Madam Chair, as a point of order, we had a quick item that we could release, if that's okay with you, before we get into the discussions.
While Andrea is getting properly seated, that would be great.
Yes.
So we're going to return to the, I think Councillor Cole's staff is here now, but not Councillor Cole. I believe it's item, the shopping item is, I believe, item, is that 17? Yes. So we had an amendment on the floor, and I tabled that other motion. Are you good with where are we at with the revision now?
I'm good with both. We're both good with both. And
okay, so we're returning then, Madam Clerk, to just adding St. Lawrence Market to Councillor Cole's motion.
Yes.
And then we're also going to move the motion that's currently in my name that asks staff to do a go-forward process for the rest.
STC and St. Lawrence Market to Councillor Cole's motion.
We'll just Councillor Thompson's motion.
Okay, okay.
Then your motion.
Oh, excellent, okay.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Yes, okay, so in the order of as moved, okay. Okay, yes, okay, so Councillor Moyes' motion to amend, to add St. Lawrence Market, all in favor? I don't see Councillor Ainsley. Do we have Councillor Ainsley? You better be. Okay, excellent. Okay, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Is Councillor Thompson's motion contained within there? And then Councillor Thompson's motion, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And finally, the motion from myself. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Yes, that's item is amended. Yes. Item is amended because we just voted on the amendments. Right. Okay. I predict there will be some discussion at council. Okay. Okay. Thank you for that interruption. So we'll go back now. We have a speakers list on item number 5. Ms. Atala, you're all comfortable in place. So we're gonna start with you, and I'll start your clock. Thank you for coming.
Okay, I am currently the recipient co-chair of the ODSP Action Coalition, and this is a job, like a job that I have, a volunteer job that I was able to get. Mm-hmm. I'm not making any money doing this. So, and I have tried to do a lot of jobs before, you know, I went on ODSP. And the job that I was able to get was doing phone surveys, and I made more money, frankly, on ODSP than I ever did like living on ODSP or doing phone surveys. So it's not an easy job trying to employ people that are disabled or you know, like Ford just says get a job, but it's not an easy thing. And so we were hoping that the city could
you know, help with sort of the gaps in the services, because if it's not the city, then who is it going to be, and what kind of jobs are they going to get people on OW and people with disabilities to get? Because eventually they want this extended, and they want people that are on ODSP to get jobs. And we want people to be safe, you know? We want people to have jobs that they can do, and I'm not sure whether there are enough jobs in the system that these people can do. There's nothing worse, there's nothing more humiliating than having to try to do a job and then getting fired, like a couple of weeks or a couple months later. It's kind of a waste of everybody's time, and it's not good for your self-confidence. So, but, so that's why we're sort of, that's what we're trying to mitigate by getting the city to help people with jobs. A lot of people that are on OW should be on ODSP, because unfortunately, there's a sort of a gap between the provincial government's expectations of everybody getting a job and corporate, you know, the corporations or the people's jobs expectations of having people work up to their standards. So we have to sort of we have to work with people to find jobs that they can do. Yeah, and the city would be better at doing that, I think, than other agencies. The city would also have an idea of what is available and what kind of, you know, other sectors that people could work in. Mm-hmm. They would have more of a grasp on what's available in the city, right? So that's why I think the city should stay as part of that they should put the funding in and the time in to help employ people.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Are there any questions of the deputy? Seeing that, I just have one myself, because I looking at this, I don't know if we'll have another. We read in this report, and we read in the legislation that the province has put forward, that it's very much a new part of their vision here, is that for ODSP clients, that they'll be changing the reporting requirement for you I have a person in the same situation sitting in my basement right now for my daughter, that your job seeking will be more tracked, and I'm wondering if they've done any communicating directly to you as a client that the condition is about to change, that you won't just receive the benefit, but you'll be having to prove your job searching and that sort of thing. Have they communicated that out to clients at all?
No, they haven't. That would.
can't hear us. So we're just going to make sure that that's the case. Oh, Councillor Ainsley is giving us the thumbs up.
Okay, that's good.
So if they could just stand there with the door open, staring at the panel until the end of the meeting, that seems to be what does it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Oh, that seems to make it up better. So, so participation agreements or trying to apply for jobs and not getting your benefit.
Yeah.
That's not in the original agreement.
Right.
And we are, one of the tests to get on to ODSP is that you cannot, that you cannot work.
Which one is that? Oh, no, that one wasn't the date. The date was, oh, yeah, that's the data one. Yes, sorry. No, that wasn't on the MOU. The date was on the night manifesto. The night manifesto amendment is to October 2023, and this was just. Okay. Oh, seems like I'm live. Councillor Ainsley, can you hear us at home? Oh, I got a thumbs up there.
Yes, I can.
And I can hear him. Okay, sorry, in all of that, I lost my list of speakers. Do we have anybody, now that we're back, do we have anybody, is it Jarima Kapoor from Maytree? Are they online? Okay. Everyone, cross your fingers. We're going to see if we can hear this person. Oh, we can hear and see you. Sorry for the wait. We've been having some technical difficulty, but it looks like you're there, bright and clear.
Okay, perfect.
Go ahead.
You can hear me?
We can.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon. My name is Garima Talwar Kapoor, and I am the Director of Policy and Research with Maytree, a charitable organization dedicated to advancing systemic solutions to poverty through a human rights-based approach. We have closely followed the provincial government's employment services transformation, or EST for short, and the city's work on deciding whether to put forward a bid to be Toronto's Employment Service System Manager, or ESSM. It's not often that you get to see glimpses of internal debates that city staff must have had on their recommendations. And the report from Toronto Employment and Social Services, or TES, to the committee reflects the internal conflicts and deliberations that must have taken place prior to their recommendations. Of import, TES emphasizes that the EST process will have deep equity implications, regardless of who the ESSM is, and ultimately suggests that the fiscal and operational risks to the city are not worthwhile, given the lose-lose situation. Put plainly, the needs of the city are prioritized over the needs of the residents in deepest poverty. And instead of shouldering the risks and identifying mitigation opportunities, the recommendation from TESS pushes the risk onto residents across Toronto who are looking to their local government for support. TESS argues that the ESSM model does not reflect the realities of Ontario Works recipients or other people living in deep poverty who need access to employment and services training in Toronto. And while there may be consensus on this point, simply resigning to the model and to the province without suggesting ways in which the city could address the needs of its residents is concerning. It raises questions about the city's commitment as a duty bearer, doing what it takes to promote and protect the human right of all residents to an adequate standard of living. Given these concerns, I believe that the critical question for this committee, or the critical questions for this committee to answer are: is there something more broadly that the City Council or City could do to fulfill the important ESSM role, while also ensuring that the services delivered reflect the unique needs of people who have multiple barriers to work? Are there investments in administrative capacity, benefits, supports that the city could step up to? Can the city lead in this area, as opposed to conceding its role? The recommendation from TESS ultimately indicates that its answers to these questions are a resounding no, although the input received through stakeholder consultations and from city staff indicates support for the city to put forward a bid. The decision is partly based on a risk assessment that paradoxically contends that if the city were the ESSM, it could jeopardize success in other areas of the city's priorities. This includes the poverty reduction strategy, reconciliation action plan, and the plan to confront anti-Black racism. We all know, however, that these strategies are interdependent, that the success of one is dependent on the others. And these strategies are only as strong as the weakest link. If the ESSM does not have the accountabilities to deliver on these strategies, let alone accountability for other wraparound public services like housing that people need, the ability of the city to deliver on its other social and human services goals are compromised. While in the grand scheme of things, the decision on whether to put forward a bid for the ESSM may seem insignificant. After all, we're talking about 0.2% of the city's operating budget being at risk. The decision will have very significant impacts on people living in deep poverty. And this is why this decision matters. Every day, governments are making decisions that evade public scrutiny and attention because they seem immaterial. But for the people that need access to social services, whether it's for Ontario Works financial assistance or whether it's for employment and training services, the quality of the services provided are material for their everyday well-being. Given these considerations, we recommend that ECDC consider alternative options before making a decision about putting forward a bid for the ESSM. ECDC should direct TESS to develop options for the committee's consideration so that it can consider whether the additional investments needed to be the type of ESSM that reflects the city's priorities are worthwhile. The committee should ask staff what it would take, what are the fiscal costs and the administrative capacities to develop an ESSM model that addresses the unique needs of Toronto residents and fulfill the gaps that staff have identified. Only when all of the alternative options are tabled clearly for consideration should ECDC make a decision on whether the city should put forward a bid to be the ESSM. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Garima. Are there any questions of the deputants? Seeing none, thank you very much for your comments. Okay. Okay, that's Garima. John Stapleton, I think, is online. Is John Stapleton available?
I believe I've been unmuted. Is that correct?
Mr. Stapleton, yes, you have. It's Shelley Carroll. You can go ahead. I've just started your clock over. Welcome.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Council and Madam Chair. I very much appreciate this opportunity that I've been given here. I want to start out by saying that in 1889, a recommendation was made and addressed to Toronto Charities that the City of Toronto hire a relieving officer to assist people living in poverty to join the mainstream of community life through employment. As Goldwyn Smith said, the need of a more regular and skilled administration is felt in the Department of Health and in that of engineering. The time can hardly be far distant when it will be felt in regard to the relief of destitution. 4 years later, in 1893, the first relief officer was hired, and now 130 years later, the city is sadly contemplating getting out of the employment services business. It's important to note that no one in living memory or generational memory knows what it would be like for the City of Toronto to be out of the business of employment services for city residents. This is important. The reasons that the staff report provide to abandon that role have nothing to do with history, policy, or the needs of our community. Rather, they have everything to do with the familiar, ever-present issues of cost and risk. I teach a policy course to OW recipients referred by tests 4 times a year and have done so for the past 12 years. I held such a class earlier this month. The reality is that aside from one woman who lives in RGI housing in Toronto Community Housing, the others are modern hunter-gatherers, mostly hungry and living lives of quiet desolation, often paying $600 a month to rent shared space while having almost nothing left over for even the most threadbare existence. Each Ontario Works intake appears to be further from employment in my estimation. They are distrustful and prone to disproving conspiracy theories. They often dislike the world and often dislike themselves and others in their position. The lives they live are a set of careful lies, as their only conceivable way to survive is to squirrel away money, hide relationships, and live contradictory lives of proclaimed destitution as the appearance of anything different from that court's ineligibility. The road to readiness for employment for these folks is not initially through a workforce development approach. They need to stop needing to display destitution and to learn that some parts of our public institutions indeed can be trusted. They need to eat regularly and stop living a life of constant weariness and fear of reprisals. They need to have a phone and a modest data plan. They are rapidly de-skilling in an environment that assumes that we all know how to go online. Many are shockingly disconnected. If you don't have a phone and a phone plan, you'll learn how not to use it. Workforce development is an important goal for people living in forced destitution, but it cannot work if people remain in destitution. What they need is neither traditional social work or, in my view, concentrated trauma reduction. They need more money and they need basic support and to unclog their mental arteries of the stigma that stuffs every aspect of their daily being. There must be a way to bridge this gap between isolation and our mainstream, but if we do not do it, these folks are not going to and cannot be job ready if the present ecosystem remains in place. The good news is that the city brings a lot to the table. If new actors take over the ESM responsibilities, for example, private or public international corporations, they have no skin in the game. The city does. Disruption is all we will face for years of Torontoans' history of involvement in employment services, and a city role restricted to life stabilization and service navigation is a much reduced role, let alone being a thankless task. The city cares for its residents in ways that the private sector does not and never will. Private sector businesses in the running are neither Canadian owned or operated. But if the city does make a bid under the present rules, it looks like that they may not be able to win it. There is nothing wrong with workforce development, but it cannot work to the exclusion of everything else. If you're living on $133 a month after paying rent, $733 minus $600, neither workforce development nor life stabilization have any hope of working. Therefore, a new ESSM that is not city-run will drive the wedge between ODSB and OW even deeper. We understand that the city cannot afford to lose the $38 million that is on the table that the city could lose. Therefore, the real issue is the box, the straitjacket into which the city is being placed. These parameters must be rejected and a new game plan put in place. City staff did not get this wrong. Playing by the rules now in place, the city must not bid. But if the rules could be different, if they're fair and just, a bid is entirely appropriate. We need to look at the long game and do what is right and make a bid and try to change the rules in the medium to long term, not get out of the business and be forever regretful of a flawed decision. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stapleton. And you're just inside time because I mistakenly did not start the clock earlier, but I will so for questions. Councillor Bravo, you have questions of Mr. Stapleton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard, Mr. Stapleton, that you're saying that the rules that set out by the province are bad rules, but that you are recommending that the public service nevertheless plays by those rules while trying to change them. Did I mishear you?
I think just to clarify, I think what the city needs to do is call the province out and do so in a very public manner, because the set of rules, the staff are making a very reasonable recommendation to not go ahead with the ASSM, but it's only within the rules, the sort of box they've been put into. I think what the city needs to do is reject the set of rules that they have been forced to work under.
But you're supporting the idea that it should not pursue a bid.
No, I'm supporting the idea that it should pursue a bid, but at the same time pursue it while saying that the rules that it's been forced to, this is very much like the opposite of the Godfather meme. This is basically saying you've been given an offer that you must refuse. So we're saying change the offer.
And would you agree with Garima Kapoor's from Maytree's statement that while there is significant risk that would be borne by the city in pursuing a bid, doing otherwise actually transfers the risk onto people who are very vulnerable in Toronto right now?
I completely agree with that.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we have a couple more speakers. Is Talia Bronstein available online? Okay.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Talia. Hi, it's Councillor Carroll here. We are just zeroing your clock, and you can go ahead.
Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Talia Bronstein. I'm the VP of Research and Advocacy at Daily Bread Food Bank. Our network is comprised of over 200 food programs across the city, working collectively towards our mission to eliminate food insecurity and advocate for solutions to end poverty. More than 1/3 of food bank clients in Toronto rely on Ontario Works and Ontario Disability Support Program as their primary source of income. This should come as no surprise, given that monthly earnings under both of these programs fall well below the poverty line and even below the deep poverty line. You will have read the report provided by staff about the employment services transformation in Ontario. The staff accurately captured the risks associated with this transition. They correctly identified that many social assistance recipients face multiple intersecting barriers to securing employment. One element that was not explicitly noted in the report, but this committee should be aware, is that many Torontonians rely on Ontario Works as they are waiting for their ODSP application to be processed. It is not uncommon for ODSP applications to be rejected due to insufficient documentation, only for that decision to be overturned through appeal. All the while, these are individuals who are unable to work full-time due to their disability, and they are being forced to rely on Ontario Works, which is significantly less. As such, any decision regarding this transformation must take into account specifically the impact it will have on Torontonians with disabilities, even if they are not ODSP recipients. As members of Defend Disability, we are concerned that the new provincial model is not responsive to the unique needs and challenges faced by people with disabilities seeking employment. What the staff report does make clear is that the city has been dealt a losing hand by the province. I understand the conclusion the staff have come to after conducting the risk assessment, but I do think the committee must consider the downstream impacts of the recommendation to not place a bid to be the employment service system manager. To paraphrase the staff report, a significant risk in withdrawing the city's role is that there will be a funding gap with community agencies providing employment services to social assistance recipients furthest from the labor market. And these individuals will be streamed into provincial training programs not designed to meet the complex and intersecting needs, which may result in worse, not better, outcomes for some Ontario work clients. So yes, there is a financial risk to taking on the employment service system management role, but there is also a financial risk to the city in terms of increased poverty, food insecurity, and ultimately homelessness should this transition fail to achieve its intended outcomes, as the staff report so clearly articulates. My colleague John, who just deputed, said earlier to me this week, many will agree that the city staff recommendation is correct in the parameters the province has established, but will reject those parameters. So we need to be asking, how can the city change these parameters? The report notes that the city will take on an advocacy role, but what will this advocacy look like? Where is the accountability and the transparency to its constituents here? And what will the city do to address the growing poverty and food insecurity in the city? Visits to our network food banks shattered a new record in March, with close to 270,000 food bank visits. Social assistance recipients who are accessing food banks, amongst them 41% reported not eating for an entire day because they did not have enough money for food. I just want to let that sink in, not eating for an entire day because there was not enough money for food. Food banks are at their breaking point. Social assistance recipients are well beyond their breaking point. If poverty rates worsen for these individuals and for our city, food banks will not be able to meet that need. These are some of Toronto's most financially vulnerable individuals. If the city steps back and does not pursue the ESSM role, it is critical that the city then step up in other ways through programs and services to support Torontonians receiving social assistance in achieving financial stability. Regardless of who is the ESSM, the city is accountable and responsible to the residents of the city. And these individuals receiving social assistance cannot be left high and dry. I would like to point out that city staff are currently working on the next poverty reduction strategy action plan, and this is an important time to put action and funding behind words. When this action plan comes to this committee, I hope it will identify how the city will be mitigating the risks that the staff report specifically outlines as it relates to this transition. And I hope that this committee is going to fully consider the downstream risks of removing itself from the management of the social assistance employment management in the city. The stakes are incredibly high with people's right to food on the line. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Talia. Are there any questions? Councillor Moyes has a question for you, so you could stay with us.
Yeah, thank you for your deputation. Based on the presentation that we had, the city is still responsible for apprenticeship, local employment projects, skills training, adult education, and also Ontario Works as well. Only one aspect of this is being removed from this cluster, which is employment, support, and services only. But the city will still be responsible for the other items. Based on your, maybe I misheard, but perhaps based on your presentation, it sounds like you're saying the city is just abandoning all of those other areas.
Yeah, so in terms of the technical details, I'll refer to the city staff for that. But in terms of what I was saying, the city is stepping itself back from being the employment service system manager. They're not putting themselves forward for that role. And that is the role that is going to be responsible for overseeing that employment service system. That's going to be the one who is responsible for employment supports for those who are receiving social assistance. And so it's playing a leadership role in the city. And so there might be opportunities within the city for smaller programs, but this is a very large program that the city is removing itself from and not putting it, or the recommendation is to not put the city's hat in the ring. So I'm happy to defer to city staff on some of the specifics in terms of which programs fall where. But I think it's about the leadership role that the city is taking and stepping back and saying we leave that to other bidders. We're not going to put our name forward to even have our name in the running for that role.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. And I don't see any other questions. So Talia, thank you so much. There's one other speaker, but he seems to have left the room. Sean Maher was here a minute ago. Oh, he's online. Oh, okay. We wore him down. He had to go home. Is he with us now?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Hi. Go ahead, Sean.
Hi. Sorry, I had to leave the council chamber because I had to get on a train, which is where I am now. So apologies for any sound quality issues, and apologies for not being on camera. But thank you to the committee for taking the time to hear from the community today. It's important, and it's something that the city does well. My name is Sean Maher. I'm here on behalf of Ontario for All and our partners at Defend Disability. And I'm here to ask the committee to defer this item. There are, as you've heard already, many pieces that are not in place that enable us to proceed at this time. I know this was a difficult decision for staff, that significant consequences have weighed heavily on them, but there are some reasons why now is not the time to move forward with this recommendation to abandon the prospect of a bid. One is simply respectful engagement of your partners. For 2 years, Defend Disability has been coming to the city, bringing data on the impact of these service shifts on vulnerable people, data on the track of private firms likely to bid on the ESSM role. We opened up this conversation long in advance of the deadline, and we're always told at every stage it's a long process, and the city will keep its community partners informed of their evolving thinking. That process ended last week, and after a long silence, we got emailed a finished report 7 days before it went to committee. There was a thoughtful, but in fairness, hasty meeting convened by Acting Mayor McKelvey that most of the partners in this process weren't able to hear about. Many of those who heard about it weren't able to attend. The information they have on hand to make a decision is not as robust as it ought to be.
Sean, you're cutting in and out a little bit there.
Is that any better?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. The staff have run a business case. They concluded that this does not look good. To summarize it probably too roughly, what the staff have outlined is that the province has created a system that will work badly, serve the most vulnerable very poorly, and create financial penalties for failing to comply with the model. I think everybody who has disputed totally understands why the city would not want to be handed this bag of hammers, especially when it's likely to end in a great deal of red ink. But there are other considerations. What will your partners be able to do to support you? How is the community service sector prepared to step up? From the rivers of emails that I have seen over the last 7 days, your partners have not been fully engaged in reviewing those possibilities. But the last thing I want to point out is that though the conversation has happened at the staff level, it has not happened at the level that matters most right now, which is at the political level. The business case is clear. It's awful. Staff have done their job. But the city takes on things that are bad business cases and irrational provincial funding before, and they have been beneficial. The city ran childcare at a loss for years while the province refused to pay its fair share of the cost-sharing agreements, because the city knew that running it wrong or stepping away and let the private sector do the job would do harm. The city voted to fund an entire multi-million-dollar provincial program when the city looked at the real costs of the damage of letting it fold. It would impose and recognize that funding it was the better choice. The city sees on the front line the cost of doing these things wrong, and it steps up. It pays someone else's bills sometimes and to make sure that those things get done right, because they know the incredible damage getting them wrong would do. The damage to individuals, and as importantly, as Talia pointed out, the cost to the city in getting them wrong, the cost in shelter beds and crisis services, and more in policing. If we're going to pay in the end, let's pay up front for good outcomes, not downstream crisis management. And that's something that the city needs to look at as it makes a decision about what role to play. And that's the last point I'll make, which is the stated goal, to be blunt, of pushing back at a bad system may justify standing outside a contract with the province, but the reality is that we don't have a plan for that. Staff have said they will come back with a later report for that. You haven't engaged your partners in the not-for-profit sector and how that will happen. And making a decision of this kind without that full picture in place is not the best way to move forward. There is much to think about, and staff, though I have thought long and hard about this and have fully explored the business case, are not in a position to explore those items. That's something that council needs to do with its partners in the community. So I hope that you will defer this matter until those processes can take place.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Maher. Mr. Maher? Yes, thank you. There are no questions. So we'll disconnect. We'll disconnect with whomever is connected because my screen is now telling me that I'm still connected with Ms. Bronstein. Is that the case? I still see her as speaking on my monitor. I don't know if that means that we're connected to her and invading her home without her knowing that we're hearing her. Okay, there it goes. It's gone. Okay, thank you. Councillors, we'll take it back in now for questions of staff. Councillor Bravo, questions of staff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to start with the differences between the engagement report, which I understand showed a majority of stakeholders, as we've heard, supporting the city applying to be the system manager, while reservations were articulated that the city was best positioned and the most experienced to do this, and the fear of having a private contracted vendor run this, and also the need to continue to fight for a coordinated planning and integrated workforce development. Can you talk a little bit about the risk assessment that's been done, not to us, to the city, but in terms of not playing a leadership role in workforce development?
So thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, our focus has been to consult and engage, and what we shared with you is the feedback that we got from our stakeholders, and we really value the relationship that we have in place with them. I think the misunderstanding for many of our stakeholders and partners is that they feel if the city maintains the role as the employment service system manager, that we can continue with ongoing funding that exists today. And the reality is the new program is constructed in such a manner that it is for employment outcomes. And our programs have been designed, and we value the relationships with these partners for those furthest from the labor market, and has not been solely employment focused, because we know it's not a linear process to get to employment outcomes, as we heard from many of the deputants. So the reality is that many of our counterparts, many of our stakeholders feel that if we continue in this role, that we can continue to fund arbitrarily, but that will not be within the construct of what the employment service system manager could do to achieve the outcomes that are performance-based that the ministry will be demanding of the employment service system manager.
Right, so I hear the contradiction between performance outcomes versus creating a pathway to employment for people that are far from being employment ready. That I understand. If there was no budgetary pressure, okay, this is not the perfect world, but would you be able, as a public service, would you be able to reconcile or navigate the tensions between the two? So how much of this is actually budgetary pressure? And I'm asking just because I think that the sector deserves to know that.
So we've identified, thank you through the chair, we've identified the gap that this is creating for us. Roughly $20 million in funding that goes to these services annually. And this is in our report as a recommendation that we have been advocating over the last 6 months. We've been educating and informing the province in the way that we've structured ourselves over many years with these collaborative partnerships in place to support those furthest from the labor market. And therefore, we have been advocating for those funds from the province to ensure that we can continue to have the ability to support our clients that are furthest from the labor market in that respect.
What's the proportion of the people who are served, the list that Councillor Moyse raised, apprenticeship, et cetera, that will remain versus the employment support services group that will now be gone?
So I'd like to clarify, in the presentation that we gave earlier this afternoon, we did have a slide on here that shows the Employment Ontario structure in its totality. That is not our structure. So when we talk about employment supports and services, adult education, apprenticeship, that is the constructs of what the ministry provides under the Ministry of Labor, Training and Skills Development. That is not our structure here. Our focus has been on skills training and employment supports through the $20 million of investments that we continue to try to inform the ministry about.
And do you, I guess you heard from various debutants that there seems to be, we're being asked here to make a bid and apply to be the system manager, that it's seen as a leverage point, that by doing that, there's a way to advocate in a different way. What comment can you make around that?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for that question. If we proceed with a bid, then we're legitimizing what the model is that the province has identified and their process and their outcomes and our accountability to that. And what we are indicating, and have been strongly for a long period of time, is that this model is not the ideal model for here in Toronto. Given the diversity of our clients, the length of time that they're on social assistance, and we heard from our first debutant this afternoon that to get a job but not be able to sustain that job is not ideal. I think the word that I heard was humiliating. And for the province to put together a model that's really just outcome-based around employment is a challenge for many of our clients. That's our continued message.
Promise is my last question. A couple of debutants said that the risk would be transferred to vulnerable people. Can you just comment quickly on that?
Through the chair, we continue to advocate for our clients, and we're committed to working with whoever the employment service system manager is, because we care about our clients and we want the best outcomes for them in that respect. You're welcome.
Okay. Councillor Thompson, you had some questions?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to staff, and thank you very much for the presentation, both the personal one and the one that you've actually done here. It's been very clear. It's been stated by at least one or two of the speakers, they asked that this matter be deferred and that create opportunities for further discussions with stakeholders and so on. But is it, as part of the answer to a question posed by Councillor Bravo, you indicated that consultation was done?
So through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. Yes, we've had extensive conversations and consultations over the last year and a half with a variety of stakeholders. And I would say, to the point of deferring the determination of whether to proceed or not, the ministry has posted their request for qualifications. It closes on June the 2nd. Right. So we are time bound in that respect.
Right, I was going to...
So just sharing that for your knowledge.
Right, I was going to ask you about the timeline associated with that. And so the big issue for us, though, is that, as you pointed out, the province is simply looking at the outcome with respect to the program, the model. This model doesn't work for us because we look at beyond, where it's not simply the matter of outcome in terms of results. And why is that? What differentiates our process from what is being requested by the province, which is outcome-based?
Thank you. Through the chair to you, Councillor. I think the demographics that we articulated in the presentation highlight the challenges that individuals in Toronto have with the limited amount of funds that they receive from us. And they're dealing with a variety of unique barriers that we've also indicated in the slide: literacy and essential skills, employment opportunities in terms of experiences, new Canadians, over a fifth of our caseload are newcomers or refugees. So there's a lot of multiple barriers that our clients are facing. So to put them in a situation where they're driven towards an solely employment outcome is not going to lead to success. We need to work with people where they're at and slowly build their capacity. And that's why I said in our presentation, this is not a linear process. It is not one training course for 12 weeks through an Employment Ontario provider that's going to lead to successful and permanent employment. We need to work with people where they're at and continue to develop them and work with the barriers and the challenges that they're facing, which includes food security, mental health, and substance use issues as well, to give examples.
So as part of the recommendations here, you're saying that we not pursue the opportunity, but we continue to discuss with the province, obviously highlighting the objectives and goals of our models and the benefits associated with that, the impact that it actually has, which is beyond simply outcome-based, and that we would hope that at some point they will see the errors of their ways and would want to now channel into a more productive process to work with us. Is that the goal in light of the fact that you have a timeline, which is in June, that we obviously are not going to meet based on your recommendations?
So through the chair to you, Councillor, we have been advocating and using that as an information sharing opportunity. Every municipality has been able to utilize their funds as they've wished, and we've used that discretion to establish these 240 organizations and partnerships because we saw value in that. And that is something that we've been educating our ministry colleagues on. Whether they will make changes or not, there's a political interface there. I cannot stand in front of you today and say that that will lead to the outcome that we're hoping for, but we continue to advocate strongly for our clients and educating our counterparts on the gap that this new program will create, because if they're only looking at those closest to the labor market and looking for employment outcomes, that will be at a big disadvantage for the vast majority of our clients.
Fair enough. So some of those stakeholders, part of the 240, who are saying that the city should take this on irrespective of what the provincial model limitations are, because it creates a gap that would further create homelessness and other issues for those recipients. What do you say then in terms of a response?
So through the chair to you, Councillor, the Employment Service System Manager is bound to achieve the outcomes that the ministry is looking for from a performance-based perspective. Continuing to fund would not be realistic for us to continue with the network that we have as the Employment Service System Manager. We wouldn't have the full flexibility or latitude to continue with some of the program that we have to date, and it would not help us to achieve the outcomes that the ministry is looking at, which we don't even feel are viable outcomes for the vast majority of our clients, given the demographics that we've highlighted.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Councillor Moise, you had some questions?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. So, just a few questions. So if we did bid, would we have any say over who the employment services providers are? Or does the province decide who these providers are?
So through the chair to you, Councillor, if we were to bid, it is the Employment Service System Manager who has a discretion over the network of service providers that they would contract with. They would have to be Employment Ontario service providers. So to dig a little deeper on that, right now we contract with 240 organizations. Only 18 of those have an affiliation with Employment Ontario.
Okay. And if we did bid, would we have any say in how programming is designed or managed, or where funding is invested?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, the Employment Service System Manager would have the latitude to determine how best to establish those partnerships and the programming in place, but it is all geared towards achieving the outcomes that the ministry has established on this program.
Okay. And do you think that the city bidding on this would be a benefit to those who are being served, or do you think the province requirements put the city at disadvantage compared to how we serve clients today?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, the programs that we have in place right now really assist people that are furthest from the labor market. The ministry's program is designed to get employment outcomes immediately for people, sustained employment outcomes. You saw in our demographics on our presentation and in our report that on average our clients are on social assistance for over 4 years. So to your point, candidly, we value the programs and the partnerships we have in place today, but those cannot be part of the new model that the ministry has established.
Okay. And so due to our decision not to bid, that's your recommendation, what is the plan for employees who are currently working on these files for TESS?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, the money that we'll be losing is essentially the money that goes to the contracts that we hold today, as well as to employment-related expenses that we spoke to, for transportation costs, for electronic services, for clothing costs. It is not funds for our staff. We'll continue to be the largest social assistance municipality in the country, and our staff and our workforce are at the cornerstone of all that we do. So there is not a focus at all around employment losses. We'll be able to utilize our staff. Our clients have a lot of complex needs, and they're growing over the last number of years. So our staff are not going to be impacted as a result of this change and are not part of the funds that we would be losing.
Okay, that's an important point to know. And so understanding that staff is requesting us not to bid in the event that the city did bid, would we be able to continue to support or contract with the 240 communities organizations TESS is currently partnered with? I know you've already stated that, but just to reaffirm.
Sorry, Councillor, it was just breaking up a little bit on my end. Could you repeat that, please?
So the 240 community organizations that the program currently serves, would the partnership continue?
So through
the third party that may win the bid?
So through the council, through the chair to you, Councillor, the vast majority of those organizations are not Employment Ontario service providers. So the Employment Service System Manager would not be in a position to contract with those organizations.
So what will happen to these organizations?
So these organizations receive the funding from us right now, and we continue to advocate to the ministry for the ongoing support financially so we can continue these programs, and those conversations continue.
Thank you. Again, I just wanted to just reinstate and to clarify for those who are listening, because there's a lot of misconceptions out there. So thank you very much.
Okay. Those are your questions, Councillor Moyes? Okay. I've checked in with Councillor Ainsley. He doesn't have any questions. So I just have a few. And I wonder if I could go back to that staff group, because there's a fair bit of angst about this. If we are delivering a service with humans today, and tomorrow the province assigns another service provider, what happens to those members? And I say members because they're QP 79 members. I expect they're going to pick up the phone. So if the new service provider doesn't want to use the people sitting at those desks today, where do they go?
So to you, Chair, Madam Chair, our staff are managing the contracts behind the scenes, but are doing so much more. There's no direct impact on our local 79 staff as a result of this. This is going to be a multi-year transition period. The request for qualification has just been launched. It closes June 2nd. The ministry will likely take, through multiple phases, 8 to 12 months to finalize who the Employment Service System Manager, and then there'll be a transition period of up to another year after that. So we're not anticipating any changes until 2025. For our clients, it will be seamless. We will work with the Employment Service System Manager for the transition of our clients at that stage. And as I mentioned earlier to Councillor Moyes, we're not seeing any impacts for our staff directly attributable to this change.
Okay. And now, in the recommendations today, there's a lot of focus on the recommendation that really spells out that we're not going to bid to become the provider. But in my travels up and down the halls and talking to councillors about this report, it seems to me that the most mystifying, there isn't a lot of good knowledge on this floor, on the second floor, about the recommendation that's being made in number 2, that City Council direct the GM tests in collaboration with the GM, Social Development, Finance and Admin, and EDC, and the Chief Librarian to report back to Council on opportunities for the city to best leverage its workforce development priorities and investments across several programs. no one knows that list. No one really understands that inventory. And so I think that's where a lot of the challenge is. You have the 200 plus partner agencies that you've been delivering a lot of the furthest from employment services through. But this piece, all the workforce development and skills development strategies, they don't all happen right there in TESS, do they? Those funds sort of go wherever the three orders of government deliver those funds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely correct. Within the city, we look at it from an integrated human services lens, and we work very closely with our counterparts. The clients that we serve are also served by Gord Tanner and his team in Shelter Supports and Housing Administration. We work very closely with Social Development, Finance Administration, Children's Services. These are our common clients. These are those furthest from the labor market, and in a coordinated manner, we want to find solutions. So that's why we've identified in recommendation number 2, and it was referenced by one of the deputants, poverty reduction strategy, newcomer strategy, confronting anti-Black racism, Indigenous reconciliation action plan, are all reflective of the clients that we have, not just within Toronto Employment and Social Services, but right across our partner divisions. And that's why we want to continue to collaborate with them to find effective solutions.
You know, as the clock gets close to 5 o'clock, that recommendation, if recommendation number 2, if we adopted it today, but we were to build on it at council, because it talks about doing that, but I think for council to be able to invest in, okay, that's a strategy, that's something you'll do, I think we first need to understand it. And I think what's lacking in understanding in the political wing of this building is that inventory of who does what. You know, I could go back. I could go back for a couple of old politicians like Councillor Thompson and myself to 2005. We got all sorts of youth opportunity and employment money in the summer of the gun. It didn't all go to TESS. You know, SDF&A did the youth opportunities piece. EDC did the piece based on engaging downtown private sector employers to actually allow people into unusual offices like law firms and such to apprentice and co-op and so on and so forth. So it happened across several departments, but I think we've lost track of what and where. You know, even in the film sector, there's a BIPOC employment training program that the province is funding. I think it's largely taking part in the new studio in your neighborhood. I don't think council has the inventory. So I'm wondering if we adopted today, if you'd be open to, I don't think it needs a motion so much as an undertaking, that you'd be open to working between now and council to flesh out how that gets reported back to council so they can really take part in how those collaborations are going to work.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would be happy to look to see how we can use it as an educational tool and really level the playing field moving ahead for all the council.
Okay. And last question, I know I just jumped over time and I'm sorry about that. Is that collaboration where we would see the funds that we can pull out of this, a certain amount of funds that we have been spending on all these efforts, a certain amount of that is now going to go to whomever is the service provider, whether it's us bidding or anyone else. And then there's the extra that we have been spending on all of the pre-employment and skills development, the type of things that we've been doing. The chunk that you're advocating for, the 20 million, and any that we can pull out, perhaps there's a certain amount that will go to the service provider, and as a result of the advocacy, they'll say, okay, I found a contractor can do this, you get the rest, something like that. Whatever the equation is it this collaboration where you're contemplating spending what funds we have?
So to you, Madam Chair. So we are advocating for the $20 million in contracted programs. Those funds are provincial funds. They're not our city funds that are they're provincial funding that's been provided to us that's going to be reallocated to the Employment Service System Manager. And we continue to have those conversations. We're happy to entertain with the ministry how best to effectively continue that delivery for those furthest from the labor market, whether that's through the Employment Service System Manager or through the city. We want to continue to support and advocate in that role.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, did you have a follow-up?
No, just a point of clarification. So you're asking staff then to bring forward a supplementary report to council that clarifies an outline.
Well, I'm suggesting that we meet between now and council to find whether or not that the supplementary report is even necessary or a bit previous. And I can communicate with members during that time. Sure. So that we can, if we need to build on this, because Mr. Tobin has left the building, or left the room anyway. Ms. Campbell should be able to weigh in.
Right.
So I think between now and council, we do a little work on this and perhaps supplement this, expand on this motion at that time, because that way we can collaborate on the second floor. What do people need?
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to have a better understanding. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So I am going to move into speakers. Councilor Bravo. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to agree that the employment services and workforce approach of the provincial government is not developmental and is often punitive. I think it's also important to note that the City of Toronto's efforts in an equity-first approach to workforce development, but I think that there's still going to be concerns that remain around the powers that are being given up here by not being a system manager, and that's something significant to acknowledge. And I also think it's important to note that by not playing that role, this opens the door for a private sector corporation to do what has been previously done here within the city. And I just wanted to table those concerns. I don't feel that the answers have really resolved those two latter points, and I think it's possible to hold the tension between those two different arguments.
Okay, Councillor Moyes?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Again, this is not an ideal situation. And what concerns me as well is that the province continues to download services to the cities. And for me, this is when I look at this in a holistic way, this is a form of downloading. And, and if we take on this service and it's not properly funded, then there's an expectation that, we actually prop it up so that, it is workable for our community. And earlier today, we talked about, 24/7 respite centers, right? And again, that service is underfunded. And the province should be coming to a table, and they're not. So again, and we know the pressures that we have as a city. Right now we have $1 billion hole that, we can't seem to fill. So we just keep adding to it, and this is just another form. And as Councillor Bravo mentioned, this is also an equity issue. And we set ourselves up for failure if we take on this extra, I'm going to say, burden. And so I support staff's recommendation not to bid on this until the province actually funds this to a point where it is able to be successful. And I hate having to put, the most vulnerable among us in the middle of this fight. And really, we should really be supporting those among us that are most vulnerable. But we as a city cannot do it alone, right? And we keep saying that over and over again at various committees that I sit on, right? And at council. And we're saying it here again now today. So thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move to Councillor Ainsley next, if you don't mind, because he does have a time crunch, and I don't want to miss his opportunity. Councillor Ainsley?
Yes.
Did you want to speak to this item?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, good. We're going to try and get through it because we need you for quorum. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me just first of all congratulate our amazing professional staff, Mr. Azuz, Ms. Kane, and Mr. Lapierre, for the great work that they've presented to us. We often, recognize, and perhaps sometimes we don't, the value of the staff advice. This one is quite sage. but we are between a rock and a hard place, in as much as the staff advice, it's good advice that we must take. We know that the withdrawal of the 38.6 million and the 20 million that we would use to help those 240 agencies and so on is going to be tough to replicate. It's a burden, it's a pressure on us as a city. We're always challenged. But I can't see how we can enter into an agreement, something that on the face of it, in all aspect of it, is not in the city's best interests. And then I recognize that agency outside is saying, city, you have to take it on because we're impacted. And I get that. But we have to recognize the pressures that we're under. And it's been stated by my colleague here that this is a form of downloading. We've had enough of that, quite frankly. And in as much as we are concerned about the impact on, you know, the stakeholders and the 240 groups that are out there, we have to continue to point out that this situation, this model that is being suggested by the province doesn't fit our overall needs and our goals and objectives. And so we can't simply say we're going to hold our nose and spite our face and then enter in an agreement with them where we know we're going to fail ourselves and fail those who are depending on us. It makes no sense at all. And I'm challenged, and I know there are agencies in my ward who have reached out to me and said, doesn't matter, the city should just accept and take this on, and you will find the resources, and that is it, because it has an impact overall. Yes, it does, as is the case with respect to every decision that we make in this basic environment here. So, in as much as it's a challenge and it is problematic, it's the right thing to do. And our staff are making those recommendations are here, and I think we need to accept it. And Madam Chair, as you asked staff to elaborate further on recommendation number 2, it makes a lot of sense. We had programs, for example, with related with Centennial College, where we would actually provide young people who are at risk with opportunities, and they've got certification, a variety of things that we did back then, and we should continue to do. But we can't do it alone, and it has material benefits, certainly to the city, but also to the province. And it also has impact, and I know that Councillor Bravo was talking about what are the other issues associated with that. Homelessness and, food insecurity and all the other things that we're trying to negate and trying to affect. And we have a proposition from the province about changing the way they do business that would have the effect that puts us in the same conditions that we're trying to fight. And so to ask us to engage in that would actually have no benefits to us at all. It's basic nonsense, quite frankly. So I think we ought to stick with this, and we hope that further discussions, and we hope that the timelines that are in place, the province can see the ill of their ways and come around. So we're always willing and able to work and help the province. That's our goal and objective. But we can't put ourselves in a condition where it jeopardizes our interests and our welfare and our well-being, and then the burden is on us to deliver, and people are going to say, you failed us, Mr. City, but we are being set up to fail our residents, and we can't accept that. We need to speak out. And the final point I want to make to those who have stated that there has not been sufficient consultation. We've heard from Mr. Azouz. There's been a year and a half of consultation that's taking place with the stakeholders that are aware as to the predicament that we're in and the challenges. So I accept what's in front of us, and I think that we ought to commend the staff again for the great work that they've done. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Ainsley's looking at his watch, so I'll try and be brief in my own comments. I kind of see it a little differently than Councillor Moyes. To me, this isn't a download, it's an upload. because we've been delivering with provincial funds for a long time, and suddenly it feels like they want it back. And other orders of government that see themselves as higher orders of government don't often upload something back unless they have a real agenda. And that's what's happening here. And I have great discomfort with signing myself up to implement the agenda of this government with respect to those who are the most in need in our community. It feels a lot like bidding on this would be exactly that. And it's why I have a different take, I think, than a deputy who I consider a dear old friend who was in this room back in the day. And he's right. Mr. Maher is right. We ran the childcare system by guess or by gosh because somebody had to do it and there was no program. We somehow tried to have housing programs by guess or by gosh when there was no interest in any other government in having anything to do with building housing or operating it. And there's still no interest from them in a lot of operating. And we did it. But it's part of the reason we are where we are now. We really don't have the resources we had those many years. If I go back 20 years when we were running the childcare system by guess or by gosh, we were doing it with things like leftover reserves from pre-amalgamation called kids and computers and things like that. Those are all used up now. And here we find ourselves in a very difficult economy with a lot of people that are really struggling. As I said to Andrea earlier, I understand the plight of ODSP clients seeing this thing saying, we're going to start to measure outcomes with you, because one of those people is in my basement, and she's one of an increasing number of people. Our shelter system, our TCHC system, and our community are full of a growing number of barely employable or unemployable people with developmental delay because there is no program for them out there. And that's who we've been dealing with. And one of them sitting in my basement and has experienced the humiliation of trying to be employed just to make everyone happy. It doesn't work. And I every day think, what if anything happened to my husband and I? And that's playing out all across this community in far greater numbers than any other community, because the other dirty little secret is people facing that challenge with a small child with those services often relocate to Toronto in search of those services, and now we deal with the adults that come afterwards, because you don't get magically cured at the end of childhood. And so it's part of our numbers that were shown to us today. It's why our numbers are so starkly different. And so to take part in this upload and say, but keep our name on it and we'll deliver your agenda for you, I think is a really troubling road to go down. That's why I am so focused on, can we do some further talking about how number 2 plays out in the recommendations we have from staff. That collaboration absolutely has to happen. It has been happening all along, but in my discussions, I really think we've lost track of it. And I think even some of the stakeholders have. I want to read something. Mr. Tobin's gone, but my predecessor, Chair Thompson, I don't know if you had a chance to read the engagement report, but this is what stakeholders had to say. It should be pointed out that economic development and culture is currently constituted in terms of the services it delivers, has few direct service touch points with individual employers and very limited engagement with employers on issues of human resources or talent management. That is some of our system partners' view of what's going on in some of our divisions, that they in fact they narrowly define economic development and culture as a department that simply facilitates private sector firms' engagement with the city's municipal property tax service and land use functions, not the city's labor supply. So not only on the second floor is there very little understanding of all those ancillary things beyond just pure, here's a job card, go apply. I think even our agency partners that we've been partnering with all along, there isn't a real inventory and an understanding of what our departments do, what their partners out in the community do, what interactions are going on outside of what will be a thing called the ESSM office. And I think we have to take that recommendation number 2 and do the backstroke through the system on it and really deeply understand what can we do with all the things that will come outside. And if we understand it deeply, here's why it's important. I think this province is going to regret it because they're going to find they aren't achieving the outcomes, because you can't achieve employment outcomes without having a plan for those who need all the pre-employment. And so when they come knocking on our door and saying, we have this other program we want you to deliver, we have to deeply understand through that collaboration and recommendation number 2 what we would do with those funds that they're going to find they have to send to municipalities. So that's why I'm, as Councillor Thompson and Councillor Moyse has so laid out, I'm in favor of the staff recommendations, and seeing no additional motions, that we just need to adopt those recommendations. All in favor? Councillor Ainslie, are you with us? Then it is unanimous. Thank you. A couple of little things that we didn't get to because we didn't have the amendments. Oh, there was one other one. Councillor Ainslie, on your respecting the deceased homeless in Toronto, there is one deputation, Gru, who had to leave, is on the phone. You got a minute to hear that deputation?
I do, and then I'm got to run to a meeting. I don't know what it's going to do to quorum.
It's going to kill quorum is what it's going to do. I wonder if we should hear from Gru and then defer the items so that you'll be able to go. But he's been waiting online, so we'll hear his deputation, and then. Yeah,
I'm happy to hear Gru. I think we've agreed on the revised motion. The clerk has the wording.
Okay, but if we're going to hear from the deputant first, we're going to run out of time.
So I'm fine to squeeze out Gru, the deputant, and then we can move the revised motion we worked on together.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is he queued up and ready to go?
Oh yeah, am I here?
Gru, yes, it's Councillor Carroll. So we have you connected by phone now, but I'm going to have to ask you be very concise, because Councillor Ainslie, who's moved the motion you're moving, he's in a real time crunch to get to another meeting. So I'm going to ask you to go ahead and tell us what you have to say as concisely as possible. Thanks.
Sure. And I actually do want to thank Paul as well as yourself, Councillor Carroll, for bringing this motion forward. I was glad to hear Dr. DeVilla earlier acknowledge that the state of homelessness results in negative health consequences, but let's call a spade here, councillors. Homelessness in Toronto, in this province, in this country, is too often a death sentence, despite the fact that poverty is not a crime, much less one deserving of capital punishment. The least that this government can do for the affected communities is tell us just how many people are dying each month due to these negative health consequences. We have had these monthly data releases from SSHA regarding how many people are dying in the city-funded shelters since 2007, although I think that they actually started reporting in 2010. I can't quite remember. But considering that, it's hard to reconcile this administration's insistence that there's some new confusion over the numbers, when in reality the only thing that has changed is that the numbers are higher today than they've ever been before. In fact, 60% of the deaths recorded by Toronto Public Health, both in 2021 and in 2022, happened inside of our city-funded shelters. There were over 240 deaths between those 2 years. The Toronto Homeless Memorial has been run by community volunteers since about 2000 in order to provide some small memoriam of those who lose their lives to this crisis. And in recent years, we've really heavily utilized the city's numbers in addition to our direct reports from community members to provide as close as possible to a full picture of how many of our friends, family, and neighbors are dying. And quite frankly, as we are told that we're only going to have that data twice a year instead of every month, I, as the keeper of the names on the memorial, I have no idea how I'm supposed to continue doing that work when we end up with effectively now I'm being told they twice a year I am going to have to bring 50 or 60 names onto the memorial, and our community is going to have to mourn those names. Many of them will be John and Jane Does, because of course we still don't get any names per se from SSHA, but it takes away from our ability both to effectively mourn people, but also it takes away from our ability to flag serious concerns around the conditions inside of the shelters to our local representatives, to city staff, because we end up unable to say why is it they in December of 2021 we had I think 17 deaths. Why were the numbers so incredibly high last month, kind of a thing. If we don't have that, then I almost don't know what the point is of reporting the deaths at all. If you're not going to report them on a timely basis, then are we even really, is our government being transparent to the communities that are affected about what is happening inside of these facilities? I think I can cut it short there. Again, with the understanding that Councillor Ainsley has a bit of a time crunch.
I really appreciate that, Gru, but we also appreciate your input on this because of your work with the Homeless Memorial. So thank you so much. Okay, so Councillor Ainsley, what we have now is that you're going to become the mover of 16 with the amendments we worked on. So I think we need to vote we'll withdraw 15 and 16 will become yours.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
Okay, so all in favor of withdrawing 15 from the agenda, that takes care of that, because that way we're sending something that's much less confusing to council. And then councillors, for number 16, this is now a motion from Councillor Ainsley. And don't worry, just raise your hands when cued. Councillor Ainsley is amending this. So this is on the MOU to bring the groups together to implement the above with more frequent and aligned reporting on the deaths, and they'll report back on how that's going to happen. And that way, you will find that's coming back. The reason we chose that timeline is it comes back at the same time we have the capital infrastructure report coming to us anyway, and it allows them to figure out in the data management partnership that they're putting together, how frequently can they get it and still have it accurate. Okay, and we'll follow up on that. So all in favor of the amendment and the item 16 is amended? That is carried unanimously. Thank you so much. Thanks for hanging on, Councillor Ainsley. Now I just need a motion to adjourn, and then you can go.
Sorry, Madam Chair, did we do 14? 14?
What was 14?
Nighttime economy manifesto?
We amended the reporting date on that, and I thought we voted on it. I'm pretty sure we did right after lunch.
Okay.
So it's coming back
Okay,
in
perfect.
October.
Thank
You bet. Okay. Motion to adjourn. All in favor? Thank you very much, everyone. And thank you to staff. That was a long one.
I'll connect with Tom. We'll get